Gaius Marius was a prominent Roman statesman and general who lived during the late Roman Republic. Born around 157 BC in the village of Ceretae near Arpinium. Rising from humble origins, Marius achieved unprecedented successes in the Roman military, becoming known for his military reforms and leadership during the tumultuous period of the Cimbrian and Teutonic invasions. His legacy is a complex one, marked by these achievements, but also his political ambition and significant contributions to the transformation of Roman society during a time of profound change. Hello, welcome to the channel. If you're new here, it's great to meet you, and if you're coming back, it's good to have you back with me again. If you would like to support the channel, you will find in the description and comments a link to the Patreon. Otherwise, a like, comment, and subscribe goes a very long way. Now, without further ado, to the topic of today's video. Shall we go back to ancient Rome? Let's do it, and learn about the life of Gaius Marius. Marius's early life and career are somewhat reminiscent of that classic trajectory of a Roman new man, striving for political and military success despite humble origins. While his family may not have been impoverished, at least by that day's standards, Marius faced the challenge typical of individuals from non-traditional Roman backgrounds. However, his connections with local elites, coupled with his own ambition, abilities, and hard work, paved the path for his ascent. Joining Scipio Aemilianus's legion for the Numantia campaign was a pivotal moment for Marius. His performance there caught the attention of Scipio, who recognized his leadership potential and set the stage for Marius's future military success. Even as he pursued a military career, his ambitions for political office in Rome were clear from the beginning. Earning election as one of these special military tribunes showcased his growing prominence within the military hierarchy. His subsequent service under Metellus Belliarchus further bolstered his reputation and likely contributed even more to his political aspirations. His decision to seek local office in Arpinum, despite facing competition from a rival, highlights the strategic approach to garnering support and solidifying his base of power. Alternatively, his direct advancement to the role of plebeian tribune could have been a calculated move to elevate his own political standing. Participation in significant military victories, such as the Battle of the Isere River, further enhanced Marius's reputation and cemented his position as a capable military leader. All of these successes, combined with his political ambitions and strategic maneuvering, laid the groundwork for Marius's future rise to prominence in Roman politics and also military affairs. It is indeed the culmination of these and many other factors that he's remembered as such a remarkable historical figure, one of which, I believe, is unfairly glossed over. But not today. Marius's political career during the period from 120 to 113 showcases both his rise to prominence but also the challenges he faced in navigating the politics of Rome. In 120 BC, Marius's re-election as the plebeian tribune with the support of the influential Metelli family highlights his growing political clout. However, his passage of Lex Maria, aimed at curbing the influence of the wealthy elite in elections, may have put a strain on his relationship with his patrons. and despite potential opposition, Marius's advocacy for electoral reform demonstrated his commitment to challenging entrenched power dynamics in Roman society. His subsequent bid for the position of aedile in 117, although unsuccessful, underscores his continued ambition and financial resources. The opposition from the Metelli family suggests the complexities of the intra-elite competition and rivalries within Rome at the time. Moving on to 116, Marius's election as praetor was marred by some accusations of electoral corruption, which was, in all fairness, a very common occurrence in Roman elections. While Marius did face scrutiny, he was ultimately acquitted of these charges, allowing him to assume the role of praetor. His appointment of proconsul of Further Spain in 114 provided him with an opportunity to exercise military and administrative authority in a coveted area, and his efforts to combat brigands in the region's mining areas showcased his capacity for governance and leadership. Also, securing the gold for Rome definitely makes you popular. Now, upon his return to Rome in late 113, I believe that's where his story really begins to kick off. With his marriage to Julia, the auntie of Julius Caesar, by the way, this further solidified his social status and gave him more financial support. He'd certainly worked his way up the ladder. Although the details of his immediate political ambitions remain unclear, Marius likely faced electoral challenges as he sought to advance his career further. And then, the Jugurthine War erupted in 112 BC, mainly due to Roman frustration with the ambitions of the Numidian king Jugurtha. Now, Jugurtha's actions, including the murder in cold blood of his half-brothers, the massacre of Italians during a civil war, and bribery of prominent Romans in the Senate, provoked more than enough Roman hostility. Initially, Roman attempts to confront Jugurtha head-on faced setbacks. The first Roman army sent to Numidia was allegedly bribed to withdraw. I suppose that's one way of doing it. While the second army suffered defeat and was forced to pass under the yoke in humiliation. These failures undermined confidence in the aristocracy's ability to handle foreign affairs effectively. And by foreign affairs, they mean taking other people's stuff most of the time. In comes Marius. Now, although Marius had previously clashed with the Caecili Metelli during his tenure as tribune and praetor, this did not deter him from joining forces with them in 109. It was likely a political move to enhance his prospects for the consulship. Perhaps he'd put his personal feelings and old grudges aside. So Marius aligned himself with the then consul Quintus Caecilius Metellus in the campaign against Jugurtha. As Sallust's account suggests, Marius likely served as Metellus's principal subordinate and played a crucial role in the Battle of Matul. Now, during this battle, Jugurtha's forces cut off the Romans from the river Matul. This deprived them of water, and they were certainly not in a place where you wanted to be thirsty. They were in the middle of the desert, is what I mean. Now, in this desert terrain, the Numidian cavalry held the home advantage, scattering the Roman forces into smaller units. Quite a panic to all this, until Marius took charge, organizing several detachments and leading a column of 2,000 men to join forces with Metellus. Together, they confronted the Numidian infantry occupying a strategic hill. After gaining control of this hill, Marius and Metellus launched an attack on the rear of the Numidian cavalry, ultimately forcing them into retreat. Marius's decisive actions played a vital role in rescuing Metellus's army from potential annihilation and turning the tide of battle in Rome's favor. And of course, it was certainly time that they would win something. The previous embarrassments of the last two armies, well, that was more than enough. Moving to 108 BC, Marius expressed his aspiration to run for consul, despite Metellus not endorsing his return to Rome. Ungrateful. He purportedly advised Marius to wait until his son, a candidate for consul, was elected, signaling a campaign decades in the future. Marius, undeterred, embarked on his own campaign for consulship, and according to Sallust, his decision was partly influenced by a fortune-teller in Utica, who predicted a remarkable future for him and encouraged him to test his fortune. That being said, all fortune-tellers say that. Anyway, Marius quickly gained the favor of the troops through his hands-on approach, dining with them and sharing their duties without hesitation, face to face with the people. Certainly boosts morale, and he was that kind of guy. He also won over Italian traders by claiming he could capture Jugurtha swiftly with half of Metellus's forces. Both soldiers, traders, and commoners alike praised him, contrasting his decisive approach with Metellus's more methodical strategy. Now, during the winter of 109 and 108, a Roman garrison at Varga suffered a devastating ambush, nearly wiping out the soldiers completely. Marius, who at this time had become rather bored of Metellus's response, urged harsh punishments for the garrison commander, Titus Turpilius Silanus. However, he later argued against Silanus's execution, deeming that that was a little bit too far, even for his taste. Marius also criticized Metellus's leadership and sent very harshly worded letters to Rome. And in the letters, he accused him of being too intoxicated with power. Well, you can imagine how that went down. Metellus, sensing growing discontent with Marius's opposition, allowed him to return to Rome, where Marius barely made it in time for the consular elections. With mounting pressure for a swift revolution to the Jugurthine War, and dissatisfaction with the Senate's handling of the conflict, Marius won the consulship for 107 BC, campaigning on a platform that directly criticized Metellus's perceived inaction against Jugurtha. Lucius Cassius Longinus served as his close colleague. Despite the Senate's attempt to prolong the command of Metellus, Marius circumvented this by persuading his ally, the tribune Titus Manlius Mancinus, to override the Senate's decision and grant him command. Metellus outright refusing to hand over the command, returned to Rome, where the Senate awarded him a triumph and the title of Numidicus. Well, in his quest to reinforce the troops in Numidia and secure the swift victory he promised, Marius encountered challenges in recruiting from Rome's traditional pool of manpower, consisting mainly of property-owning citizens. The Middle Republic's standard practice restricted legion enlistments to property holders, influenced possibly by Tiberius Gracchus's reforms, which aimed to increase land distribution and, consequently, the pool of eligible legionaries. Although the Senate permitted Marius to conscript men in the usual way, he preferred to seek volunteers, particularly among discharged veterans, evocati in Latin, and propertyless individuals, capitecensi in Latin, enticing them with promises of victory and spoils. And think about it. Rich people, well, you can't really upsell them on the spoils. But someone who came from a poor background, or even one of modest means, just like Marius, would want to fight for some piles of treasure, don't you think? It was also quite a morale boost that Marius himself was from this kind of background. So, of course, many people put their hand up to go and fight with him. So now, with troops gathering in southern Italy, Marius hoisted the sails and set sail for Africa, leaving his cavalry detachment under the command of his newly appointed quaestor, Lucius Cornelius Sulla, who was equally as badass. Now, upon his arrival, Marius discovered that the ending of the war was more challenging than he had initially proclaimed. Jugurtha's guerrilla tactics made it difficult to make a decisive and effective strategy. There were simply too many surprises, and the Romans were not used to this. Why not come out and fight like gentlemen in proper formations, they were thinking. Well, all of this led Marius to adopt Metellus's approach of cutting off local support to Jugurtha. Despite arriving relatively late in 107 BC, Marius won a battle near Cirta, and then surprised Jugurtha with a daring desert march to Capsa, where he executed the entire male population, enslaved any survivors, and then completely destroyed the town. Any spoils left, well, they were distributed among the soldiers, just as promised. Throughout the campaign, Marius was reportedly displeased with Sulla's appointment as his quaestor, but Sulla's competence and popularity with the troops proved to be somewhat invaluable. As the conflict continued, Jugurtha sought the support of his father-in-law, King Bocchus of Mauritania, against the Romans. In 106, Marius's army advanced westward, inadvertently provoking Bocchus into action. In a surprise attack near Serif, Marius found himself besieged, but he managed to repel the enemy with the help of the popular Sulla. Recognizing that military means alone could not defeat Jugurtha, Marius resumed negotiations with Bocchus, ultimately striking a deal whereby Sulla, with his connections to Bocchus's court, received Jugurtha as a hostage. I'm sure Jugurtha was thrilled to hear about this one. While following the successful capture of Jugurtha, Marius and Sulla disputed over who deserved credit for the victory. While Roman tradition dictated that the subordinate in this case Sulla, should credit the superior. Marius, Sulla, and his allies attempted to undermine Marius's claim to victory. This disagreement marked the beginning of the deep-seated animosity between Marius and Sulla, as noted by Plutarch. Marius had often been credited with implementing significant military reforms during his consulship between 107 and 100, a notion that originated in more modern scholarship. The prevailing narrative suggests that Marius, faced with recurrent manpower shortages, was granted permissions to enlist volunteers from the lowest census class, the proletariat, for the Jugurthine War. However, there is scant evidence supporting the notion of a decline in Italy's population during the 2nd century, nor is there substantial evidence of major military reforms during this period, and this casts quite a lot of doubt on Marius's role in such reforms. Many specialists now view these Marian reforms as a modern scholarly construct. Now, the recruitment of proletari in 107 BC, as documented in Sallust's works, appears to have been a singular occurrence. These volunteers were discharged after the war, and when Marius assumed command against the Cimbri, he led a consular army in northern Italy raised through the traditional conscription method. There is no indication that the open recruitment of volunteers altered the social composition of the legions, as subsequent texts suggest that most armies continued to be raised through the conscription, primarily from the populations in rural areas. The notion that the army was predominantly composed of poor volunteers seeking wealth and retirement bonuses after this, well, now it's largely discredited. Perhaps that was their original motivation for volunteering, but after that group disbanded, well, it just was not the case. Now, various other reforms have been attributed to Marius, including the abolition of citizen cavalry and light infantry, a redesign of the pilum, that's the Roman spear, by the way, standardizing the eagle standard for all legions and substituting the cohort for the maniple. However, evidence supporting these claims is also sparse. The abolition of citizen cavalry and light infantry remains somewhat unconfirmed, as it's fairly obvious that they are still evident in later periods. Similarly, there is little archaeological evidence supporting Marius's redesign of the pilum, and ancient texts indicate the continued presence of varied standards alongside the eagle. Nevertheless, this still persists as somewhat of a misconception. Now, changes in logistical arrangements and training, often attributed to Marius, the term Marius's mules, were commonplace among Roman generals seeking victory. These practices aim to enhance speed advantages by operating without extensive baggage trains, carrying light effectively, but also ensuring effective combat training for soldiers, a more systematic approach to prepare them for the field. In 109, the arrival of the migrating Germanic tribe, the Cimbri in Gaul, led to the routing of the Roman army under Marcus Junius Silanus, causing a significant blow to Roman prestige and stirring unrest among the recently conquered Celtic tribes in southern Gaul. This defeat was followed by another in 107, when the consul, Lucius Cassius Longinus, suffered a complete defeat by the Tigurini, while the surviving officers, Gaius Populus, forced to surrender half the baggage and endure the humiliation of have his army pass under the yoke. Oh, and by the way, if you're not familiar with that term, pass under the yoke, well, it effectively means that when somebody was defeated and the enemy wanted to somewhat humiliate them further, well, they would effectively either make some sort of wooden platform or some kind of arch, but more often make a sort of passage with their spears. Then the defeated people would be walked through them. It's kind of a ritual of humiliating them. Anyway, to address the escalating crisis, Quintus Servilius Capo marched to Gaul in 106 with a new, refreshed army, followed by Consul Gnaeus Malleus Maximus in 105. However, Capo's disdain for Malleus, coupled with his refusal to cooperate, proved to be somewhat detrimental. At the Battle of Arausio, the Cimbri overwhelmed Capo's legions, leading to a disastrous outcome where both Roman armies were annihilated against the numerically superior Cimbrian warriors. Following this catastrophic defeat, and lacking capable generals with recent military successes, the Republic took the unprecedented step of electing Marius for a second consulship in absentia. Despite being in Africa at the time, Marius was elected consul for 104 BC. Upon returning to Rome in triumph, Marius bought Jugurtha and the spoils of North Africa, rather delighting and impressing the citizens. He was then assigned the province of Gaul to address the Cimbric threat. After this, he embarked on rebuilding the Gallic legions, and he raised a formidable army, leveraging his reputation for victory to recruit soldiers exempt from property requirements. Establishing a base at Aquae Sextiae, Marius trained his troops, aided by his old quaestor, Sulla. Re-elected as consul in 103, Marius continued his preparations, conducting diplomacy with Gallic tribes and strengthening his intelligence network in the anticipation of further conflict with the Cimbri, as, with all barbarians, they just keep coming. As the Germanic threat persisted in Hispania, and with the death of his colleague, Marius returned to Rome to call elections in 103 BC. Despite facing uncertain outcomes due to the ongoing Cimbrian conflict, Marius secured re-election with the support of a young tribune, Saturninus. Throughout his successive consulship, Marius remained proactive, diligently training his troops and solidifying diplomatic ties to address the looming threat from the Cimbri. In 102, the Cimbri, along with other allied tribes, resumed their advance towards Italy after returning from Hispania. They devised a coordinated strategy. The Teutones and Ambrones would move south along the coast from the west. The Cimbri would attempt to cross the Alps from the north via the Brenner Pass, and the Tigurini would cross the Alps from the northeast. To counter this threat, the two consuls divided their forces, with Marius heading west into Gaul, and Catulus defending the Italian Alps. Marius opted to avoid direct confrontation with the Teutones and Ambrones, instead remaining inside a fortified camp and repelling their rather futile attempts to storm it. When the Teutones and Ambrones gave up and moved on, Marius was skulking behind them, shadowing their every move and waiting for an advantageous moment to strike. Perhaps he'd learned a few lessons from that war with Jugurtha, who utilized mainly guerrilla warfare tactics. Now, back to Aquae Sextiae, a chance ambush escalated into a full-scale battle, resulting in the defeat of some 30,000 Ambrones. The following day, the Teutones and Ambrones launched a counterattack against the Roman position, but they did not get very far, and they were decisively defeated. Defeated so much that the estimates range from 100 to 200,000 enemy casualties. Now that's certainly a beatdown. Meanwhile, Catulus encountered some opposition in a minor engagement near Tridentum, suffering casualties before ultimately withdrawing, and this allowed the Cimbri to make their entrance into northern Italy, where they regrouped while awaiting reinforcements. Shortly after Marius's victory at Aquae Sextiae, he received news of his re-election as consul for 101, marking his 4th consecutive consulship. With Manius Aquilius as his colleague, Marius returned to Rome to announce his triumph, deferred the celebration, and promptly marched north to join Catulus. In the late July of 101 BC, Marius and Catulus confronted the Cimbri at the Battle of Vercelli. Rome, of course, emerged victorious, and the Cimbri suffered heavy losses. How heavy? Well, sources at the time estimate upwards of 120,000, though this is most likely an exaggeration. Still, even if it was only half of that, that's quite a devastating defeat. Well, it was devastating enough that the Tigurini abandoned all of their plans to invade Italy, and the ones who did survive, or managed to flee, sadly returned home, their ambitions left behind on that field of battle. Following the triumph, Marius and Catulus celebrated a joint victory, with Marius hailed as the savior of Rome. Subsequently, Marius sought for another consulship in 100 BC to secure land grants for his veteran soldiers and solidify his political standing. He was re-elected as consul alongside Lucius Valerius Flaccus, continuing his influential role in Roman politics and military affairs. Now, during Marius's 6th consulship in 100 BC, Lucius Appuleius Saturninus, serving as tribune for the plebs of the second time, advocated for reforms reminiscent of those proposed by the Gracchi of earlier times. Saturninus, resorting to violence by assassinating one of his political adversaries, pushed forward bills aiming at driving Marius's former superior, Metellus Numidicus, into exile, lowering the price of state-distributed wheat, and granting colonial lands to veterans of Marius's recent military campaigns. Marius collaborated initially with Saturninus and his ally Glaucia to pass the bill and banish Metellus Numidicus, but he later distanced himself from their more radical agenda. As the consular elections for 99 BC approached, Marius attempted to disqualify Glaucia for standing for consul, leading to further political turmoil. Saturninus and Glaucia, facing opposition from other candidates, resorted to violence by having Gaius Memmius assassinated during the election proceedings, causing a delay in the process. So, In response to Saturninus's disruptive actions, if you can call them that, the Senate issued a Senatus Consultum Ultimum for the first time, which is as serious as it sounds. It authorized magistrates to take necessary measures to quell the unrest. Marius, rejecting a proposal to deploy the army near Rome, instead mobilized volunteers from the urban populace and his veteran supporters, who were die-hard loyalists to him. He besieged Saturninus, cutting off the water supply to the Capitoline Hill, ultimately leading to his surrender. He didn't last very long up there. Well, after Saturninus gave himself up, Marius attempted to protect him and his followers by securing them in a Senate house. However, the angry mob, which some say tacitly had Marius's approval, stormed the building and lynched Saturninus and his allies. Glaucia met a similar fate, being dragged from the house and unalived. Now, although Marius complied with the Senate's wishes during the crisis, his actions did not significantly improve his political standing. Following his term in office, Marius faced opposition from Metellus Numidicus's relatives and was criticized by both senators and the common people. Well, despite this speed bump in his popularity, Marius transitioned into a semi-retirement as an elder statesman, refraining from active participation in public affairs. After the tumultuous events of 100 BC, Marius initially attempted to oppose the recall of Metellus Numidicus, who had been exiled by Saturninus in 103, but of course Saturninus was well and truly gone by now. However, realizing the futility of his position, Marius made the decision to travel to the east, specifically to Galatia in 98. He claimed that his journey was to fulfill a vow he made to the goddess Magna Mater. Okay then. Well, Plutarch portrays Marius's voluntary exile as a significant humiliation for the distinguished six-time consul. Marius was viewed as obnoxious by both the nobles and the common people, and he was even compelled to abandon his candidacy for the censorship of 97 BC. Plutarch further suggests that while in the east, Marius sought to instigate Mithridates VI of Pontus into declaring war on Rome, with the aim of reasserting his military leadership and influence over the Roman people. Well, many modern scholars have found this to be an unfounded rumor, most likely propagated by Marius's political rivals. Of course, when he's very unpopular, it's quite easy to get people to believe this sort of thing. Well, despite the purported humiliation of his exile, Marius's reputation and influence remained very significant. People were still always having Marius on the mind. Around 98 to 97 BC, Marius received the unprecedented honor of being elected to the prestigious College of Priestly Augurs, while he was still absent in Asia Minor. Additionally, his mere presence at the trial of Manius Aquilius in 98 BC, Marius's former colleague and consul in 101 BC, was enough to secure acquittal for Aquilius, despite the latter's pretty obvious guilt. Furthermore, Marius successfully defended Matrinius in 95, an Italian from Spoletium, who had been granted Roman citizenship by Marius himself, against charges that were brought under a new citizenship law. He was certainly making use of his time in retirement. New career moves. Good on him. During the period of relative peace following Marius's return from the East, Rome had faced internal turmoil and external threats. In 95 BC, the Lex Licinia Mutua was enacted, and this basically expelled non-Roman citizens from the city, which of course led to discontent among the Italian allies. Marcus Livius Drusus, elected tribune in 91 BC, proposed reforms aimed at granting citizenship to the Italians, but his assassination sparked the civil war, called the Social War, between 91 and 87 BC. Among many other factors, the Italians were a little bit annoyed with the Romans at this point, a little bit tired of being treated like second-class citizens, or perhaps not even citizens at all. Well, either way, in the north and the south, the Italian states started a pretty sizable revolt against Rome. Now it was in the midst of this social war that Marius emerged as a prominent military leader once again, serving as a senior legate under Consul Publius Rutilius Lupus. Marius distinguished himself in battle, particularly after Lupus fell to a Marsic ambush. Marius was subsequently appointed to joint command with Praetor Caepio, who later abandoned his post, leaving Marius in the sole command. Despite his successes in the war, Marius faced exclusion from command in the following years, possibly due to perceptions of insufficient aggression or his advancing age. I mean, he was getting on a little bit for sure. But nevertheless, the conflict drew to a close with the passing of the Lex Julia in 90 BC, which granted citizenship to all Italian allies that were loyal. Now, amidst these events, Marius's client and good friend, Manius Aquilius, played a significant role in instigating certain hostilities with Pontus, leading to King Mithridates' invasion of Roman territories in Asia Minor. Well, of course, by this time the social war was concluded, and competition for consular elections in 88 BC really began to heat up, culminating in the election of Lucius Cornelius Sulla, remember him, who was tasked with leading the campaign against Mithridates. Tensions mounted in Rome. Marius, along with Tribune Publius Sulpicius Rufus, pushed for reforms and attempted to secure a seventh consulship of Marius. However, Sulla's refusal to relinquish command in Pontus sparked a violent confrontation, resulting in Sulla's march on Rome. Marius's attempts to organize a defense failed, and he was forced to flee the city, narrowly escaping capture. Sulla's subsequent actions, including proscriptions and the executions of political opponents, further destabilized Rome and made him even more unpopular. Although some opposition figures were elected to office, Sulla maintained control of the military campaign against Mithridates, marching eastward to confront the Pontic threat. These tumultuous events marked a significant chapter in Roman history, and the struggle for power between competing factions within the Republic had definitely come to a zenith. The return of Marius to Rome, however, marked a significant turning point in the power struggle. Teaming up with Cinna, and backed by significant Italian support, Marius aimed to oust Octavius and his conservative allies. The resulting conflict led to violent confrontations. But Marius and Cinna ultimately gained the upper hand. Upon entering Rome, Marius and Cinna initiated a purge of their opponents, resulting in the deaths of several prominent individuals, including former consuls. The gruesome display of their heads in the Forum served to instill fear and solidify their control over the city. Additionally, Marius and Cinna declared Sulla as an enemy of the state, stripping him of his command in the east. While Marius and Cinna's actions led to widespread bloodshed and terrorized their political adversaries, it is unlikely that Marius personally executed everyone in their path. Instead, the killing served as a means of intimidation and consolidation of power. Still, shouldn't murder people. Well, Marius's 7th consulship, achieved irregularly through show elections, was rather short-lived. I'm sure you can see what's coming here. Within a fortnight of assuming office, Marius passed away under unclear circumstances. The mind certainly does make its own conclusions, doesn't it? Various accounts speculate about the cause of his death, ranging all the way from illness to a delusional episode. Regardless, his death paved the way for Lucius Valerius Flaccus to succeed him as consul. Now, despite his demise, the power struggle was not over, ultimately culminating in the civil war between the factions led by Cinna and Carbo against Sulla. And Sulla eventually won. His victory allowed him to consolidate power and establish himself as a full dictator, bringing an end to the chaotic period of internal strife in Rome. Now, what about Marius's life? Well, his life and career, I believe, are just a reflection of the complexities and tensions that are always inherent in Roman politics during the late Republic. While he was undeniably a successful general and a successful politician, his unending ambition and opportunism, as described by the ancient sources, contributed to both his achievements but also his downfall. This relentless pursuit of power, as evidenced by his 5 successive consulships and the other 2 later on, challenged the traditional republican principles of collegiality and term limits. While his actions may have been perceived as necessary for the survival of Roman civilization at the time, well, they also concentrated unprecedented power in the hands of a single individual for an extended period, and that is a recipe for disaster, whether it be in ancient Rome or our modern times. Don't you think? Well, while his legacy is complex and contested, I think his life serves as a cautionary tale about the dangers of this unchecked ambition and the potential consequences of prioritizing personal gain over the stability and welfare of the state. In many ways, Marius's rise and fall symbolize the challenges faced by the Roman Republic as it grappled with shifting power dynamics and internal strife, and perhaps one can draw parallels with the rise and fall of the Roman Empire, with, one can almost say, this physical manifestation of the hubris of the time. Well, whichever way it is, I hope you learned something. Interesting character, don't you think? Old Marius, who just got a little bit too much power. Take yourself back a few thousand years, and imagine you find yourself in that most unpleasant of situations. You've become a slave, and you're in the Roman Empire. Well, what was that like? Do you know? If you don't, you're about to find out. I'm about to tell you how exactly one would find themselves in that most horrible of positions. So if you'd like to join me, I'd invite you to get relaxed, and we can begin our topic on how to become a slave in ancient Rome. In ancient Rome, the path to slavery was multifaceted, reflecting the complexities of Roman society. One common route, of course, was capture in warfare, where individuals from conquered territories were enslaved and subsequently brought back to Rome. But it wasn't just that route. Debt bondage also played a significant role, with free-born citizens sometimes being forced into slavery, or even putting their own hand up to become a slave if they couldn't repay their debts. Children born to slave parents were automatically considered slaves themselves, while criminals could be sentenced to slavery as a kind of punishment. Additionally, illegal practices such as abduction and trafficking contributed to swelling the slave population. Surprisingly, some individuals even chose voluntary enslavement as a last resort to escape poverty. These are the kinds of things we're going to discuss today. This diverse array of circumstances that demonstrates the pervasive nature of slavery in ancient Rome, affecting individuals from various backgrounds and various situations. There was a saying in ancient Rome: slaves are either born or made. In the ancient Roman world, individuals could find themselves enslaved for any number of reasons. So let's start from the beginning. The fear of slavery was palpable and not merely rhetorical, as expressed in Roman literature. A significant portion of the enslaved populations was considered vernae, individuals born to slave mothers within households or on agricultural estates. Some scholars suggest that free individuals selling themselves into slavery may have actually been more common than many literary sources alone suggest. However, determining the relative populations of these causes of enslavement still remains a source of scholarly debate. During the Republican era, that's from around 509 to 27 BC, by the way, warfare stood as arguably the principal source of slaves, marking a notable surge in the Roman slave population during the Middle and Late Republic eras. Battles could yield captives ranging from hundreds all the way to tens of thousands, often being brought wholesale by slave dealers who accompanied Roman legions. Julius Caesar's siege of the walled town of the Aduatuci during the Gallic Wars serves as a stark example of this. Take a guess how many slaves they got from that one battle. Have you guessed? Well, I may as well tell you. Caesar reportedly sold the entire population of 53,000 to slave dealers the very same day. And I'm sure for a pretty nice profit as well. Not bad for a day's work. This trend persisted throughout the imperial period, albeit with war captives gradually becoming less pivotal as a source of slavery, especially after the major campaigns of Augustus concluded. Despite this, the so-called Pax Romana, the Roman peace of the 1st and 2nd centuries, continued to yield slaves in notable quantities. The impact of warfare on specific regions is exemplified by the province of Judea during the Jewish-Roman Wars, as from AD 66 to 135, which saw a significant influx of slaves. The Great Jewish Revolt of AD 66 to 70 alone led the enslavement of approximately 97,000 individuals, albeit this was over the course of those 4 to 5 years, with subsequent events such as the actions of the future Emperor Vespasian and his son Titus further contributing to the slave population. The aftermath of the Bar Kokhba revolt in AD 137 notably once again flooded the Roman market with over 100,000 slaves, resulting in a temporary oversupply and a significant drop in slave prices. This demonstrates how warfare not only fueled the Roman slave economy, but also influenced expansionist actions, with conquests like Britain, Mauritania, and Dacia potentially pursued for their manpower resources. The term servus in Roman culture has an etymology linked to war captivity, suggesting that it originated from the practice of commanders selling captives to spare their lives. This association between enslavement and the preservation of defeated enemies is reflected in Roman mythology, where figures like Romulus were credited with integrating war captives into society through enslavement rather than execution. Julius Caesar's actions during the Gallic Wars provide a historical example of this practice, as survivors were sold sub corona, under the wreath, symbolizing their salvation from death. This cultural belief and connection between defeat in war and enslavement extended beyond the myth and the history, permeating Roman society and shaping many artistic representations. Imperial art often depicted captives, not only in official propaganda but also on household items, like pottery and figurines and lamps, reinforcing the notion that enslavement was a common consequence of military conquest and a symbol of power and triumph. piracy has long been intertwined with the grim practice of human trafficking. The primary aim of kidnappers was not necessarily immediate enslavement, but rather the simple pursuit of profit. People just trying to make a living, scratch out some kind of work in a very difficult world. Captives were often held for ransom, with their relatives expected to pay hefty sums for their release. Those invested in securing the captive's freedom were often willing to pay more than what the captive might fetch at a slave auction, considering factors such as individual qualities and, of course, social status. However, there were instances where the ransom demands could unfortunately not be met. In such cases, the captive's fate hung in the balance, dependent on whether their owner deemed the ransom amount worthwhile. In scenarios where multiple individuals were taken from the same city, efforts to secure their release could extend to public funds, albeit once again with uncertain outcomes. Desperate captives sometimes resorted to borrowing ransom money from opportunistic lenders, effectively plunging themselves into debt bondage. Selling the kidnapped victim on the open market, well, that was seen as a last resort. You'd get better money from a private sale. The precariousness of travel during ancient times is exemplified by the story of Julius Caesar, who himself fell victims to Cilician pirates in his youth. That's right, he was captured. Recognizing his high value, however, the pirates demanded a substantial ransom of 20 talents. They knew what they had. What legend has it that Caesar, displaying his characteristic boldness, insisted that they raise the ransom to 50 talents. Enduring 38 days in captivity, he waited for the ransom to be delivered. Upon his eventual release, Caesar is said to have sought retribution against his captors, subjecting them to the same fate reserved for slaves: crucifixion. That's right. After the ransom was paid, well, he got some guys, went back, and taught them a lesson. It's a pretty Chad move, I will say. Now, within the Jewish community, the redemption of enslaved Jews was often encouraged by rabbis, reflecting a sense of communal responsibility and compassion. However, they also cautioned against paying inflated ransoms, advising that captives should not be redeemed for more than their asserted value. This perspective was rooted in the belief that excessive ransoms could inadvertently incentivize further enslavement by motivating Romans to capture more Jews. Similarly, in the early Christian church, the act of ransoming captives was considered more like an act of charity, with churches dedicating significant resources to redeem Christian prisoners following the empire's conversion to Christianity. During the 2nd century BC, Systematic piracy for the purpose of human trafficking reached its zenith, with the city of Sid in Pamphylia, that's present-day Turkey, emerging as a notorious hub for this rather unpleasant trade. Pompey the Great was credited with quelling piracy in the Mediterranean in 67, although subsequent actions were taken against Illyrian pirates after the Battle of Actium in 31. Despite efforts to curb piracy during the reigns of Augustus and Tiberius, it, well, just continued to remain a persistent concern. Still does, by the way. You never get rid of the pirates. While large-scale piracy was largely brought under control during the Pax Romana, that's the Roman peace, piratical kidnappings continued to contribute to the Roman slave supply well into the later imperial era, albeit to a lesser extent. Even in the early 5th century AD, figures like Augustine of Hippo lamented the prevalence of widespread kidnapping in regions like North Africa. Notably, the Christian missionary Patricius, later known as Saint Patrick, I'm sure you know him, was himself kidnapped by pirates around AD 400 from Roman Britain, and subsequently enslaved in Ireland, where he eventually achieved sainthood through his missionary work. And apparently he drove all of the snakes out as well. But that's a bit of a story. By the common law of nations, ius gentium, a child born to legally enslaved mother inherited the status of slavery from birth. Known as vernae in Latin, these were slaves born within the household, the domus, or agricultural estate, the villa, of their owners. Now the vernae held a unique position within Roman society, as there existed a stronger social obligation to care for them compared to slaves acquired through other means. Epitaphs often identified them as such, indicating a recognition of their status as being somewhat distinct. In many cases, vernae were the biological children of free males within the household, further complicating their social standing. They did receive preferential treatment, including opportunities for education alongside free-born children, cohabitation as couples, and even the opportunity to have their own children. The prominence of vernae in literary sources suggests their valued role within Roman households, with many serving as intellectual slaves or teachers to the household's children. The use of verna in the epitaphs of freed men implies a sense of pride in their birth within a familia, highlighting the complexity of social relationships within the Roman slave world. Birth as a verna could also have a bit more of an unfortunate and darker aspect, particularly depending on the circumstances of the household into which the child was born. For example, vernae born to enslaved brothel workers, for instance, were often advertised in graffiti from Pompeii, sometimes with details such as a price or the specific services they provided. Shockingly, a significant percentage of Vernae attested epigraphically at Pompeii, around 71%, are linked to sexual slavery, suggesting that their upbringing in brothels has viewed as a notable selling point. The highlights a stark contrast in the experiences of Vernae based on the nature of the household in which they were raised. Scholarly opinions vary regarding the demographics of slaves during the imperial period, with some arguing that Vernae consisted the majority or that domestic reproduction was the primary source of slaves. However, modern estimates are subject to interpretation, as they rely on often ambiguous data, including the total number of slaves in Roman society. Children brought into a household for fostering, without formal adoption, were known as alumni, which translates to those who have been nurtured. Despite often being cared for quite lovingly, alumni frequently had an ambiguous legal status. This term encompasses a variety of foster children, including orphans, poor relations, and apprentices, typically between the ages of 9 to around 14, and predominantly found in prosperous urbanized areas. Now, of the documented alumni, only about a quarter can be definitively identified as slaves, suggesting a diverse composition within the household. The role of enslaved alumni within the household appears to mirror that of Vernae in terms of privileges and opportunities. The alumni often earned trust and became integral members of the familia, with those in servitude having a significant chance of eventual manumission. That's their freedom from slavery if you didn't watch the first video. Some were explicitly provided for in wills, such as one case where a trust was established for a young freedman alumnus to be managed by the fosterer's friend until he reached the age of 25. The presence of alumni and Vernae involved in crafts and arts indicates a talent served as a means for disadvantaged children to garner recognition and access more opportunities. In families, whether technically free or enslaved, children as young as 5 years old could begin acquiring work habits. As they became developmentally capable of carrying out small and easy tasks. The transitional period from early childhood to functional childhood among the Romans typically occurred between the ages of 5 and 7, with the upper classes, of course, experiencing a more prolonged and sheltered infancy and childhood. Generally, 10 years old was the age at which child slaves were deemed to be useful enough to be traded as such. For families of some means, a child slave could be viewed as an investment. For instance, there are instances recording the juristic digest of a metalsmith purchasing a child slave, teaching them the trade, and then selling them at double the original price they paid. Both free and slave children were apprenticed for skilled work, with training typically commencing between the ages of 12 to 14. and lasting anywhere from 6 months to 6 years. Of course, that would depend on the occupation. Children apprenticed for various jobs, including textile production, metalworking, shorthand, music, and construction techniques. In wealthy households of the imperial era, prepubescent children were often trained for serving food due to the belief that their purity conferred hygienic benefits. Citation needed on that one. Adolescents as young as 13 might be capably employed in accounting, office work, and various other roles such as heralds, messengers, and couriers. Child performers were also common, participating in performing arts troupes as dancers, singers, or gymnasts. In more rural settings, children born into slavery helped with tasks such as feeding poultry, weeding gardens, gathering fruits, and general tending to animals. There is evidence suggesting that children were employed in certain kinds of ancient Roman mining, especially in gold mines, where they retrieved ore from narrow shafts. Honestly, it's all a little bit horrifying to think of. While osteoarchaeology can identify adolescents and children working alongside adults, it is challenging to determine their status as free or enslaved, as verbal sources and art often don't provide any clear distinctions. Now, additionally, under Roman law, a father had the right to contract out all dependents of a household for labor, blurring the line between free and enslaved child workers. Scholarly perspectives vary on the extent to which child abandonment contributed to the pool of potential slaves in ancient Rome. Orphaned children of poor citizens were particularly vulnerable to enslavement, while those brought into households as fostered alumni often had uncertain legal statuses. Tradesmen might foster abandoned children as alumni, providing them with the apprenticeships and potentially passing on their business with an expectation of care in their old age. Early Christians also expanded their community by taking in abandoned and orphaned children, creating safe havens where children of various statuses mingled. However, slave traffickers targeted neglected children who roamed unsupervised, and we even have sources of these slave traffickers luring them with sweets, cakes, and even toys. Children obtained in this manner were at heightened risk of being raised as gladiators, beggars, or even more unpleasant professions, often subjected to maiming to evoke sympathy from passers-by. Just when you thought it couldn't get any worse, it just gets worse. Child abandonment, whether due to family death or intentional actions, is distinct from infant exposure, a practice widely observed in ancient Rome and rooted in the myth of Romulus and Remus. Families unable to care for a child would often expose the infant, typically leaving it in outdoor conditions that were likely fatal, effectively constituting a form of infanticide. Even among the upper classes, serious birth defects, and sometimes even minor birth defects, were considered grounds for exposure. Surviving infants might be enslaved, potentially becoming a significant source of slaves. However, healthy exposed infants could also be taken in for fosterage or adoption, although this practice often treated the child as an investment, with birth families required to reimburse expenses if they later wished to reclaim the child. Traffickers could also collect surviving infants for slave training, though the profitability of investing in their nurturing for 5 years before they could provide valuable labor remains quite unclear. Predictable sites for infant exposure, such as urban environments and religious sites, facilitated the trafficking of exposed infants. The first Christian emperor, Constantine, formalized the buying and selling of newborns during their first hours of life. Now, this all sounds a little bit horrible, but he did this to aim to curb the exposure practices or to protect the property rights of unwitting slave owners. Certainly not an ideal situation for anybody. Over time, infant exposure evolved into a legal fiction, allowing parents to transfer control of the newborn to another family before it was ritually accepted into its birth family. The ancient right of patria potestas granted fathers the authority to dispose of their dependents as they seemed fit, including the ability to sell their own children, similar to selling a slave off to the highest bidder. We'll be giving out a few Father of the Year awards in this section. However, don't judge too harshly. Fathers who resorted to selling their children were often doing so out of pure desperation, and they were completely impoverished. Owning slaves themselves was, of course, beyond their means. Not making excuses for them, but this was not an exercise in greed. By selling their child, the father relinquished his power over them, and the child entered the possession of a master. A law dating back to the 12 Tables, that's the old Roman codes of laws from the Republic, limited the number of times a father could sell his own children, allowing only 1 sale for daughters, but up to 3 sales for sons, hinting at the existence of nexum, a temporary obligation stemming from debt. To circumvent the free-born status of the child, some parents leased their child's labor up to a certain age, granting the holder of the lease full-time use without ownership. Roman law grappled with the conflict between the sanctity of free birth and the harsh realities of poverty or debt driving parents to sell their children. While there was no legal penalty for children, or parents rather, who sold their children, the sales contracts were technically void due to the child's free status. In better times, parents could redeem their children by reimbursing the original sales price plus an additional fee, of course. Most parents would only resort to selling their own children under extreme duress, such as during periods of heavy taxation or perhaps general economic hardship. The Christianization of the later empire brought about shifts in priorities, with efforts to address hunger and poverty and the eventual abolition of the paternal power of life and death by Constantine, the first Christian emperor. Nexum, originating in the early Roman Republic, was a form of debt bondage contract within the Roman legal system, categorized as a type of mancipatio. In this agreement, a free man would pledge himself as a bond slave or nexus as collateral for a loan. Sometimes a debtor would even offer his son as additional security. While the terms of the contract could vary, the bondsman, despite facing potential humiliation and mistreatment, was theoretically protected from physical punishment as a citizen under law. However, the practice of nexum was abolished by the Lex Potalia Papiria in 326 BC, though it didn't last very long. The abolition of nexum was often accompanied by a traditional tale, albeit with varying details. Generally, it goes like this. It featured a nexus who, despite being a respectable and attractive individual, endured harassment from the creditor. This cautionary narrative underscored the contradictions inherent in subjecting one free citizen to another's control. The legal response aimed to assert the citizen's right to liberty, distinguishing themselves from slaves and, infamis, those social outcasts. Even after the abolition of nexum, a form of debt bondage might still arise if a debtor defaulted on their obligations. However, enslaving a free person for debt or pledging a minor as collateral for a parent's debt remained very illegal. In such cases, the legal penalties were imposed on the creditor rather than the debtor. The concept of self-sales in ancient Rome, whereby a free-born individual would voluntarily sell themselves into slavery, was also theoretically illegal, as Roman law upheld the inviolability of a citizen's liberty. However, in practice, instances of self-enslavement could occur and might be overlooked unless directly challenged on a legal basis. While self-sales are not extensively documented in Roman literature, imperial legal sources indicate that they were recognized as a legitimate pathway to enslavement, alongside being captured in war or born to an enslaved mother. Instances of self-sales typically surfaced in court cases involving allegations of fraud. Fraud could be alleged if either the seller or the buyer knew that the individual being sold was free-born at the time of the transaction, especially if the person sold was under the age of 20. In such cases, if proven, of course, the enslaved person's liberty could be reclaimed. However, determining who had knowledge of the individual's freeborn status was often quite challenging. Solid evidence for voluntary enslavement often revolved around whether the individual received a share of the proceeds from the sale, indicating their consent to surrender their rights as a Roman citizen. Those who willingly relinquished their citizenship were considered unworthy of holding it, and permanent enslavement was seen as a fitting consequence. For instance, self-sale by a Roman soldier would be viewed as desertion, and the penalty for desertion is death. Cases of self-sale that reached the level of imperial appeal typically resulted in voiding the contract, even if the individual had consented to it originally. This was because private contracts could not supersede the state's interest in regulating citizenship, which of course carried tax obligations. Thus, the legality and consequences of self-sale were quite complex, with legal and societal implications that varied depending on the circumstances and outcomes of the individual case. From its inception until the reign of Emperor Constantine, Christianity found itself on the fringes of Roman legal and societal acceptance. During its first 200 years, Christians were viewed with suspicion and disdain, not only by Roman authorities, but also by the general populace. They were seen as members of a clandestine group, using secret codes for communication, and preferring to remain outside the public gaze. The initial persecutions were not so much the result of imperial decrees, but rather the outcome of public outrage and mob action. Hello everyone and welcome. If you're new to the channel, welcome. It's good to have you here. And if you're returning, it's good to have you back. If you'd like to support the channel, take a look at my Patreon, where all the videos are ad-free. Or help me out in the algorithm with a like, comment, and subscribe. Well, let's get on with today's video, specifically the Diocletian persecution of Christians, all the way back in the ancient Roman Empire. Christians occupied a peculiar position in Roman society. They were neither fully Roman in their customs, nor entirely foreign. The refusal to participate in public festivals, the imperial cult, or to hold public office, coupled with their critique of ancient traditions, positioned them at odds with the fabric of Roman life, which was deeply intertwined with its religious practices. This divergence led to familial rifts, as illustrated by stories of pagan spouses denouncing their Christian partners, and children being disowned for their new faith. Despite the widespread distaste and occasional violence directed towards Christians, the Roman emperors of the first 2 centuries did not enact comprehensive laws targeting the religion. Local officials were typically the ones executing persecutions, which were sporadic and, at this point, very much localized, hence posing limited threat to Christianity's survival. However, Christians lived with a constant fear of state reprisal, which significantly shaped their collective identity. The 3rd century, however, marked a shift. Emperors began to take a more active role in persecuting Christians, moving beyond merely reacting to public sentiment. Christianity itself was evolving, with adherents now coming from wealthier and more influential segments of society. The official stance hardened, with emperors like Septimius Severus forbidding conversions and others like Decius requiring public acts of allegiance to pagan gods. This all, of course, culminated in a widespread persecution and even martyrdom among many Christians in the empire. Decius's efforts to undermine Christianity through forced apostasy had a significant impact, leading to mass renunciation of faith in some areas. However, his death in battle left his campaign unfinished, allowing the Christian Church to somewhat recover. This pattern of persecution was briefly revised under Emperor Valerian, who escalated the penalties to exile, forced labor in the mines, or even death. Yet, this too was halted when Valerian was captured in battle, and his son Gallienus called an end to the persecutions, granting the Church a period of relative peace and stability, at least from the government. The accession of Diocletian to the imperial throne on November 20th, 284, marks a significant turn towards the revival of traditional Roman religious practices. Unlike his predecessor, Aurelian, who sought to introduce a new deity into the Roman pantheon, Diocletian cast his gaze backward, favoring the veneration of the original ancient Olympian gods. His reign was characterized by a deliberate effort to breathe new life into the age-old traditions of Roman worship. The panegyrist of Maximian, Diocletian's co-emperor, lauded their efforts, noting how they adorned the empire with altars, statues, temples, and offerings dedicated to these deities, thereby reinforcing the sanctity and power of the gods through their own devout example. Diocletian's religious policies were inclusive, yet selective, striving for a unity in worship across the empire, without demanding exclusive allegiance to any single deity, such as Jupiter or Hercules. His construction of temples to various gods, including Serapis and Sol, illustrated his broad approach to revival. Nonetheless, His favor leaned towards deities believed to safeguard the empire as a whole, rather than provincial gods, signaling a shift towards a more centralized form of religious observance. Embracing the title of Restorer, Diocletian positioned himself and his tetrarchic government as harbingers of a new golden age, echoing the stability and values of Rome's illustrious past. His administration embarked on wide-ranging reforms, affecting coinage, taxation, architecture, and society, all underpinned by a staunchly traditionalist, albeit authoritarian, ideology. This era of reform also sought to weave the empire's moral and religious fabric even more tightly, aiming for a uniformity that left little room for religious minorities. Despite these sweeping changes, the empire's long-standing religious communities, such as the Jews, maintained a degree of toleration, thanks in part to the ancient origins of their faith. Christians, however, found themselves in a more precarious position. Their faith, being relatively new and rather distinct from Judaism, lacked the same foundation for tolerance. The evolving Christian identity, increasingly detached from its Jewish roots, underscored this distinction, and it placed Christians at odds with Diocletian's vision of religious and moral conformity. The Tetrarchy's zeal for moral reform extended beyond religious persecution. An edict issued in 295 sought to regulate personal conduct, emphasizing the supremacy of Roman law and the imperative of leading a pious, peaceful, and chaste life under imperial rule. This legal and moral crusade underscored the emperor's belief in the divine favor resting upon those who upheld the sanctity of Roman law and tradition. In this context, the enforcement of religious conformity was seen not just as a legal duty, but as a divine mandate, reflecting the intertwined nature of religion, law, and imperial authority in Diocletian's Rome. In the decades that followed, the peace established by Emperor Gallienus in 260, the Christian communities within the Roman Empire experienced a remarkable period of growth and expansion, particularly in the eastern regions. The transformation of Christianity from a faith practiced by a relatively small group to one boasting a membership of around 6 million by the year 300, a tenth of the empire's population, signifies a profound shift in the religious landscape of ancient Rome. Now, this growth was not just confined to urban centers. Christianity began to spread into rural areas where it had previously been sparse. The construction of larger and more conspicuous churches, such as the one in Nicomedia, prominently located near the imperial palace, by the way, attests to both the numerical growth and the increasing prosperity of Christian communities. This expansion and the visible affluence of Christian communities likely contributed to a decline in the popularity of traditional deities, particularly in regions like North Africa and Egypt. Of course, the post-Gallienus era saw Christians attaining high ranks within the Roman government, a testament to the faith's growing integration into the fabric of Roman society. Even Diocletian, known for his later persecution of Christians, appointed followers to the faith of significant positions, and there are suggestions that his family may have been sympathetic to Christianity. This period of relative peace and increasing acceptance contrasted sharply with the earlier centuries of suspicion and persecution, indicating a significant shift in societal attitudes. However, not all were pleased with Christianity's burgeoning influence. Intellectuals and members of the establishment, like Porphyry of Tyre and Socianus Heracles, expressed strong opposition to the faith, critiquing its principles and comparing its figurehead, namely Jesus Christ, unfavorably with figures like Apollonius of Tyana. Porphyry, in particular, evolved from offering restrained criticism to penning extensive work directly attacking Christian doctrines and practices. These criticisms reflect a broader cultural and intellectual resistance to Christianity, which was grounded in a defense of traditional Roman values and cultural practices. The pagan priesthood also viewed the rise of Christianity as a threat to the traditional cults, believing that the Christian presence impeded their religious ceremonies and even diminished the efficacy of oracles and sacrifices. This sentiment was mirrored in the financial concerns expressed by individuals involved in providing pagan religious services, who lamented the decline in traditional practice and the dwindling financial support for pagan rituals. The tension between growing Christian communities and the proponents of traditional Roman religion underscores a period of significant cultural transformation. This era of expansion for Christianity, juxtaposed with the resistance from traditionalist elements, set the stage for the complex dynamics of faith, power, and identity that would continue to evolve in the years leading up to and following the reign of Diocletian. In the aftermath of their victories in the Persian Wars, co-emperors Diocletian and Galerius made their way to Syrian Antioch in 299, embarking on a series of religious rituals aimed at divining the future. Their efforts, however, were stymied by an unexpected interference. The haruspices, or diviners, tasked with interpreting omens from animal sacrifices, encountered an unexplained inability to read the signs, despite multiple attempts. The chief haruspics eventually concluded that the presence of certain Christians within the imperial retinue, who made the sign of the cross during the rituals, disrupted the divinatory process. Well, this led to a swift and stern reaction from Diocletian, who demanded that all members of the court partake in a sacrifice to rectify this situation. Furthermore, a directive was sent throughout the military, presenting soldiers with a stark choice: perform the sacrifice or face the consequences. Which consequences? Well, they included discharge from service, loss of rank, and the forfeiture of pensions and savings. Interestingly, these measures, while severe in their impact on careers and livelihoods, did not result in bloodshed among the Christian members of the imperial household, suggesting a level of restraint or perhaps an adherence to a policy of intolerance rather than outright violence. I suppose one would have to remember that those eastern regions had quite a lot of Christians in them, and when you have a large group of people, well, you don't really want to annoy them. Rebellions can break out pretty easily in the borders of the empire. The historical accounts of these events by Christian writers like Lactantius or Eusebius offer varying perspectives. Lactantius portrays the incident as a pivotal moment of confrontation with the imperial court, while Eusebius presents it as a part of a broader military purge, with implications for the careers and lives of Christian soldiers. Now, central to the narratives is the figure of Galerius, who emerges as a fervent advocate for the persecution of Christians, driven by both personal conviction and political ambition. His desire to elevate his status within the imperial hierarchy, combined with the influence on his devoutly pagan mother, Romula, painted him as a key proponent of anti-Christian measures. This portrayal is also supported by Christian sources, which highlight his role in initiating and benefiting from the purge, in contrast to Diocletian's more complex stance, characterized by a blend of religious conservatism and a tendency towards tolerance. The dynamic between Diocletian and Galerius, influenced by their individual beliefs, personal histories, and political aspirations, underscores a nuanced take in this, setting the stage for a period of increased persecution, which would shape the imperial attitudes towards the Christians. Following the initial wave of persecutions, the political and religious climate within the Roman Empire seemed to somewhat stabilize for a time. Diocletian, having settled in Antioch for 3 years, undertook measures to maintain the empire's stability, including instituting a grain dole in Alexandria during a brief visit to Egypt. It was during this relatively calm period that a new target of imperial ire emerged: the followers of the prophet Mani. The Manichaeans, accused of introducing foreign and destructive doctrines into the Roman realm, caught Diocletian's attention. His response, articulated in the Edict de Maleficus et Manichaeus on March 31st, 302, was severe and unequivocal. This edict condemned the Manichaeans for their recent and alien sect, portraying them as a threat not only to traditional religious orders, but also to the societal and political stability of the empire. Diocletian's directive was merciless, ordering the execution of the sect's leaders and the burning of their texts, with harsh penalties extended to any followers who resisted. The tension between Diocletian's conservative religious policies and the growing Christian community escalated in Antioch in the autumn of 302. An incident involving a Christian deacon named Romanus, who publicly challenged the legitimacy of pagan sacrifices, prompted a harsh response. Although initially sentenced to be burned alive, Romanus was ultimately executed by having his tongue removed, a punishment that Diocletian believed to fit the crime of disrupting sacred rites. This event further highlights the emperor's resolve to counter any challenges to traditional religious practices. As Diocletian and Galerius debated the empire's stance towards Christians, their discussions revealed a deepening rift over how to best address the perceived threat posed by this religious minority. While Diocletian advocated for barring Christians from public service as a sufficient measure, Galerius posed for a more extreme solution: their complete eradication. The consultation of the oracle of Apollo at Didyma, intended to resolve this dispute, well, it only deepened the crisis. The oracle's inability to speak, attributed to the presence of the just interpreted of Christians, ultimately persuaded Diocletian to embark on a path of universal persecution. This period marked a significant escalation in the empire's efforts to maintain religious uniformity and imperial authority. The move towards universal persecution, prompted by divinatory practices and influenced by the anti-Christian sentiment of Diocletian's closest advisors, was about to begin. In a pivotal moment that marked the escalation of Christian persecution under Diocletian, the Christian church at Nicomedia faced destruction on February 23rd, 303, a day symbolically chosen to coincide with the Feast of Terminalia, dedicated to Terminus, the god of boundaries. This act was not merely symbolic, but a declaration of intent to terminate Christianity within the empire. The following day saw the promulgation of Diocletian's edict against the Christians, a legislative move aimed squarely at the senior echelons of the Christian clergy and the material foundations of the Christian faith. The edict commanded the cessation of Christian gatherings, the obliteration of Christian scriptures and liturgical texts, and the demolition of Christian places of worship throughout the entire empire. While despite the severe restrictions, efforts to retain Christian scriptures persisted, with believers trying to save what they could of the sacred texts. The distinction between canonical and apocryphal texts began to blur as Christians faced the agonizing decision of whether to surrender the scriptures or surrender their lives. The edict also stripped Christians of all legal rights, effectively excluding them from civil redress and exposing them to judicial torture. It demoted Christian members of the senatorial and equestrian classes, decurions, veterans, and soldiers, while Christian imperial freedmen faced re-enslavement. Diocletian's intent for the edict to be executed without bloodshed stood in contrast to Galerius's more draconian vision of enforcing compliance through the threat of burning alive. Despite Diocletian's wishes, the nature of the persecution varied locally, with some judges resorting to capital punishment. The method of burning alive, as recommended by Galerius, became disturbingly common in the East. The first martyr under this edict was Eutychus, who protested the persecution by tearing down and destroying the edict's proclamation in Nicomedia, an act of defiance for which he was tortured and brutally executed for. The edict spread swiftly across the empire, taking effect in Palestine by the spring and reaching North Africa by early summer. While Constantius Chlorus chose not to enforce this edict in Gaul and Britain, the eastern provinces experienced a systematic and harsh implementation. Despite the initial intensity, the enforcement of persecutions began to diminish with the changes in imperial leadership, culminating in cessation of official hostilities towards Christians with the rise of Maxentius in 306. This period of persecution deeply impacted the Christian community, testing the resilience and faith of its members in the face of Rome's power. The summer of 303 marked that pivotal moment, with the publication of a second edict, necessitated by the emperor's dissatisfaction of the first edict's enforcement, or perhaps unaware of its implementation. This new decree mandated the arrest and incarceration of all Christian clergy, leading to an overflow in the already limited capacity of the Roman prison system. The edict was so effective that it displaced common criminals who were released to make room for the burgeoning number of detained religious figures. As the 20th century of Diocletian's reign, the 20th anniversary, rather, of Diocletian's reign approached in November of 303, a third edict was introduced, offering imprisoned clergymen amnesty on the condition that they perform sacrifices to the pagan gods. This edict aimed not only to alleviate the strain on the prison system, but also to sow discord within the Christian community by highlighting instances of apostasy among its leaders. While some clergy yielded to the demand under duress, others complied willingly. Yet the integrity of many remained intact despite the coercion, leading to manipulative claims of compliance by prison wardens eager to empty their cells. I'm sure a few would have put their hand up to make some sacrifices. I guess that a Roman prison is not the most enjoyable place to be. In 304, a final edict, the fourth and final one, demanded universal participation in pagan sacrifice, extending the obligation to every segment of society, including women and children. And if you weren't going to comply, well, you would face execution. The edict's implementation, however, varied significantly across the empire, with regions under the rule of Constantius largely spared from its mandates, and its enforcement waning following Maximian's abdication in 305. However, in the east, the edict's decrees persisted until the landmark Edict of Milan in 313, which heralded a new era of religious tolerance under the joint rule of Constantine and Licinius. Yes, I will make a video about Constantine very soon, don't worry. This sequence of edicts under Diocletian's rule represents one of the most symptomatic attempts to curb the spread of Christianity within the Roman Empire. The escalation from targeted restrictions against Christian practices to a sweeping demand for public sacrifice illustrates the intensity of the Roman administration's effort to reaffirm traditional pagan worship as the cornerstone of Roman identity and authority. Yet the varied enforcement and eventual cessations of these persecutions, while they reflect the more complex interplay of politics that would ultimately lead to Christianity's ascendance as a dominant force within the empire. The resignation of Diocletian and Maximian on May 1st, 305, marked a new pivotal moment in Roman history, ushering in a new era of leadership under Constantius and Galerius as the senior emperors, with Severus and Maximius stepping into the roles of junior emperors. This shift, orchestrated under the influence of Galerius, according to Lactantius, signified not only a change in personnel, but also a continuation and intensification of policies against Christians in the eastern parts of the empire. The legacy of Diocletian's rule, particularly his efforts to eradicate Christianity, seemed, at the moment of his resignation, to have been effective. The churches laid in ruins. The ecclesiastical hierarchy was shattered, and the Christian presence within the army and civil bureaucracy was all but purged. However, the Diocletianic dream of a Christianity-free empire began to unravel almost as quickly as the new tetrarchy took power. In the east, Galerius and Maximus doubled down on the persecution, issuing edicts that demanded universal sacrifice from the population. Yet it was in the west where the most significant challenges to their authority and policies emerged. The exclusion of Constantine and Maxentius from the succession plan sowed seeds of discontent and rivalry, setting the stage for a dramatic reversal in the empire's approach to Christianity. Constantine, ascending to power in the west following his father's death, took immediate steps to cease the persecution of Christians and restore their rights and properties, positioning himself as a protector and benefactor of the Christian faith. Meanwhile, Maxentius, seizing control of Rome, extended toleration towards Christians within his territories, further eroding the foundations of the persecutions established by Diocletian and Galerius. These developments signaled not just a shift in the empire's religious policy, but they also highlighted deep fractures within the tetrarchy as a system of governance. The actions of Constantine and Maxentius, driven by both political pragmatism and personal conviction, laid the groundwork for the eventual acceptance of Christianity within the empire, moving it from the fringes of society into the heart of imperial power. In the twilight of his reign and life, Galerius issued the Edict of Serdica in 311, a decree that would etch his name into the annals of history with a gesture of tolerance that contrasted sharply with the preceding years of intense persecution. From his deathbed, Galerius sought to mend the fabric of an empire torn by religious strife, granting Christians the freedom to practice their faith openly and to re-establish their places of worship, provided that their gatherings remained orderly. This edict, preserved by Lactantius and translated by Eusebius, reflected a begrudging acknowledgement of Christianity's resilience and a strategic retreat from the empire-wide efforts to extinguish the Christian faith. Galerius's proclamation, however, did not represent a wholehearted embrace of Christianity. Rather, it was an interesting exercise in pragmatism, rooted in the desire for stability and the recognition of the futility of further persecutions. By allowing Christians to pray for the health of the emperor and the security of the state, Galerius aimed to integrate them into the societal and political fabric of the empire and somehow leverage their faith for the common good. The significance of this edict lies not just in its immediate effect, halting the persecution of Christians in the East, but also in its broader implications for the relationship between the Roman state and Christianity. While some early and late historians have debated the importance of the edict, with views ranging from skepticism to recognition of its pivotal role, the consensus is that it marked a turning point, acknowledging the persistence of Christianity and paving the way for its eventual dominance within the empire. However, the peace that Galerius sought to secure was short-lived, at least in some quarters of the empire, notably under Maximinus, who resumed persecution within months of the edict's issuance. This resurgence of hostilities underscored the uneven path towards religious tolerance, a path that would not find a more definitive expression until the Edict of Milan in 313. Convened by Licinius and Constantine, this agreement extended the freedoms granted by Galerius to a universal peace, allowing open and free observance of all religions across the empire, thereby cementing the principle of religious tolerance that Galerius had tentatively introduced. The Edict of Milan, therefore, did not emerge in a vacuum, but was a culmination of a series of legislative and philosophical shifts that began with Galerius's Edict of Serdica. By formally recognizing the rights of Christians and all religions to worship freely, these edicts collectively contributed to the transformation of the Roman Empire from a polity defined by a religious uniformity to one characterized by a certain degree of religious pluralism, setting the stage for the ascendance of Christianity as a central element of Roman and later European identity. Ancient Roman surgical practices, heavily influenced by Greek medical knowledge, advanced significantly during the Roman Empire. Renowned Roman physicians like Galen and Celsus, through their seminal works such as De Medicina, provided comprehensive accounts of various surgical techniques that are remarkably modern in their scope. These techniques spanned a wide array of procedures, including oral and cosmetic surgery, the use of sutures and ligatures for wound closures, and many more. Despite these advancements, surgery in ancient Rome was considered a last resort, due to the high risk of infection and the absence of effective anesthesia, which made surgical procedures exceedingly painful and often fatal. The bravery and necessity required to undergo surgery in these ancient times cannot be overstated, with many procedures being undertaken only in life-threatening circumstances. Hello everyone and welcome to the channel. If you're coming back, it's good to see you. And if you're brand new here, it's good to meet you. I'm the ASMR historian, doing exactly what I should be doing. And today's topic is surgery in ancient Rome. A rather gruesome and macabre topic indeed, but one that no doubt my audience will enjoy listening to. Relax now, sit back, or busy yourself with a meaningful task. Let's get started on our video for today. The Roman surgical toolkit was sophisticated and specialized, including instruments recognizable to modern physicians today. These tools included specula for internal examinations, catheters for draining fluids, enemas for cleansing, bone levers and osteotomes for handling bone fractures, and many, many more, some extremely advanced for their time. After all, this was the Roman Empire. This extensive array of instruments enabled Roman surgeons to perform complex procedures with a degree of precision that would not be surpassed for many centuries. Roman medical and surgical practices were significantly influenced by Greek knowledge, a testament to the cultural exchange between these ancient civilizations. Many Roman surgeons were, in fact, of Greek origin, having their training done in Greece, bringing with them advanced medical techniques and knowledge. In the 2nd century AD, Galen, a Greek physician working in Rome, played a pivotal role in advancing Roman surgical practices by amalgamating Greek and Roman medical knowledge. His contributions laid the foundational principles that would influence medicine for centuries. Aulus Cornelius Celsus, a Roman encyclopedist, made significant contributions to medical literature with his work De Medicina. This text covered a wide range of surgical operations, including, you may be surprised, tonsillectomies and even cataract surgery, showcasing the breadth of Roman surgical practice. Soranus of Ephesus, another influential figure, introduced technologies such as the birthing chair, which does exactly what it sounds like it should do, highlighting the innovation in Roman medical technology, especially in the field of obstetrics. The allure of success and wealth drew many surgeons to ancient Rome, the New York City of its day that all the foreigners wanted to come to seek their fortune. Well, the many different medical professionals from all over the known world created a competitive and diverse medical landscape. Of course, the education varied, with some doctors learning through private courses, family members, or self-teaching, often in the famed city of Alexandria, quite known for its medical knowledge. However, this openness also led to the prevalence of charlatans and malpractice, as there weren't any strict regulations, or really regulations at all, on who could practice medicine. This lack of oversight made the public quite wary of doctors. Even though higher quality surgeons were available, but you know how it is. They were busy serving the upper classes of people. Now back to Celsus. His description of the ideal surgeon emphasizes not only technical skill but also the importance of empathy and compassion, qualities that are still valued in modern medicine. Of course, you had to be very empathetic and compassionate while you were tying your patient down to the chair, making sure he couldn't thrash around too much while you cut his tonsils out. Definitely requires a steady hand and nerves of steel, of course. Well, despite these advanced perspectives, surgery in ancient Rome was obviously fraught with danger, largely due to that effective absence of anesthesia and of antiseptics, making not only the surgery very dangerous, but often the recovery was even more fraught with danger. Think about the infections, and imagine the smell. Consequently, surgical procedures were often limited to treating superficial lacerations or performing amputations. That being said, an amputation without any anesthesia. Yeah, I think I'd rather just take the self-checkout line, if that was what I had to do. This historical overview of Roman medical practices reveals a complex interplay between innovation and tradition, advancement and risk, highlighting the enduring legacy of ancient medical knowledge in the shaping of medicine in the future. Now, question for you. What is a surgeon without his tools? Of course, there was a plethora of tools that the ancient Roman surgeons had in their arsenal. So let's talk about a few of them. What did they actually have? Was it just a big knife and something to cauterize the wound? Well, let's find out. The surgical practices were complex and varied, employing a wide range of specialized instruments to treat different medical conditions. From simple lacerations to intricate procedures, even involving the skull and bones. Cupping vessels. These were essential tools in Roman surgery, used for creating suction on the skin to draw out pus, blood, and harmful substances from the body. Made from bronze or animal horns, these devices facilitated bloodletting and other healing practices by applying heat to generate suction before placing them over an infected area. Chisels and respiratories. Utilized in bone surgeries, chisels were instrumental procedures on teeth and bones, including amputations. and even neurosurgery. And may I remind you, that's more of the skull variety of neurosurgery, not rewiring people's brains. Raspatories with their blade fixed at a right angle to a shaft were used to scrape bones clean of any diseased tissue, or to prepare them for healing, showcasing the Romans' advanced understanding of skeletal anatomy. Drills and levers. Surgical drills, designed with mechanisms to prevent excessive penetration, were critical for operations involving the skull, such as removing diseased bone portions or foreign objects lodged within them. Bone levers, resembling modern-day pry tools, were used for aligning fractures and even extracting teeth, illustrating the Romans' precision in handling bone injuries. If you think the dentist is scary in 2024, try doing it in 24. Saws and trephines. Of course, saws allowed surgeons to take the direct approach and cut through bone, particularly for amputating limbs infected by gangrene, while trephines, circular saws, were specifically designed for cranial surgeries, demonstrating the Romans' capabilities to address complex injuries. Forceps. In various forms, forceps were versatile tools in the Roman surgical kit. Bone forceps were employed to remove small bone fragments, while specialized forceps like tumor vulsulums and pharyngeal forceps were used for removing tumors and foreign objects from the body respectively. The development of forceps for specific purposes, such as extracting teeth or removing polyps from the nose, highlights the nuanced understanding of different surgical needs. Scalpels. With detachable steel blades and intricately designed handles, scalpels were used for a wide range of surgical procedures, from amputations to the removal of polyps, highlighting the precision already developed in these times. Specula. Used in gynecological and rectal examinations, specula were made from materials like silver and designed to dilate bodily openings for examination. Here's an interesting one. The spoon of Diocles. This specialized instrument, designed for removing arrowheads specifically, demonstrates the Roman surgeons' need to think on their feet for specific injuries. Indeed, the design is rather interesting. Catheters. Used for treating urinary tract issues, catheters were adapted to the patient's gender and size, indicating a personalized approach. Strigils. Commonly used for bodily hygiene, particularly by athletes rather. Strigils were designed to scrape off dirt and sweat. Now, you may not think that this is a medical tool, but it showcases the connection that the Romans had made between dirt and getting sick. Of course, they didn't know about things like germs and bacteria, but I think they had some idea of keeping yourself clean would generally lead to less medical issues. Of course, the last thing that was in the doctor's toolkit was knives and needles, typically used for excising tumors, performing lithotomies, and treating various other conditions. Indeed, there was a large group of tools in the bag of the Roman physician. Now, if you're not already cringing from all of this, we're going to go on and talk about some of the techniques involved within the ancient Roman medicinal practice. So, please bear with me and have a strong stomach. I'm first going to begin with saying that some words I will have to omit because of YouTube, you know. Let us begin first with fetus removal. In ancient Rome, fetus removal was a complex and risky procedure, often avoided in favor of less invasive methods. The majority of fetus removals were carried out using herbal remedies or drugs, which were preferred due to the high risk associated with surgical intervention. When a surgery was necessary, it involved penetrating the uterus with surgical instruments. Obviously a very dangerous procedure that frequently resulted in death of both the child and the mother. Soranus of Ephesus, a prominent physician of the era, documented several methods for inducing fetus removal, including purging, heavy lifting, and the introduction of olive oil into the uterus. These practices highlight the lengths to which Roman women might go to terminate, reflecting the limited options available and the significant risks involved. Amputation was a drastic but necessary treatment for gangrene, showcasing the Romans' willingness to undertake severe measures to protect their life. Surgeons employed tools like blunt dissectors for exposing vessels during various medicinal procedures, not just amputations. These instruments were also used in treatments for headaches and ophthalmia, indicating a sophisticated understanding of surgical techniques and anatomy. Procedures often began with preparatory steps, such as shaving the patient's hair and applying a warm headband to the neck, followed by detailed planning, including marking vessels with ink. Surgeons and their assistants would then perform the incisions and use hooks and dissectors to expose the vessels, demonstrating a methodical approach to the surgery. Oh, and when I say assistants, well, you needed two of them to hold the person down while you were sawing their leg off. Very easy to get second thoughts once the blade begins to penetrate the skin. Well, slightly less invasive is bloodletting, which is also known as phlebotomy for those trivia people. It was pretty prevalent in ancient Rome, and it was utilized to balance the humors in the body, a concept integral to Roman medical theories, going back to Gallic medicine. Surgeons employed a specialized tool called the phlebotome, or catius, for making precise incisions to release blood from a specific part of the body, believing that this could relieve various ailments or diseases. Alternative methods for drawing blood included using heated cloths to induce bleeding through the mouth or applying leeches directly to the skin. Ear scoops could also be employed to obstruct blood flow in a vein, facilitating the controlled release of blood with a phlebotom. Well, as bad as it sounds, I think I would be opting for the leech option. That's not as bad. Next one, of course, is the cesarean section, a surgical procedure to deliver a child through incisions in the abdomen or the uterus. It was known in ancient Rome, but rarely performed due to the obvious high risk of mortality for the mother. This operation was most of the time conducted posthumously to save the child in cases where the mother had just died during childbirth. The mythological origin of the god Asclepius and the historical account of Julius Caesar's birth through caesarean sections highlighted the cultural significance of this procedure in the Roman society. Through the historical accuracy of Caesar's birth method, well, that's still a subject of debate. Cataract surgery in ancient Rome, which is as horrifying as it sounds, was documented as early as 29 CE. It involved the removal of cataracts to restore vision. Celsus provided a detailed description of the procedure, which included using a needle to push the cataract beneath the pupil. The surgical technique required great skill and precision, with the surgeon operating on the left eye with their right hand and vice versa. Post-op care was also just as critical, involving the application of soothing medicaments and a strict regimen of water intake and abstaining from solid food to reduce inflammation. Now, this actually showcases a remarkable understanding of post-surgical care and the importance of patient recovery. So the Roman surgeons get a few points for that one. These surgical practices demonstrate the advanced medical knowledge and techniques developed in ancient Rome, and they reflect a sophisticated approach to healthcare and surgery that considered both the procedural and aftercare aspects essential for patient treatment. So where did they get all these ideas from? Well, they didn't just make them up themselves. It's part of a very long tradition. The foundation of modern cosmetic surgery can be traced back to the advanced medical practices of the ancient Greco-Roman world, where surgeons demonstrated remarkable skill in repairing facial injuries and deformities. Now, Roman medical texts, particularly the aforementioned De Medicina by Celsus, detail sophisticated techniques for rhinoplasty, that's nose reconstruction, by the way, which involved grafting tissue to repair or reshape the nose. Such early accounts of reconstructive surgery highlight the historical depth of human attempts to restore physical appearance and function. Of course, you weren't putting your hand up for an elective cosmetic surgery back then like we do in our modern day. Once again, it was always a last resort. What about treatment for burns? Of course, the Great Fire of Rome happened. Maybe you'd have a lot of customers from that one. Well, treatment for burns in ancient Rome utilized natural remedies, such as vinegar, ashes, cork, bran, or honey, reflecting a deep understanding of the healing properties of these substances. Now, I don't know about the vinegar, or the ashes, the cork, or the bran, but I will jump in and say that honey, raw honey, the one you get from the old man who lives on the corner, who has beehives of his own, now that is very, very useful. If you ever have some rash on your skin, honey can act as a antibacterial agent, albeit rather sticky. If you do have chapped lips as well, you can also apply some honey. Just try not to lick it off before it works. Now, skin grafting techniques were also employed to treat severe burns and other skin injuries. This certainly marks the early endeavors into the complex field of tissue repair and even transplantation. Galen, another towering figure in Roman medicine, alongside Celsus, described methods for cheek reconstruction to address facial traumas. The work of these two men lays a foundational understanding of facial anatomy and surgical restoration, principles that continue to underpin modern plastic surgery, albeit nowadays we know quite a lot more. Now, if you were any Roman man or Greek man who liked going to the gym, perhaps you would find yourself with a hernia. Not a very good condition at all. Perhaps you need to lift weights that are more to your specific skillty. But you could take a visit to the doctor. Hernia repairs in ancient Rome were conducted with a combination of surgical intervention and mechanical devices, like trusses and bandages. Techniques varied from making incisions in the scrotum for direct repair to using compression methods to reduce hernia size. And in more severe cases, castration was considered a viable treatment, although I'm guessing that most people would just cross their fingers and hope it would fix itself. The Romans also developed specific approaches for treating umbilical hernias, employing methods to manipulate the hernia back into the abdominal cavity before securing it, demonstrating an innovative approach to abdominal surgery. Yeah, I'll take the second one, thank you. Lithotomy, that's the surgical removal of bladder stones, was another area of Roman surgical expertise. The procedure was ideally performed on younger patients due to the anatomical challenges presented by the mature prostate. Surgical techniques included making incisions through the bladder to the perineum and using specialized tools to extract the stones. Well, that sure shows a lot of Roman ability to address complex urological conditions. And believe it or not, they even had some forms of neurosurgery, albeit it was just for treating skull fractures. And they did that with the aim of minimizing bone removal, as suggested by Celsus in De Medicina, or perhaps elevating and removing fragments, as Galen advocated. The use of drills, chisels, and trepans to relieve cranial pressure and treat headaches evidences the Romans' pioneering efforts in neurosurgery. So think about it. You get a bump on the head, a fracture, or perhaps even a terrible break of the skull. They could fix it for you, if you dared. So, all of these historical surgical practices, they're pretty impressive for the time, don't you think? It illustrates the Romans' significant contributions to the evolution of medicine, and it laid the groundwork for many techniques and principles that continue to influence modern surgery. And by groundwork, I mean they were certainly on the ground floor of medicine. But hey, you've got to start somewhere, don't you? Well, in ancient Rome, the field of dentistry, much like other medical practices, wasn't really distinctly separated into the specialized professions that we see today. There wasn't anything like a dentist you would go to. You would just go to the doctor, the general practitioner. It is possible that dental procedures were performed just by medical practitioners, or indeed specialists who might have also practiced in related fields, such as barbery. Tooth extraction, a common dental procedure, required a very delicate and careful approach to minimize the inherent risks. The practice involved techniques such as gently rocking the tooth back and forth until it could be removed by hand, or making incisions in the gum and bone to facilitate extraction. I can see you cringing in your chair just as I talk about it. Celsus, a notable medical writer, advised on the careful extraction of teeth, emphasized the importance of preserving the surrounding bone, and recommending against the extraction of children's teeth, unless necessary for the growth of adult teeth. Now, beyond dentistry, ancient Roman surgeons employed a variety of techniques and substances to manage pain and treat various medical conditions. Dioscorides, for example, utilized mandragora officinarum as an anesthetic, while other substances like opium, henbane, wine, belladonna, and alcohol were used for their analgesic properties. Treatment of anal fistulas involved the insertion of probes through the anus, with a linen thread used to encircle and tighten around the skin near the fistula, facilitating the healing. Surgeons developed sophisticated methods for handling abdominal injuries, such as suturing the large intestine and managing care of the protruding intestines in stab wound victims. This included examining the intestines' color and general condition, hydrating them if necessary, and ensuring the wound was wide enough for safe reinsertion and suturing. Projectile removal, when you get shot by an arrow, and abscess treatment were other areas of Roman surgical expertise. Surgeons would begin by enlarging the wound, to remove projectiles with forceps and make linear incisions to drain abscesses, followed by disinfection with honey. See, I told you the honey was the way to go. Of course, you would have to just hope that the infection would not come after this, and unfortunately, most of the time it would, meaning that you went through the entire procedure, the painful and horrific event, the worst afternoon of your life, only to be taken out by a staph infection some weeks later. Bad luck. Now, the use of tongue depressors, or spatholomies, for managing oral abscesses, and the strategic opening of abscesses with probes or specialized knives further demonstrates the Romans' advanced approach to surgery and patient care. These practices once again reflect a comprehensive medical knowledge. Not bad for the people of the time, but with a lot to learn. So there you have it. Will you be running off to the ancient Roman doctor anytime soon, listener? Perhaps you would rather try and wait it out and see if things would get better for you. But take some reflection on all of this. Think about how parts of the world that were not so advanced by the time, how they would deal with things. Places that barely had the concept of a doctor or medical knowledge. Perhaps it would have been even more gruesome for these people. And think about our modern day. Do you think perhaps that there is things that we are doing right now in the medical sphere that in 100 years' time, 500 years' time, we will look back and think, how were we so ignorant? Often I think of diseases like cancer, which no doubt many of us have been touched by. This horrible, insidious disease that cuts so many lives short. We must subject people to this chemotherapy for a chance at survival. A therapy that quite often feels like it's dragging people through hell, making people just as sick, for the chance that they may live another few years before the cancer simply comes back, just as malevolent as it was before. Do you think, perhaps, in years' time, we will look back upon this the same way we look at lobotomies? What will we learn to deal with these insidious diseases that will make what we view in our modern age as so normal and necessary as so backward and barbaric? Constantine the Great, a pivotal figure in history, the man who transformed the Roman Empire and the path of Christianity. Born into a world of intrigue, he rose to power in 306 AD, becoming the first Roman Empire to embrace Christianity officially. This bold move not only ended the persecution of Christians for the most part, but also intertwined the church with the state, reshaping the culture and politics of the West forever. Constantine's reign ushered in a new era, where a new religion flourished, and he left behind a legacy that still resonates today, from the founding of Constantinople to his influence on religious and imperial institutions. His story is a fascinating exploration of how one leader's vision can alter the course of history. Hello everyone and welcome back. If you're new to the channel, it's good to meet you, and if you're coming back, it's great to see you again. If you'd like to support the channel, head on over to my Patreon. Otherwise, leave a like, comment, and subscribe if you feel inclined to do so. Now, without further ado, let's begin our video for today. A biography of Constantine I. Constantine, the renowned Roman Emperor, was born in Naissus, modern-day Niš of Serbia, on February the 27th, around 272 AD. Naissus was located in the Dardania province of Moesia at that time. His father, Flavius Constantius, was an Illyrian born in the same region, then known as Dacia Ripensis, and was a native of the province of Moesia. The full names of Constantine and his father are not known. Various given names have been attributed to Constantine, including Lucius, Marcus, and Gaius. However, praenomia had largely fallen out of use in public records at this time. Constantine also adopted the name Valerius after the nomen, family name, of Emperor Diocletian, following his father's elevation to the rank of a Caesar. Constantine likely had limited contact with his father, who served as an officer in the Roman army, specifically in Aurelian's imperial bodyguard. Described as tolerant and politically skilled, Constantius rose through the ranks and eventually earned the governorship of Dalmatia from Emperor Diocletian, another fellow Illyrian from Aurelian's circle, around 284 or 285. Constantine's mother was Helena, a Greek woman of humble origins from Helenopolis in Bithynia. It is unclear whether she was legally married to Constantius or simply his concubine. Constantine's primary language was Latin, although he needed Greek translators for his public speeches in Greek-speaking regions. In July of 285, Diocletian declared Maximian his co-emperor and divided the empire into east and west, with each emperor having separate administrative faculties. Maximian ruled in the west, while Diocletian ruled in the east. In 288, Maximian appointed Constantius as his praetorian prefect in Gaul, and Constantius married Maximian's stepdaughter, Theodora, in 288 or 289. Diocletian further divided the empire in 293, establishing the tetrarchy system, with two Caesars subordinate to each Augustus. Constantius was appointed as one of the Caesars, along with Galerius. Constantine, as Constantius's son and heir presumptive, went to Diocletian's court, where he lived as his father's designated successor. He there received a formal education in Diocletian's court, where he studied Latin, literature, Greek, and philosophy. The cultural atmosphere of Nicomedia was very diverse, allowing Constantine to interact with individuals from both pagan and Christian backgrounds. He may have attended lectures by Lactantius, a Christian scholar of Latin in the city. Due to Diocletian's distrust of Constantius, Constantine was held somewhat as a hostage to ensure his father's loyalty. Nevertheless, he played a prominent role at court, serving in various military campaigns and tribunates, including campaigns against barbarians on the Danube and Persians in Syria and Mesopotamia. By the year 305, he had attained the rank of tribune of the First Order. Constantine then returned to Nicomedia from the Eastern Front in the spring of 303, just as Diocletian's great persecution of Christians began. I have a full video on that if you're interested in such things. Although he witnessed the persecution, there is no evidence that Constantine played a role in it. In later writings, he portrayed himself as an opponent of the persecution, but his inaction during the events remained a political liability throughout his life. In the May of 305, Diocletian resigned due to illness, along with Maximian in a parallel ceremony. Galerius, Diocletian's successor, manipulated the situation to exclude Constantine and Maxentius, Maximian's son, from the imperial succession, promoting Constantius and himself to the rank of Augusti instead. After Diocletian's abdication, there were reports of plots against Constantine's life orchestrated by Galerius. These included assigning Constantine to lead dangerous military maneuvers, and even attempting to kill him during hunts and battles. However, Constantine consistently emerged victorious from these encounters, though the accuracy of these tales remains uncertain. Constantine recognized the precarious situation he was in at Galerius' court, and understood that his future depended on being rescued by his father in the West. Constantius acted swiftly, and intervened on his son's behalf. In the late spring or early summer of 305, Constantius requested leave for Constantine to join him in campaigning in Britain. After a night of, reportedly, heavy drinking, Galerius granted the request, and Constantine took the opportunity to flee the court in the dead of night, riding at high speed to evade pursuit. Constantine joined his father in Gaul at Bologna before the summer of 305. Together, they crossed the English Channel to Britain and arrived at Eboracum, modern-day York, the capital of Britannia Secunda. There, Constantine spent a year campaigning against the Picts north of Hadrian's Wall, alongside his father. However, Constantius fell severely ill and passed away on July 25, 306, in Eboracum. Before his death, he declared his support for raising Constantine to the rank of full Augustus. The Alemannic king Crocus, who served under Constantius, proclaimed Constantine as Augustus, and the troops loyal to Constantius followed suit, accepting Constantine's rule in Gaul and Britain. Constantine then officially notified Galerius of Constantius's death and his own acclamation as Augustus, accompanying the message with a portrait of himself in imperial attire. Galerius, furious at this news, initially considered outright denial, but he was persuaded by his advisors to come to a compromise. He granted Constantine the title of Caesar rather than Augustus, reserving the latter for Severus. Galerius also sent Constantine the traditional purple robes of an emperor, personally affirming his recognition of Constantine's status. He accepted this compromise, understanding its significance in legitimizing his rule. After being proclaimed emperor, Constantine's realm included Britain, Gaul, and Spain, and he commanded one of the largest Roman armies stationed on the crucial Rhine frontier. Remaining in Britain initially, he focused on securing control in northwestern dioceses by driving back the Picts and completely reconstructing the military bases begun under his father's rule. Additionally, he ordered the repair of the region's roadways to facilitate communication and movement of troops. Upon leaving Britain for Trier in Gaul, the capital of the northwestern Roman Empire, Constantine faced a Frankish invasion across the lower Rhine during the winter of 306 to 307. He successfully repelled the invaders and captured their kings, Ascaric and Meroges, who were subsequently executed in Trier's amphitheater in a public spectacle. Constantine initiated a significant expansion of Trier, fortifying the city's circuit wall with military towers and fortified gates. He also commenced the construction of a palace complex, an audience hall, and an imperial bathhouse. Throughout Gaul, he sponsored various building projects, notably in Autun and Arles. While at this time, Constantine was not yet a Christian, he pursued a tolerant policy toward Christianity, likely viewing it as a more prudent approach than open persecution, especially in contrast to the policies of the great persecutor Galerius. He officially ended the persecution of Christians and restored to them what they had lost during the previous times. Despite initial doubts about his legitimacy, Constantine's military prowess and ambitious building projects garnered favorable comparisons to his father Constantius. His coinage, sculpture, and oratory displayed disdain towards the barbarians beyond the frontiers, emphasizing Roman victories and portraying defeated enemies as weak and supplicant. After Galerius recognized Constantine as Caesar, Constantine's portrait was brought to Rome in the customary fashion. However, Maxentius, envious of Constantine's authority, mocked him as the son of a harlot and seized the title of emperor on October 28, 306. Despite Galerius's refusal to recognize him, Maxentius held on to power. Galerius sent Severus to confront Maxentius, but Severus's armies defected to Maxentius, leading to Severus's capture and imprisonment. In response to the rebellion of Maxentius, Maximian, Maxentius's father, came out of retirement and sought an alliance with Constantine. Maximian proposed marrying his daughter Fausta to Constantine and elevating him to the rank of Augustus in exchange for support against Maxentius. Constantine accepted the offer and married Fausta in Trier in the late summer of 307, providing Maxentius with political recognition. Despite this alliance, Constantine remained aloof from the conflict in Italy, focusing instead on campaigns against Germanic tribes along the Rhine. He avoided involvement in the turmoil in Italy and increased his popularity among his people by promoting his benevolence and supporting the economy and arts in his territories. Meanwhile, Maximian returned to Rome, but soon fell out with Maxentius and attempted to usurp his title, leading him to seek refuge with Constantine once again. In November 308, Galerius called a council at Carnuntum to address instability in the western provinces. At the council, Maximian was forced to abdicate, and Constantine was demoted to Caesar status, while Licinius was appointed Augustus in the western regions. However, Constantine refused to accept the demotion and continued to style himself as Augustus on his coinage. Galerius attempted to placate both Constantine and Maximinus by offering them the title of Sons of the Augusti, but neither of them accepted it. By the spring of 310, Galerius began referring to both Constantine and Maximus as Augusti. In 310, Maximian, feeling dispossessed, rebelled against Constantine, while the latter was away campaigning against the Franks. Maximian had been sent to Arles with a contingent of Constantine's army to prepare for any attacks by Maxentius in southern Gaul. Maximian falsely announced Constantine's death and attempted to seize power for himself. However, most of Constantine's army remained loyal to him, and Maximian was forced to flee. Upon hearing of the rebellion, Constantine abandoned his campaign and marched his army up the Rhine. At Cabillinum, he transferred his troops onto boats to travel down the Seine to the Rhone and disembarked at Lugdunum. Maximian fled then to Massilia, but loyal citizens opened the gates to Constantine, and Maximian was captured. Constantine reproached Maximian for his actions, but granted him some clemency, while strongly encouraging him to take his own life, which Maximian did in the July of 310. Initially, Constantine presented Maximian's life-taking as a family tragedy, but by 311 he began to spread a different version of events, suggesting that Maximian had actually plotted to assassinate him. Constantine also instituted a damnatio memoriae on Maximian, erasing his memory from public records and destroying inscriptions and images that bore his likeness. Maxentius, eager to present himself as his father's devoted son after Maximian's death, began minting coins with his father's deified image, proclaiming his desire to avenge Maximian's death. This death of Maximian required Constantine to establish a new source of legitimacy. In a speech delivered in Gaul on July 25, 310, an anonymous orator revealed a previously unknown dynastic connection to Claudius II, emphasizing Constantine's ancestral right to rule rather than principles of imperial equality. The oration also shifted away from the religious ideology of the Tetrarchy, focusing instead on Constantine's divine vision of Apollo and victory, granting him authority. This religious shift was reflected in Constantine's coinage, which began featuring Sol Invictus, further strengthening his claims to legitimacy and popularity among the citizens of Gaul. In the middle of 310, Galerius became too ill to involve himself in imperial politics. His final act was a letter posted in Nicomedia on April 30th, 311, proclaiming an end to the persecutions and the resumption of religious tolerance. Galerius died soon after the edict's proclamation, effectively ending the Tetrarchy. Following Galerius's death, Maximius mobilized against Licinius and seized Asia Minor. A hasty peace was signed between them. Meanwhile, Maxentius fortified northern Italy and strengthened his support among Christians by allowing the election of Eusebius as a bishop of Rome. However, his rule faced challenges, including riots and usurpations. By the year 312, Maxentius was barely tolerated, even among the Christian Italians. In the summer of 311, he mobilized against Constantine, declaring war on him to finally avenge his father's death. To prevent Maxentius from forming an alliance with Licinius against him, Constantine forged his own alliance with Licinius and offered him his sister Constantia in marriage. Maximius considered Constantine's alliance with Licinius as a challenge to his authority and sought an alliance with Maxentius. Inter-regional travel then became quite difficult, and the build-up of militaries was evident everywhere one could see. Constantine's advisors cautioned against attacking Maxentius preemptively, but Constantine, inspired by what some believed to be supernatural guidance, simply ignored the warnings. In the spring of 312, Constantine crossed the Cottian Alps with a quarter of his army, encountering resistance at Segusium. After taking the town, he advanced further into northern Italy. At Turin, Constantine's army faced a large force of heavily armed Maxentian cavalry. In the Battle of Turin, Constantine's troops encircled and ultimately defeated Maxentius, securing victory. Turin had welcomed Constantine, and other cities of the northern Italian plain sent embassies congratulating him on his victory. Constantine then moved to Milan, where he was also warmly received, before continuing to Brixia. After dispersing Brescia's army, Constantine advanced swiftly to Verona, where a large Maxentian force was camped. Ruricius Pompeianus, the general of the Veronese forces and Maxentius's praetorian prefect, held a strong defensive position due to the town's location surrounded by the Adige River on three sides. Constantine attempted to cross the river unnoticed by sending a small force north of the town. Ruricius countered with a large detachment, but was defeated, allowing Constantine's forces to surround Verona and ultimately lay siege to it. Despite Ruricius's attempts to slip away and return with a larger force, Constantine continued to maintain the siege. In a desperate encounter, Ruricius was killed, and his army destroyed. Verona surrendered soon after that, followed by Aquileia, Modena, and Ravenna, opening the road to Rome for Constantine. Meanwhile, Maxentius prepared for a siege in Rome, relying on the Praetorian Guard and the city's stockpiles of African grain. He cut off bridges across the Tiber and left central Italy undefended. Constantine progressed slowly along the Via Flaminia, allowing Maxentius's regime to weaken further. Public support for Maxentius continued to dwindle away, with the crowd openly taunting him at chariot races. On October the 28th, 312, the 6th anniversary of his reign, Maxentius consulted the keepers of the Sibylline books, who prophesied his death on that day at the hands of the enemy of the Romans, whatever that meant. Maxentius, no longer confident in a siege victory, prepared for a field battle against Constantine, and advanced north to meet him in battle. On the day of said battle, Maxentius positioned his forces with their backs to the river, outnumbering Constantine's army. However, Constantine's soldiers bore unfamiliar symbols on their standards and shield, marked with the letter X, the cipher of Christ. According to Lactantius, Constantine had been directed in a dream to use this sign, and his troops stood to arms with it, emblazoned on their shields. Additionally, Constantine himself reported a vision of a cross of light in the sky, bearing the inscription, In hoc signo vinces. In this sign you shall conquer. As the battle commenced, Constantine deployed his forces along the entire length of Maxentius's line. His cavalry charged and broke through Maxentius's cavalry, followed by an assault of infantry against the enemy. Many of Maxentius's troops were pushed into the Tiber River, where they either drowned or were slaughtered on the banks. The engagement was swift, and Maxentius's troops broke before the first charge was even completed. Despite the initial resistance of Maxentius's horse guards and Praetorians, they were ultimately overwhelmed by the Constantinian cavalry charge and fled toward the river. Maxentius himself rode with them, attempting to escape across the bridge of boats. However, the bridge became overcrowded, and he was pushed into the Tiber by the mass of his fleeing soldiers, ultimately drowning in the river. This decisive victory marked the end of Maxentius' reign and solidified Constantine's position as the sole ruler of the Western Roman Empire. The Battle of Milvian Bridge was certainly a turning point for pretty much all of Europe. If not for this battle and the victory of Constantine, well, we may not have even really had Christianity at all as the main religion. It's funny, that's the butterfly effect for you. Upon entering Rome on the 29th of October 312, Constantine staged a grand adventus, or triumphal entry, which was met with much jubilation from the city's inhabitants. Maxentius's body was recovered from the Tiber, decapitated, and his head was paraded through the streets as a symbol of victory. After the ceremonies, Maxentius's severed head was sent to Carthage, signifying the end of resistance from his supporters. Contrary to tradition, Constantine did not visit the Capitoline Hill to perform sacrifices at the Temple of Jupiter. Instead, he visited the senatorial Curia Julia and assured the Senate of their restored privileges and a secure role in his government. In response, the Senate decreed him title of the first name, ensuring that his name would be listed first in official documents, and acclaimed him as the greatest Augustus. Constantine issued decrees to return lost property, recall political exiles, and release Maxentius's imprisoned opponents. An extensive propaganda campaign followed, aimed at purging Maxentius's image from public places and rewriting his story, portraying him as a tyrant, contrasted with an idealized image of Constantine as, of course, the liberator. Maxentius's decrees were declared invalid, and any honors he had granted were revoked. Constantine also sought to overshadow Maxentius's achievements, reclaiming structures built by him and re-edificating them to himself. For example, the Circus Maximus was expanded to dwarf Maxentius's racing complex, and the Lateran Basilica was built on the site of the Imperial Horse Guard's former base. Furthermore, Constantine neutralized Maxentius's military supporters by disbanding the Praetorian Guard and the Imperial Horse Guard. Their tombstones were repurposed, and the Legio to Parthica was relocated. Maxentius's remaining forces were sent to the Rhine frontier for duty, consolidating Constantine's control over Rome and ensuring the elimination of any remnants of Maxentius's influence. In the years following his victory over Maxentius, Constantine focused on consolidating his power and reasserting his dominance over his rivals in the crumbling Tetrarchy. In 313, he met with Licinius in Milan to solidify their alliance through the marriage of Licinius to Constantine's half-sister, Constantia. During this meeting, they agreed upon the famous Edict of Milan, which officially granted full tolerance to Christianity and all religions in the empire. This landmark document had significant benefits for Christians, legalizing their religion and restoring their confiscated property from Diocletian's persecution. However, the conference was interrupted when news arrived that Licinius's rival, Maximinus, had invaded European territory. Licinius departed to confront Maximinus and eventually defeated him, gaining control over the eastern half of the Roman Empire. Relations between Constantine and Licinius soured over time, however, with Constantine surviving an assassination attempt orchestrated by Licinius. Well, that's one way to ruin a friendship. Now, in either 314 or perhaps 316, Constantine and Licinius clashed at the Battle of Cybele, where Constantine, of course, emerged victorious. They met again at the Battle of Mardia in 317, leading to a settlement that included making their sons Caesars. Despite this arrangement, tensions persisted, and Licinius allegedly began to oppress Christians again, leading to a great civil war in 324. Constantine's Christian supporters framed the conflict as a battle between Christianity and paganism, with Licinius representing the old, outdated ways. Constantine's army, inspired by their zeal and under the banner of Labarum, emerged victorious at the Battle of Adrianople. Licinius fled, but Constantine pursued and defeated him at the Battle of Chrysopolis in September 324. After surrendering, Licinius and his associate Martinian were spared initially, but later executed by Constantine, who accused Licinius of plotting against him. With Licinius's demise, Constantine became the sole emperor of the Roman Empire, consolidating his power and securing his dominance over the western and eastern regions. Now, Diocletian during the Tetrarchy had established Nicomedia in the east as his capital, recognizing its strategic position for defending Thrace, Asia, and Egypt. Constantine, aware of the empire's shift toward the richer cities of the east, and the need to protect crucial regions from external threats, decided to choose a new capital with similar considerations. Additionally, the location allowed for the monitoring of shipping traffic between the Black Sea and the Mediterranean. Now, Licinius's defeat had symbolized the triumph over a rival center of pagan and Greek-speaking political activity in the east, contrasting with the Christian and Latin-speaking Rome. Constantine took this into account and envisioned a new eastern capital that would integrate the East into the Roman Empire, fostering learning, prosperity, and cultural preservation. Various locations were considered, including Serdica, Sirmium, and Thessalonica. However, Constantine ultimately decided to develop Byzantium, which had already been rebuilt on Roman urban patterns by previous emperors, and was also quite strategically significant. So, Constantine founded the city of Constantinople on 324 and dedicated it on the 11th of May 330. The city was adorned with relics such as the True Cross and the Rod of Moses, and special coins were minted to commemorate the event. Old pagan symbols were replaced or assimilated into Christian symbolism, and Constantine built the Church of the Holy Apostles on the site of a former temple to Aphrodite. According to legend, Constantine was guided to the location of the city by a divine vision, once again reinforcing its significance. Constantinople quickly came to be known as the New Rome, emphasizing its importance as the capital of the Eastern Roman Empire. So, that's enough about the city of Constantinople. Let's talk a little bit more about Constantine's policies towards Christianity, as that is what he's known for. Well, Constantine's role in ending the persecution of Christians and legalizing the religion was quite pivotal. In February 313, he met with Licinius in Milan to develop the Edict of Milan. That granted Christians the freedom to practice their faith without fear of persecution. It removed penalties for professing Christianity and restored confiscated church property, but crucially, it extended religious tolerance to all religions and cults in the Roman Empire, allowing individuals to worship any deity of their choice. Quite progressive, don't you think? The edict marked a departure from the previous policies of repression. Before its enactment, there were earlier attempts at religious tolerance, such as an edict issued in 311 by Galerius, which granted Christians the right to practice their religion, but did not address property restitution. Constantine's Edict of Milan, however, built upon these earlier efforts and provided more comprehensive protection for religious freedom. Now, the circumstances surrounding Constantine's own conversion to Christianity still remain debatable. Some scholars suggest that Constantine's mother, Helena, played a pretty pivotal role in his conversion, while others argue that Constantine's adoption of Christianity was a gradual process. Eusebius, a Christian historian, claims that Helena was converted by Constantine, but the details of his own conversion are still quite uncertain. It is believed that he possibly retained the title of Pontifex Maximus, which was traditionally held by Roman emperors of heads of the ancient Roman religion, until Gratian renounced the title. Despite his eventual conversion to Christianity, Constantine's declaration of faith came relatively late in his life, purportedly when he was over 40 years old. Some Christian writers suggest that Constantine attributed his successes to the protection of the Christian high god, indicating his belief in divine favor of Christianity. Interestingly, Constantine waited to be baptized until he was on his deathbed, believing that the sacrament would absolve him of any sins he may have committed while carrying out his policies as emperor. Despite his delay in the baptism, Constantine actively supported the Christian Church in various ways. He provided financial support to the Church, commissioned the construction of basilicas, and granted privileges to the clergy, such as exemption from certain taxes. Notable among his building projects are the Church of the Holy Sepulchre and Old St. Peter's Basilica. Constantine's effort to construct Old St. Peter's Basilica were particularly extensive, as the basilica was built on top of the resting place of St. Peter. This posed significant challenges in the terms of design and construction, resulting in a construction period of over 30 long years. Although he supported Christianity, it is also suggested that he may have patronized other religions. For example, a triumphal arch built in 315 to commemorate his victory at the Battle of Milvian Bridge featured images of the goddess Victoria, and sacrifices were made to pagan gods during its dedication ceremony. Constantine's reign saw significant developments in his relationship with Christianity and his influence over religious matters within the Roman Empire. In 321, he enacted legislation designating Sunday as a day of rest for all citizens, a practice that continues to influence modern observance of the Christian Sabbath. By 323, he issued a decree prohibiting Christians from participating in state-sponsored sacrifices. Christian symbols, such as the chi rho, began to appear on Constantine's coinage, reflecting his growing association with Christianity. His authority extended to the early Christian councils, notably his involvement in resolving the dispute over Arianism. He sought to establish orthodoxy within the Church, enforcing doctrinal unity and rooting out heresy. His influence over these councils demonstrated the significant role that the emperor played in religious affairs during this period. In North Africa, he intervened in the conflict between Christian bishops ordained by Donatus and those loyal to Caecilian. After several church councils ruled against Donatists, Constantine issued an edict in 317 confiscating Donatus church property and exiling the clergy. Additionally, he convened the First Council of Nicaea in 325, which addressed theological controversies such as Arianism, and established the Nicene Creed. Constantine's policies towards Jews included enacting new laws that, while not harsher than those of his predecessors, imposed restrictions on their religious practices. For instance, it became illegal for Jews to seek converts or attack fellow Jews who had converted to Christianity. They were also prohibited from owning Christian slaves and prohibited from circumcising them. However, Jewish clergy received similar exemptions as Christian clergy under Constantine's rule. Constantine's later years were marked by military campaigns and plans for further conquests. He considered Constantinople his capital and spent a significant portion of his later life there. In 328, he oversaw the completion of Constantine's bridge at Sugidava, with hopes of reconquering Dacia, a province abandoned during the reign of Aurelian. During the late winter of 332, he campaigned alongside the Sarmatians against the Goths. The harsh weather and scarcity of food reportedly inflicted heavy losses on the Goths, who eventually submitted to Roman rule. In 334, Constantine led a successful campaign against the Sarmatians after their commoners overthrew their leaders. He extended Roman control over the region and resettled some Sarmatian exiles as farmers while conscripting others into the Roman army. This campaign resulted in the reconquest of the southern part of Dacia, with the establishment of a new frontier line supported by strong fortifications. In recognition of his achievements, Constantine took the title Dacicus Maximus in 336. However, despite his military successes, he faced challenges on the eastern frontier. In response to border raids, he dispatched his son Constantius to guard the eastern frontier in 335. Prince Narse of Persia invaded Armenia, a Christian kingdom since 301 in 336, installing a Persian client on the throne. This prompted Constantine to plan a campaign against Persia, treating it as a kind of Christian crusade. He intended to be baptized on the Jordan River before crossing into Persia, and commissioned a tent in the shape of a church to accompany his army. Despite diplomatic overtures from the Persians seeking peace, Constantine rejected them all. However, his plans for the campaign were cut short when he fell ill in the spring of 337. Constantine, aware that his death was imminent, had prepared a final resting place for himself within the Church of the Holy Apostles. His illness took a serious turn shortly after the feast of Easter in 337. Leaving Constantinople, he sought refuge in the hot baths near Helenopolis, his mother's city, hoping for a recovery. However, realizing that his condition was grave, he made preparations for baptism. In a church built by his mother in honor of Lucian the martyr, Constantine prayed and sought purification. He became a catechumen, desiring to receive baptism before his death. His plan to travel to the river Jordan for baptism was unfortunately cut short due to this illness, and he succumbed to his illness before he could return back to Constantinople, passing away on the last day of the 50-day festival of Pentecost following Easter on May 22nd, 337. Despite some discrepancies in historical accounts regarding the timing of his death in relation to the Persian campaign, most sources do agree on the circumstances surrounding his passing. His body was later transported to Constantinople and interred in the Church of the Holy Apostles, where it rested in a porphyry sarcophagus. However, his remains did not survive the plundering of Constantinople during the Fourth Crusade in 1204. Constantine was then succeeded by his three sons born of Fausta, Constantine II, Constantius II, and Constans, all with equally creative names. His nephews, Dalmatius and Hannibalianus, were among those killed by followers of Constantius, possibly to eliminate potential contenders to the throne. Constantine also had two daughters, Constantina and Helena, the latter being the later wife of Emperor Julian, and we'll get to him in a separate video. Because with that, our video on Constantine the Great comes to an end. Between 58 and 50 BC, Julius Caesar's military campaigns, known as the Gallic Wars, saw the Roman Republic clash with various tribes across what is now modern-day France, Belgium, Germany, and Switzerland. This aggressive expansion, led by Caesar, was ostensibly to protect Roman borders and pay off his debts, but it is widely viewed by historians as a strategic move simply to bolster his political career. Despite the formidable collective strength of the Gallic, Germanic, and Brittonic tribes, their internal divisions ultimately facilitated a Roman victory, highlighted by the pivotal Battle of Alesia in 52 BC. Caesar's conquests not only expanded Roman territory, but also had laid the groundwork for his rise to power, culminating in the end of the Roman Republic and the birth of the Roman Empire. Hello everyone, and welcome to the channel. If you are a returning viewer, it's good to have you back, and if you're new, it's good to have you here. If you'd like to support the channel, I've opened a Patreon, where you can find all of my videos ad-free and of the highest quality. Or if you would like to help me in the algorithm, leave a like, comment, and if you feel so inclined, subscribe to the channel. Now, without further ado, on to today's video. The Gallic Wars. The Gallic Wars, fought between Julius Caesar and the many tribes of Gaul, were underpinned by a complex tapestry of political and military dynamics that stretched far beyond mere conquest. The tribes of Gaul, part of the sophisticated Latin culture, were not the barbarians as often depicted by Roman narratives, but were instead wealthy, culturally rich societies with burgeoning urban centers that facilitated trade with Rome, including the exchange of iron, grain, and slaves for Roman luxuries like wine, as the Gauls had developed quite a taste for it. Despite their previous alliances with Rome, the Gauls' warrior culture, characterized by individual valor and a lack of the disciplined military structure that defined Roman legions, set the stage for conflict. The Gallic military structure, with its superior cavalry and longer swords, clashed with the Romans' strategic innovations, such as the transition from the maniple to the more cohesive cohort system, which bolstered Roman morale and overall combat effectiveness. The logistical challenge faced by the Romans, including the management of extensive baggage trains necessary for their campaigns, underscored the practical difficulties of sustaining prolonged military operations in foreign territories. Despite these challenges, the memory of the Gallic sackings of Rome several hundred years earlier and previous incursions into Italian territory only served to fuel Roman determination and justify the aggressive stance against the Gauls. This backdrop of mutual respect and historical enmity, coupled with Caesar's ambitions, set the stage for a series of campaigns that would not only reshape the power dynamics in the region, but also leave a permanent mark on the history of Roman military strategy and expansion. Julius Caesar, a figure on the rise in Roman politics and military, found himself deeply indebted following his tenure as consul in 59 BC, an office that, while prestigious, had placed him under significant financial strain. Basically, he was flat broke. In a bid to secure Rome's geopolitical interests and also his own financial recovery, Caesar engaged in strategic alliances and payments, notably to Ariovistus, the king of the Suebi, that was a Germanic tribe. Leveraging his position within the First Triumvirate, a powerful political alliance with Crassus and Pompey, Caesar secured the governorship of Cisalpine Gaul and Illyricum through the Lex Vatinia. The unexpected death of Metellus Celer, the governor of Transalpine Gaul, further expanded Caesar's jurisdiction, effectively granting him control over a crucial region at the heart of Rome's Gallic engagements. With an unprecedented 5-year term as proconsul, Caesar was well placed to launch extensive campaigns without the disruption of annual command changes. Commanding 4 veteran legions with whom he had personal history from his time in Hispania Ulteria, Caesar was not only familiar with his forces, but also possessed the authority to raise additional troops if the need arose for it. And of course, the need was going to arise. His strategic assignments in northern Italy, a region dense with Roman citizens, facilitated his recruitment efforts for legionary service. Although burdened by a debt, Caesar's military ambitions were not initially focused on Gaul. He had considered a campaign in the Dacian kingdom in the Balkans. However, the opportunistic migration of Gallic tribes in 58 BC provided Caesar with a casus belli, a pretext for war, redirecting his focus towards Gaul and setting the stage for a series of confrontations that would not only aim to alleviate his financial difficulties, but also significantly alter the course of what we know as the Roman Gallic history. The commencement of the Gallic War was marked by Caesar's campaign against the Helvetii, a confederation of Gallic tribes residing in the Swiss plateau. These tribes, part of the advanced Latin culture, and known for their wealth and urbanized settlements, faced pressures from Germanic tribes, prompting plans for a mass migration to the Santon region of modern France. Their intended path, however, would lead them through territories that were allied to Rome, raising concerns among neighboring tribes, and of course Romans themselves, who preferred the Gauls as neighbors over the Germanic tribes. In 58 BC, the Helvetii initiated their migration by burning their villages and stores, a drastic measure to prevent any possibility of retreat. Upon reaching the boundaries of Transalpine Gaul, they sought Caesar's permission to cross through Roman territory. Caesar, who was then the governor of the region, entertained their request, using the time to muster his forces, before ultimately denying them passage. The Helvetii then opted to skirt Roman lands by moving north, which, while temporarily alleviating the immediate threat to Rome, prompted Caesar to pursue them, initiating hostilities without a real direct provocation. You see how Caesar was not as honorable as many people tend to believe he was. At least not very honorable to non-Romans. Well, you see, this action was emblematic of what some historians call an aggressive war of expansion, driven solely by Caesar's desire for political advancement. Certainly seems that way, doesn't it? Caesar's strategic delay allowed him to raise additional legions and auxiliaries, assembling a force of 24,000 to 30,000 troops. He intercepted the Helvetii at the Saône River, exploiting their vulnerable position during the river crossing to launch a surprise attack on those who had yet to cross. Following this initial encounter, Caesar meticulously pursued the Helvetii, avoiding direct engagement while waiting for an opportune moment to strike. The decisive Battle of Bibracte ensued, a grueling conflict where the Romans, utilizing tactical advantage of higher ground, faced a complex battle against the Helvetii and their new allies, the Boii and Tulingi. Despite being completely surrounded, a critical maneuver by Roman forces allowed them to confront the enemy on two fronts, leading to a significant victory for the Romans, characterized by the annihilation of the Helvetian fighting force and the merciless slaughter of their non-combatants. And when we say non-combatants, we mean civilians. Remember that this was a migration, not just soldiers on the march. So when threatened, of course, all of the fathers and sons kissed their wives and children goodbye and went ahead of the pack to face whatever threat may indeed do them in. After that, of course, the Romans dealt with the civilians in whatever brutal manner they deemed fit, whether that be sold into slavery, which most of the time it was, or simply just slaughtered, depending on the logistical situation. If you could get that many slaves back to Rome, put them in the slave markets and sell them off, well, of course you would. But this requires a lot of effort. But you couldn't just let them go, couldn't you? Thus is the horrors of the past. Moving on. In the aftermath, Caesar compelled the small amount of surviving Helvetii to simply return to their homeland, wanting them to serve as a buffer against further Germanic encroachments, take the brunt of the Germans' attacks, while the Romans could prepare. The purported discovery of a census detailing the Helveti's number, later claimed by Caesar to exaggerate their strength for propaganda purposes, underscored the calculated narrative of Caesar's reports. The site of this pivotal battle, Bibracte, not only bore witness to Caesar's military acumen, but also later emerged as a key location during the Gallic Uprising, led by Vercingetorix in 52 BC. We'll get to that soon. Despite the ultimate Roman victory and the subsequent abandonment of Bibracte, the campaign against the Helvetii encapsulated the broader themes of the Gallic War: the clash of cultures, the strategic and brutal realities of ancient warfare, and the politics driving Rome's expansionist agenda. Following his victory over the Helvetii, Caesar shifted his focus to the Germanic Suebi, remember those guys, led by King Ariovistus, whom the Roman Senate had previously declared a friend and ally in 59 BC. It's funny how the Roman Senate can change their mind. Caesar's need for a legitimate war justification was met when a Gallic delegation, headed by Diviciacus of the Aedui, voiced their grievances against Ariovistus's aggressive conquests and the taking of hostages. Seizing this as an opportunity not only to protect Rome's allies, but also extend its dominion, Caesar prepared for conflict. The pretext for war was solidified by the harassment of the Aedui and the Harutes, allies of the Suebi, and reports of a significant Suebi force attempting to cross the Rhine into Gaul. Caesar preempted Ariovistus's plans to capture Vesontio, a major Sequani town, by marching there first. The initial diplomatic engagement between Caesar and Ariovistus, aimed at negotiating peace, broke down when Germanic horsemen decided it would be a good idea to attack Caesar's escort, violating the truce. It was not a very good idea. They should have thought that one through. A subsequent meeting turned sour as Ariovistus imprisoned Caesar's envoys. Well, all this managed to do was make Caesar even angrier. With Ariovistus strategically positioning his camp to cut off Caesar's supplies and communication lines, Caesar responded by constructing a second camp closer to the Suebi position, setting the stage for a direct confrontation. The battle that ensued saw Caesar's tactical prowess in full display, under the command of Caesar's legates, with Publius Crassus leading a pivotal cavalry charge. The Roman forces managed to turn the tide against the Suebi, driving their left flank back and causing the Germanic line to completely collapse. Caesar reported a staggering loss of life among Ariovistus's forces, with the Suebi king and the remnants of his army fleeing back across the Rhine, marking a decisive end to their story and their threat in Rome. See you next time, Germans. The campaign against the Suebi culminated in the battle where Roman discipline and strategy overcame the fierce but less organized Suebi warriors. It underscored Caesar's military acumen and his ambition to dominate Gaul. With the defeat of the Helvetii and the Suebi within a single year, Caesar had not only eliminated two of Rome's greatest threats, but also set the stage for his eventual takeover of Gaul, a feat that would significantly bolster his political and military stature back in Rome. In 57 BC, the ripple effect of Caesar's previous year's victories had set the stage for further conflict. Anticipating Caesar's ambition to conquer all of Gaul, many tribes sought alliances with Rome. While Caesar and his adversaries mobilized for the upcoming campaign, this year of 57 BC, Caesar embarked with a significantly bolstered force, fielding 32,000 to perhaps up to 40,000 men, aiming to confront the Belgae, a tribal confederation in modern-day Belgium. The Belgae had attacked a Roman allied tribe, prompting Caesar to take action. Despite an initial avoidance of direct confrontation by both sides, mainly due to logistical constraints, Caesar's strategic fortifications led the Belgic army to disband without a fight. Caesar's rapid movements became a critical advantage, as he laid siege to the Belgic oppidum of the Suessiones. Despite the Belgae's attempt to counter by sneaking back into the city, the Romans' unfamiliar siege tactics confused and overwhelmed them, leading to a panicked and swift surrender. Now, this victory in particular set off a domino effect, with surrounding tribes being so frightened that they simply submitted to Roman power. However, not all were subdued. The Nervi, alongside the Atrebates and the Viromandoi, planned an ambush at the river Sambre, resulting in the Battle of Sabis. and this battle nearly ended in disaster for Caesar due to a tactical oversight and the Nervi's surprise attack. The Romans, caught off guard and with legions unprepared, faced a critical moment. Caesar's personal intervention, rallying his troops by joining the front line himself, alongside the disciplined formation of the Roman legions, managed to turn the tide. Reinforcements, including the timely arrival of the 10th Legion and 2 additional legions, secured a hard-fought Roman victory. This battle underscores both the might of the Roman military machine, but also the peril of underestimating the Gallic tribes, a mistake that they will do their very best to learn from. We'll see how they go with that as we move forward. This campaign's success expanded Roman control, with most Germanic tribes submitting to Rome. Caesar's tactics, while nearly leading to defeat, ultimately reinforced his reputation as a formidable commander. The year concluded with Caesar addressing civil affairs in Transalpine Gaul and wintering his troops among the northern Gaulish tribes, further cementing Roman dominance. The substantial wealth acquired, notably from selling 53,000 Attuatuci into slavery, one of the smaller tribes, significantly contributed to Caesar's financial recovery and bolstered his political stature in Rome. Evidenced, of course, by an unprecedented 15-day Thanksgiving awarded by the Senate. Wow, 2 weeks off. Nobody gets that from their boss. This campaign not only showcased Caesar's military prowess, but really managed to show everybody that, strategically, he was a bit of a badass. Very impressive. The Gauls' resentment towards the Romans, of course, intensified after being coerced into supplying food for the Roman troops over the winter. Sort of like, well, we've just murdered half of your people. Now we'd like some dinner, please. Set the table. Tensions escalated when the Veneti, a seafaring tribe in northwest Gaul, captured Roman officers sent to requisition grain, setting the stage for a notable confrontation. Anticipating Rome's retaliation, the Veneti, skilled in Atlantic naval warfare, prepared by allying with Armorican tribes, fortifying their settlements, and assembling a rather impressive fleet. Their ships, designed for the tumultuous Atlantic, contrasted sharply with the Roman vessels, which were ill-suited for such conditions, primarily relying on oarsmen instead of sails. Recognizing the necessity of a naval strategy, Caesar commissioned the construction of a new fleet under Decimus Brutus's command, recruiting oarsmen from Gaul's conquered regions. This move, along with the dispatch of legions of cavalry to various parts of Gaul, indicated ongoing unrest and the threat of rebellion. This stood in a stark contrast to Caesar's previous claims of peace, which were, at this point, very well and truly out the window. Now this campaign against the Veneti showcased the challenges Rome faced in adapting to naval warfare, especially the naval warfare that was required in the Atlantic. After all, when you're marching up to Gaul, you don't really expect a fight on the seas. The Veneti's ability to evacuate their hill forts by sea, and their initial confinement of the Roman fleet to harbor, underscored the difficulties Rome encountered. However, of course, the tide turned when the Roman fleet, leveraging its newly constructed ships, engaged the Veneti off the coast of Brittany. Despite the Veneti's numerical superiority and the robust construction of their ships, the Romans capitalized on a simple yet effective technological advantage. They had grappling hooks. Pretty cool, huh? These hooks not only disabled the Veneti's sails, but also facilitated boarding actions, allowing the Roman soldiers to overpower the Gauls, sword to sword. Well, if the sailors even had swords to fight back. Well, they probably would have been using spears if we want to get technical, but okay. The defeat of the Veneti led to their surrender, with Caesar executing the tribal elders and enslaving the population, demonstrating the harsh consequences of opposing Rome. This victory over the Veneti allowed Caesar to shift focus to other coastal tribes. Of course, now they had the new boats and the cool grappling hooks. Nobody was going to see that coming. All of this signaled his relentless pursuit of dominance over Gaul, and showcased a great amount of adaptability, along with the usual Roman ruthlessness. Following Caesar's victories over the Veneti, his attention turned to pacifying regions under his control. Sabinus, stationed in Normandy, faced a coalition of tribes including the Lexovi, Coriosolites, and the Venelli. Their ill-fated attempt to assault Sabinus's fortified position left them vulnerable, resulting in their defeat and subsequent surrender. Sabinus's strategic acumen secured Roman dominance over the region of Normandy. Meanwhile, Publius Crassus encountered significant resistance in Aquitania, where tribes had adopted guerrilla tactics learned from their previous conflicts. The rebels, including the Vocates, Tarasates, adeptly targeted Roman supply lines and avoided direct engagement. However, Crassus devised a cunning plan to outmaneuver them, surprising the Gallic encampment and inflicting a decisive blow that led to their surrender. With Aquitania subdued, Roman control extended over southwest Gaul. Meanwhile, Publius Crassus encountered significant resistance in Aquitania, where tribes had adopted guerrilla tactics learned from their previous conflicts. The rebels, including the Vocates and the Tarasates, adeptly targeted Roman supply lines and avoided direct engagement. However, Crassus devised a cunning plan to outmaneuver them, surprising the Gallic encampment and inflicting a decisive blow that led to their surrender. With Aquitania subdued, Rome could add southwest Gaul under its sphere of control, Parallel to this, Caesar's attempts to subdue coastal tribes had met a few challenges. Despite Roman superiority in conventional warfare, the elusive tribes exploited their knowledge of the terrain to avoid direct confrontation. Hindered by adverse weather conditions, Caesar's forces resorted to raiding, unable to decisively engage the invasive tribes. Recognizing the limitations of continued pursuit, Caesar chose to withdraw for the winter, albeit with unresolved conflicts that would influence future campaigns. Amidst military endeavors, Caesar's political acumen remained evident. The Lucca Conference, a pivotal gathering where he secured political concessions in exchange for extending his governorship, underscored his skill in coalition building. Furthermore, Caesar's audacious feats in 55 BC, notably the unprecedented crossing of the Rhine and the inaugural Roman expedition to Britain, were driven by a quest for prestige and publicity. Despite minimal territorial gains, these endeavors showcased his leadership and made him very popular back in Rome. Widespread acclaim. The meticulous documentation of these exploits in Caesar's Commentarii de Bello Gallico, or Commentaries on the Gallic War, cemented his heroic image and bolstered his political standing. But remember, this was written from the Roman perspective, so it tended to make the Romans look like they were just absolutely wrecking the Gauls. Yeah, it was a little one-sided. But please do yourself a favor and go and buy the book. Don't buy it off Amazon. Go to a bookstore, support the small businesses. Well, do whatever you want. Just buy the damn book. So upon his triumphant return, Caesar was hailed as a hero and accorded a remarkable 20-day Thanksgiving. Last time it was just 14. This was an unprecedented honor that underscored even more about his growing influence in Roman politics. Thus, while the campaigns of 55 BC posed formidable challenges, Caesar's strategic prowess, partnered with his political savvy, ensured continued momentum towards his ambitions in Gaul and beyond. The next year, in 54 BC, Caesar's approach towards Britain was far more comprehensive and ultimately successful than his initial expedition the year before. Over the winter, new ships were built, and Caesar embarked on this campaign with a formidable force consisting of 5 legions and 20,000 cavalry. Leaving the rest of his army in Gaul to maintain order, Caesar set sail for Britain. Notably, he brought along a significant number of Gallic chiefs, whom he considered untrustworthy, indicating that his conquest of Gaul was not yet complete, as evidenced by the late-year revolts in the region. I think that's a little funny, actually. He brings them all along with him so they won't mess anything up while he's gone. They can't launch rebellions if they're sleeping in the same room as him. My goodness. Well, upon landing in Britain, Caesar encountered little resistance initially. However, the Britons, led by Cassivellaunus, the king of the Catuvillani, employed those guerrilla tactics to avoid direct confrontation. While despite their superior mobility, the Britons suffered a significant defeat when they attacked a Roman foraging party and were repelled with heavy losses. Following this setback, many tribes surrendered and offered tribute to Caesar. The Romans eventually made a direct assault on Cassivellaunus's stronghold, compelling him to surrender and agree to a payment of grain, slaves, and an annual tribute to Rome. Despite Britain's lack of significant wealth, Caesar's invasion marked a significant achievement, as the Britons were effectively brought under Roman subjugation. Meanwhile, back on the continent, Caesar faced challenges as Gallic unrest erupted due to failed harvests. People seem to get cranky when they're hungry, right? The Eburones, led by Ambiorix, rebelled against Roman authority and ambushed a legion and 5 cohorts commanded by Sabinus and Lucius Cotta. Exploiting Sabinus's credulity, Ambiorix convinced him to abandon his camp, leading to a disastrous ambush in which both Sabinus and Cotta were killed. This defeat ignited further rebellion among the Nervi, Attuatucci, and their allies, who got together one afternoon and besieged the camp of Quintus Cicero. Cicero, recognizing the gravity of the situation, fortified his camp and attempted to send a message to Caesar for assistance. Enduring a relentless siege, Caesar's legion faced overwhelming odds until Caesar, upon receiving the distress call, swiftly marched to relieve the siege. Overcoming significant challenges, including hostile terrain and enemy resistance, the forces of Caesar successfully rescued Cicero's besieged legion, albeit at a significant casualty rate. Cicero was lauded by Caesars for his resilience and bravery in the face of adversity, and this cemented his reputation as a skilled commander and leader. Overall, the events of 54 BC underscored Caesar's strategic acumen and military prowess, as he successfully navigated both challenges in Britain and Gaul. It was a pretty good year, despite all of the losses in that rebellion. Well, at least everyone who was considered an important guy, a main character, well, at least they got to live on another day. Now, it couldn't be all good news. The winter uprising of 54 BC dealt a significant blow to the Romans, resulting in the loss of 1 legion entirely and nearly destroying another. Womp womp. This debacle exposed the vulnerability of Roman control over Gaul, prompting Caesar to launch a campaign aimed at a complete subjugation of the region and preempting future resistance. Certainly had an axe to grind now. Despite being down to 7 legions, Caesar bolstered his forces by recruiting 2 more legions and borrowing one from Pompey. This brought his army to between 40 and 50,000 men. Not a bad number. Launching his brutal campaign early, before the weather had fully warmed, Caesar had adopted a non-traditional strategy focused on demoralizing populations and attacking civilians. And they probably wouldn't have expected an attack so early, as Romans always waited for the winter to be over. Starting early certainly caught a lot of people off guard. He targeted the nervy initially, employing tactics such as raiding, burning villages, and plundering of livestock. They also captured countless prisoners. The relentless onslaught quickly broke the spirit of the nervy, and within a very short time, they just surrendered to the Romans. With the onset of the full campaign season, Caesar executed a surprise attack on the Senones, catching them off guard and compelling their surrender. He then turned his attention to the Menapi, employing the same strategy of relentless raiding, which proved equally effective. They surrendered too, just like pretty much everybody else. Meanwhile, Caesar's lieutenant Titus Labienus faced a formidable challenge in the lands of the Treveri, who had received promises of aid from Germanic tribes. With a relatively small force at his disposal, Labienus cleverly baited the Treveri into attacking on his terms, feigning a withdrawal, and then engaging them when they were exhausted from ascending a hill. The swift defeat of the Treveri led to their surrender, as well as a widespread capitulation among other tribes within Belgium, including the Eburones under the leader Ambiorix. Seeking retribution against the German tribes for their support for the Gauls, Caesar led his legions across the Rhine once more, constructing a bridge solely for this purpose. However, logistical challenges forced him to withdraw, avoiding engagement with the formidable Suebi. Nonetheless, Caesar's retaliatory campaign inflicted widespread surrender and devastation across northern Gaul, with entire regions completely steamrolled by Roman forces. Better luck next year. As the year drew to a close, Caesar stationed 6 legions in strategic locations to prevent a repeat of the previous winter's uprising. Despite his efforts to secure control through garrisons, the brutality of Caesar's actions throughout the year made it clear that another uprising could not entirely be prevented by military presence alone. In 52 BC, and this is where it gets pretty interesting, the Gallic tribes faced existential concerns that culminated in a widespread revolt against Roman rule. A scenario that had long been feared by Roman authorities had finally come true. The harsh campaigns of the previous year had left the Gauls fearful for their prosperity, and Caesar's announcement that Gaul was now being treated as a Roman province, subject to Roman laws and religion, well, that was just not on, and it heightened their apprehensions significantly. Of particular concern was the potential destruction of the Gallic Holy Land, overseen by the Carnutes, where the Druids convened annually to mediate between the tribes. The threat to their sacred territory served as a rallying point, finally uniting the Gauls under the charismatic leadership of Vercingetorix, the king of the Arverni tribe. Upon hearing news of the revolt, Caesar hastily returned to Gaul from Rome, aiming to quell the uprising before it spread any further. He first moved to defend Provence, and then advanced to Agadincum to confront the Gallic forces. Caesar's strategic maneuvering included capturing several oppida for food, forcing Vercingetorix to withdraw from his siege of the Boii capital. Recognizing Rome's supply shortages due to the winter conditions, Vercingetorix adopted a strategy of starvation, avoiding direct confrontation and instead raiding foraging parties and supply trains. As the stalemate continued, Caesar besieged the oppidum of Avaricum, where Vercingetorix had taken refuge. Despite initial reluctance, Vercingetorix defended Avaricum at the urging of the Pitericus Cubi. The Gauls fiercely resisted Caesar's siege efforts, but ultimately the Romans breached the walls and captured the settlement, inflicting heavy casualties. The defeated Avaricum failed to fracture the Gallic coalition, however, and Vercingetorix rallied them. Quite a charismatic leader, this Vercingetorix. I have made a whole video on him if you want to go and have a look. It's an older one, though. Vercingetorix retreated to Gergovia, his tribe's capital, to mount a proper defense against Caesar's forces. In the ensuing Battle of Gergovia, Caesar's assault on the settlement ended in a clear defeat for the Romans. Despite Caesar's claim of ordering a retreat, the battle resulted in significant Roman casualties and quite a boost to Vercingetorix's cause, attracting more Gallic tribes to join the rebellion. Of course, when you start beating the Romans, people sort of get a morale boost, don't they? Word was spreading that the unbeatable army could be beaten. Well, as for the Romans, despite the setbacks, they managed to enlist support from numerous Germanic tribes. Of course, this is all very complex. They had people in all different pockets of the region, some joining the rebellion, others remaining loyal to the Romans, mostly out of fear or perhaps economics. Well, after the victory at Gergovia, Vercingetorix made the strategic decision to defend the Mandubi oppidum of Alesia, marking the beginning of the famous Siege of Alesia. With an estimated force of 70,000 to 100,000 warriors at his disposal, Vercingetorix intended to use the city of Alesia as a trap to ensnare the Romans in a pincer attack while awaiting reinforcements. Meanwhile, Caesar, recognizing that a direct assault on the Gauls was no longer a feasible option after the setback at Gergovia, he rather opted for a siege strategy to slowly but surely starve out the defenders. Despite the intensity of Roman siege preparations, including the construction of impressive fortifications covering some 25 miles, Vercingetorix's call for a relieving army was quickly answered. The Gauls then launched coordinated attacks from both within and outside the settlement, but the Roman defenses held firm. Although modern archaeology suggests that Caesar's descriptions of the siege works may have been exaggerated, it is evident that the Romans employed sophisticated defensive measures, leveraging the terrain to their advantage. As the siege wore on, it became very apparent to the Gauls that they could not overcome the Roman fortifications. The relieving army, unable to break the Roman lines, gradually just dispersed, leaving the Roman defenders isolated. Recognizing the futility of further resistance, Vercingetorix chose to surrender to Caesar. He did this on the proviso that if he was going to surrender, perhaps his people would gain some mercy. Either way, this effectively signaled the end of the Gallic revolt. Caesar, having decisively crushed the rebellion, deployed his legions to winter across the lands of the defeated tribes to prevent any resurgence of resistance. But I think most of the Gauls were pretty down on the idea by this point. He also dispatched troops to protect the Remi, staunch allies of Rome throughout the campaign. However, small pockets of resistance did persist, indicating that Caesar's full pacification of southwest Gaul was not quite complete. In the spring of 51 BC, Caesar's legions campaigned among the Belgic tribes to quell any potential uprisings, ultimately restoring peace to the region. However, in southwest Gaul, two chiefs named Drapes and Lucterius remained openly hostile to Roman authority, fortifying the formidable Cadurci opium of Uxellodinum. Gaius Caninus Rebilus led the siege of Ulexinondum, employing a strategic focus on building a series of camps, a circumvallation, and also disrupting Gallic access to things like water and other supplies. Roman engineers dug tunnels to divert the spring that fed the city. Despite the Gauls' attempts to burn down the Roman siege works. When the Gauls, unaware of the Roman actions, saw the spring dry up, they actually interpreted it as a sign from the gods, and subsequently surrendered. Caesar, instead of ordering a massacre, chose to set an example by cutting off the hands of the defenders. Need a hand? Following the victory at Uxellodunum, Caesar's legions were once again wintered in Gaul, encountering minimal unrest, as all the tribes had surrendered to Roman authority. Therefore, very little campaigning took place in 50 BC. The conclusion of the Gallic Wars marked a monumental achievement for Caesar, who had conquered all of Gaul and part of Britain within the space of 8 years. His victories brought him immense wealth and legendary status. The Gallic Wars not only laid the groundwork for Caesar's subsequent civil war and dictatorship, but also had profound implications for the Roman Republic's eventual downfall and the rise of the empire. Despite the lack of a clear end date for the Gallic Wars, Caesar's conquest of Gaul ushered in almost 5 centuries of Roman rule in the region. Gaul was not formally incorporated into the Roman Empire during Caesar's time, and subsequent rebellions did occur. However, Gaul did eventually become a Roman province, or at least separate provinces, under Emperor Augustus in 27 BC. Roman rule had significant cultural and historical impacts, introducing Latin, the language of the Romans, which evolved into Old French, influencing the modern French language. Furthermore, Caesar's conquest of Gaul paved the way for further Roman expansion into northwestern Europe, including parts of Germania, but they didn't get too far across the Rhine. Roman hegemony in Gaul endured, with few interruptions, until the crossing of the Rhine in 406 AD marked the beginning of significant changes. Well, those Germans eventually got their own back on Rome, but that is a topic for another video. The Jewish-Roman War of 66 to 73 AD marked a tumultuous period in ancient Judea's history. The conflict, marked by religious, political, and widespread social tensions, culminated in the devastating siege and destruction of Jerusalem by the Roman force under Titus. The war had profound demographic, cultural, and political ramifications for the Jewish population of Judea, but also for the broader Mediterranean region. While primary sources offer varying accounts of the conflict's toll, its impact on Judea's population and landscape was undeniably significant. And that's what we're here to learn about today. Hello and welcome to the channel. If you're new here, it's nice to meet you. And if you're coming back, it's good to see you again. As always, if you'd like to support the channel and keep me going, then you would follow the links to the Patreon. Otherwise, a like, comment, and subscribe if you feel inclined to do so also goes a long way. Now, with that out of the way, let's get on to today's video. The First Roman-Jewish War. Now, this is kind of a part 1 of 2 videos about the Roman-Jewish wars in general. In the next video, I'll talk about the Bar Kokhba revolt and the events that led up to that. But let's talk about this first and go right back to the beginning. From 37 BCE to 4 BCE, King Herod ruled Jerusalem as a vassal king appointed by the Roman Senate. Herod the Great was infamous for his ruthless tactics to secure his throne, including the execution of all potential claimants from the previous Hasmonean dynasty. Even his own wife, who hailed from that lineage. To solidify his power, Herod established a new class of nobility loyal solely to him, known as the Herodians, and appointed high priests from unrelated families. Well, there's your primer on what kind of a bloke Herod was. His reign left a legacy of economic hardship, particularly among labor workers employed on his grand construction projects, of which there were numerous. Well, after his death, the economy deteriorated further, leading to widespread poverty and social unrest. The lack of effective leadership exacerbated the situation, leaving the region vulnerable to riots and contributing to the conditions that would eventually spark the Great Revolt. So, with the increasing dominance of the Roman Empire in the Eastern Mediterranean, the Herodian dynasty, initially semi-independent, was formally integrated into the Roman Empire in 6 AD. This transition to a Roman province heightened tensions. The natives did not like it at all, and it culminated in a Jewish uprising led by Judas of Galilee in response to the census of Quirinius. After the death of Herod the Great and the removal of Herod Archelaus from power, the Romans appointed procurators, technically prefects before 41, to govern the Judeans. Initially, these Roman officials respected the Jewish customs and laws, permitting them to observe the Sabbath and granting exemptions from pagan rituals. They even minted coins without images, a departure from the practice elsewhere in the empire. During the years 7 to 26 AD, the province experienced relative calm. However, trouble resurfaced after 37, particularly under Emperor Caligula's reign. The underlying cause of tensions in the eastern part of the empire were admittedly multifaceted, including the influence of Greek culture, the implementation of Roman law, and the rights of Jews within the empire. Caligula harbored suspicions toward the prefect of Egypt, Aulus Avilius Flaccus, who had ties to Egyptian separatists and a history of opposing Caligula's family. So, in 38, Caligula dispatched Agrippa to Alexandria, without prior notice, to assess the situation under Flaccus. Agrippa's visit was met with a good deal of hostility from the local Greek population. Remember that they were under the rule of the Greeks at this time, who viewed him as the king of the Jews. In an attempt to appease both the Greeks and Caligula, Flaccus ordered the placement of statues of the emperor in Jewish synagogues, and just before I go on, allow me to correct myself. They were not under the rule of the Jews, because Cleopatra and Ptolemy had already been defeated, ending the Ptolemaic dynasty. I do apologize. Moving on. However, this move triggered widespread religious riots in the cities. You can't just put your statues wherever you like them. People do not like that. Don't do it. Well, the unrest had to be dealt with. So, in response to all this, Caligula removed Flaccus from his position. and he could have just had him sent away, but in true Caligula fashion, simply had him executed. In 39 AD, Agrippa accused Herod Antipas, the tetrarch of Galilee and Perea, of planning rebellion with Parthian assistance. Herod Antipas confessed, leading to his exile, while Agrippa was rewarded with control over his territories. In 40 CE, the next year, tensions flared up once again in Alexandria, with riots breaking out between Jews and Greeks. Now, the Jews were accused of a grievous crime, and that crime was failing to honor the emperor, and disputes also arose in other cities like Jamnia. Now, angered by the erection of a clay altar, Jewish protesters decided to take matters into their own hands and destroyed it themselves. In response, Caligula ordered the erection of a statue of himself in the Jewish Temple of Jerusalem. This was a much greater insult than the original clay statue. However, fearing a civil war, the governor of Syria, Publius Petronius, delayed implementing the order for nearly a year, until Agrippa convinced Caligula to reverse it. In the year 46, some 6 years later, an uprising erupted in the Judea province, instigated by two brothers, Jacob and Simon, and this lasted for 2 years until 48 AD. It began as a sporadic insurgency, centered in the Galilee. Roman authorities eventually suppressed it, resulting in the execution of both brothers. The relatively conciliatory Roman policy in Judea shifted then with the appointment of Gessius Florus as procurator. That was between 64 and 66 CE. Now, Nero was at this time in power, and he tasked Florus with extracting a large sum of money from Jerusalem's temple, while quelling any resistance. This, of course, was not received very well by those who frequented the temple in Jerusalem, and it led to tensions. When Florus seized funds from the temples, he justified it as reclaiming unpaid taxes. This action, along with subsequent upheavals, sparked a great deal of rioting in Jerusalem. Charismatic insurgents, supported by armed bands, entered the city, igniting a period of revolt against Rome and internal conflict among different factions. Attempts to seek support from the governor of Syria, Cestius Gallus, proved to be futile, intensifying the revolt and leading to the formation of various revolutionary groups. Florus's efforts to quell the riots only fueled more revolutionary fervor, escalating the conflict even further. Now, according to Josephus, he was a Jewish historian of the contemporary time, the eruption of violence in 66 AD was actually triggered by Greeks who were sacrificing birds in front of a synagogue in Caesarea. In response to this, one of the Jewish temple clerks, Eleazar ben Hananiah, halted prayers and sacrifices for the Roman emperor. Grievances over taxation were added to the protests, leading to random attacks on Roman citizens and perceived traitors in Jerusalem. And also, you didn't really have to do much to be perceived a traitor. If you weren't 100% with them, you were effectively a traitor nonetheless, even if you were just trying to keep your head down and not get executed by a Roman patrol. Now, Roman troops, under the orders of Procurator Gessius Florus, breached the Jewish temple and confiscated 17 talents from its treasury, claiming that it's all right, it's for the emperor, just give us the gold. This was also not received well. Someone barging into your house and taking all of your things, not very neighborly. Therefore, this action incited further unrest, with some Jews openly mocking Florus by collecting money as if he were poor, insinuating that he was a beggar and they were throwing coins to him. Now Florus responded by sending soldiers to raid Jerusalem and arrest several of the most prominent leaders, who were later whipped in public and crucified. All of this despite some of them actually being Roman citizens. So you can see how serious the Romans were taking this. Well, don't worry, the Judeans were taking it equally as serious, because in retaliation, the outraged Judean nationalist factions took up arms and swiftly overran the military garrison in Jerusalem. Fearing the escalating conflict, King Herod Agrippa II and his sister Berenice fled to Galilee. Judean militias targeted Roman citizens and pro-Roman officials, removing all Roman symbols from the country. The rebel faction Sicari seized the Roman garrison at Masada, capturing their fortress. Initially, the violence had stemmed from internal factional conflicts between Jews supporting the rebellion and those who opposed. But the conflict resulted in significant loss of life either way, including the former high priest Ananias. The Roman garrison on Jerusalem's western border was besieged and unable to aid those against the rebellion. Eventually, the garrison surrendered under the command of Metilius in exchange for safe passage from the city. However, the Jewish rebels, led by Eleazar, slaughtered all surrendered soldiers, except Metilius, who was compelled to convert to Judaism, or end up like the rest of the soldiers. According to 4th century church fathers Eusebius and Epiphanius of Salamis, Jerusalem's Christian community fled to Pella before the outbreak of the war. Smart choice. Well, in response to the unrest in Judea, Cestius Gallus, the legate of Syria, mobilized the Syrian Legion 12 Fulminata, reinforced with units from 3 Gallica, 4 Scythica, and 6 Ferrata, along with auxiliaries and allies, totaling approximately 30 to 36,000 troops. Certainly a formidable force. The Syrian legion swiftly captured Narbata and Sepphoris, with the latter surrendering without resistance. Judean rebels retreated to Adzamon Hill, but were defeated there after a brief siege. Advancing further, Gallus reached Acre in western Galilee, then marched on Caesarea and Jaffa, where around 8,400 people met the sword. Continuing the campaign, Gallus seized Lydda and Aphek, and clashed with Jerusalemite rebels in Geva, suffering significant losses to Judean rebels led by Simon Bar Giora, reinforced by volunteers from Adiabene. The Syrian legion then laid siege to Jerusalem, but inexplicably withdrew back towards the coast. On the retreat, they were ambushed and suffered a devastating defeat by Judean rebels at the Battle of Beth Horon, resulting in the loss of approximately 6,000 Roman troops and the Aquila of Legio XII Fulminata. Gallus then fled to Syria, leaving his troops behind in quite a disarray. Following the victory at Beth Horon, the Judean militias, comprising various factions, attempted to expand their control to Ascalon, but failed to take the city, suffering heavy losses to the defending Roman garrison. Subsequently, the Judean provisional government was established in Jerusalem, with prominent figures like Ananas ben Ananas and Joseph ben Gurion assuming leadership roles. Meanwhile, Menahem ben Yehuda's attempt to seize control of Jerusalem was thwarted, leading to his execution and the expulsion of the Sicarii faction to Masada. Simon Bar Giora's faction, also ousted from Jerusalem, sought refuge in Masada until the winter of 67 to 68. On the Roman side, Emperor Nero dispatched General Vespasian to quell the rebellion, who arrived with 2 legions, 10th Fretensis and 5th of Macedonia at Ptolemais, in April 67. Joining him were his son Titus with Legio 15 Apollinaris, and various local allies, which included King Agrippa II. Now with over 60,000 soldiers, Vespasian initiated operations with the priority of subduing Galilee. Now, here was the situation in Galilee. The Judean rebels were split into 2 factions, those loyal to the central government in Jerusalem under Josephus, representing the wealthy and priesthood classes, and local zealot militias, composed mainly of the poor, fishermen, farmers, and quite a few Syrian refugees. Several towns surrendered with minimal resistance, but others had to be taken by force. Josephus recounts detailed sieges of Tarichaea, Jotapata, Gamla, while Giscala, a zealot stronghold, fell as its leaders ran away and fled to Jerusalem. By 68 CE, Jewish resistance in the north was more or less crushed, and Vespasian established his headquarters in Caesarea Maritima. He then systematically cleared the coastline, avoiding direct confrontation with the rebels in Jerusalem. According to Josephus, around 100,000 of the Judeans were killed or perhaps enslaved in the Roman conquest of Galilee. However, these numbers, especially such a great number of 100,000, are subject to quite a bit of debate. Well, after consolidating his position in Caesarea Maritima, Vespasian prepared for a new campaign in the Judean and Sumerian highlands. That's Sa-Marian, not Su-Marian, by the way. Don't get confused. Meanwhile, the Jews expelled from Galilee took refuge in Jaffa, named at that time Joppa, rebuilding the city walls and disrupting commerce and grain supply to Rome through a light flotilla. Josephus described their actions, stating, "They also built themselves many great piratical ships, and turned pirates upon the seas near to Syria, Phoenicia, and Egypt. They made those seas unnavigable to all men." Leaders of the failed northern revolt, led by John of Giscala, retreated to Jerusalem with their forces. The city, filled with militants from various factions, including remnants of the Judean provisional government and zealot militias, descended into chaos. The radical zealots seized control, initiating a brutal civil war and executing anyone who advocated surrender. When the zealots deceived the Idumeans with a false message of reconciliation with the Roman army, approximately 20,000 armed Idumeans entered Jerusalem, joining forces with the zealots. This led to the massacre known as the Zealot Temple Siege, resulting in the deaths of prominent figures of the Judean provisional government, including Ananus ben Ananus and Joseph ben Gurion, along with thousands of civilians, of course. But no one remembers their names. Upon learning of the events in Jerusalem, Simon Bar Giora left Masada and began raiding Idumea, where he encountered little resistance and allied with the Idumean leaders, including Jacob ben Susa. In the spring of 168, Vespasian launched a systematic campaign to reclaim rebel-held strongholds in Judea. He successfully captured Aphek, Lida, Javne, and Jaffa, and expanded his operations into Idumea, Perea, and eventually the Judean and Samarian highlands, where Simon Bar Giora's faction posed a significant threat to Roman authority. By July 69, the Roman army had seized key strategic locations, including Gophna, Akrabata, Bel-at al-Frame, and Hebron. Meanwhile, back in Rome, significant political upheaval on their side was very much underway. The emperor at the time, Nero, had his downfall because of his erratic and strange behavior, as the Senate, Praetorian Guard, and prominent army commanders all teamed up to conspire against him. Nero's subsequent taking of his own life marked the end of his reign, but the succession was far from stable. The new emperor was Galba, but he was swiftly murdered by his rival Otho, igniting a civil war known as the Year of the Four Emperors. In 69, Vespasian, previously uninvolved in the power struggle, was suddenly hailed as emperor by his legions. He left his son Titus to continue the campaign in Judea, while he journeyed home to claim the throne from the usurper Vitellius, who had overthrown Otho via nefarious methods. Titus led the Roman legions towards Jerusalem, the rebellious province's capital, causing a wave of Judean refugees as towns fell to the Roman forces one by one. The Judean rebels, weakened by their own internal strife, were primarily focused on their own survival and control of the city. Despite factional conflicts among the zealots, they still managed significant military strength. John, a leader of the Zealot faction, seized power in Jerusalem after assassinating Eleazar, while Simon Bar Giora's forces were invited into the city to counter John's faction. Infighting between the factions persisted through the year 69, further destabilizing the rebel cause as nobody could seem to get along. The siege of Jerusalem, the heavily fortified capital of the province, quickly reached a stalemate as the Roman armies found themselves unable to breach the formidable defenses. In response, they established a permanent camp just outside the city, encircling Jerusalem with a trench and constructing a wall as high as the city's own fortifications. Attempting to flee the city meant facing capture and crucifixion on the dirt wall, with as many as 500 executions occurring in a single day. Now you imagine it. You climb up that wall thinking, I'm sick of this, I'm getting out of here. And the first thing you see is not your freedom, but the hundreds of squirming and screaming unfortunates nailed up to crosses, staring back at you, begging you not to go any further. More than a little horrifying, isn't it? Well, that's how the siege was. As Romans began constructing siege ramparts, two rival zealot leaders, John of Giscala and Simon Bar Giora, reluctantly joined forces to defend the city. However, their internal conflicts only persisted, exacerbated by the deliberate burning of stockpiled food supplies by the Zealots. This act, intended to galvanize resistance against the siege, instead simply led to widespread starvation among the defenders. Contemporary historian Tacitus, you all know him, describes the dire situation within Jerusalem, noting the relentless resolve of its besieged inhabitants. Men, women, and even children alike took up arms, showing unwavering determination and a willingness to fight to the death rather than surrender or face expulsion from their homeland. Estimates of the besieged population vary, with Tacitus suggesting 600,000 and Josephus indicating nearly 1 million. This included pilgrims who had come to Jerusalem for Passover festivities, but upon arriving, found themselves trapped and doomed within the besieged city. In the summer of 70 CE, the following year, after a grueling siege of 7 months, Titus and his forces finally reached the walls of Jerusalem. And when they did, it led to widespread destruction of the city. The Romans strategically targeted the weakest points of the city's defenses, successfully breaking through the third and second walls by the end of May. Throughout the final assault, the Zealots, led by John of Giscala, fiercely defended the temple, while the Sicari, under Simon ben Giora, held the upper city. The destruction reached its climax with the razing of the Second Temple, a symbol of Jewish identity and resistance, on Tisha B'Av, that's the 29th or 30th of July 70 CE. The entire city, including all 3 walls and its citadels, was systematically demolished, leaving few structures standing. Survivors were either taken into slavery or scattered, and the once thriving Jerusalem was reduced to a smouldering ruin, with remnants of overturned stones serving as grim reminders of its former glory. John of Giscala surrendered at the fortress of Jotapata, while Simon Bar Giora was captured at the site of the destroyed temple. The precious treasures of the temple, including the menorah and the table of the bread of God's presence, were looted and paraded through the streets of Rome as spoils of war during Titus's triumphant procession. Among the captives were John of Giscala and Simon Bar Giora, both of whom faced different fates. John was sentenced to life imprisonment, while Simon was executed. And if you know anything about life in a Roman prison, depending on the method of execution, perhaps you'd like to weigh up your options. However, the fall of Jerusalem did not immediately quell all resistance in Judea, as isolated pockets of insurgency persisted as late as 73. Nonetheless, the capture and destruction of Jerusalem marked the decisive end of the Jewish revolt and solidified Roman dominance in the region. This pivotal event in history was commemorated with the construction of the Arch of Titus in Rome, which immortalized the spoils of war from the sacking of Jerusalem. Now, in the following year, the spring of 71, after Titus departed for Rome, Sextus Lucilius Bassus was appointed as the new military governor, tasked with completing the pacification of Judea, leading the formidable 10th Fretensis Legion. Bassus embarked on a series of campaigns to subdue the last remaining pockets of resistance. He successfully captured Herodium, and then ventured across the Jordan River to seize the fortress of Macarius, situated on the shores of the Dead Sea. Continuing his advance, Bassus pursued and defeated a group of 3,000 Judean rebels under the leadership of Judah ben Ari in the forests of Jadus, located on the northern shore of the Dead Sea. However, due to an unexpected illness, Bassus was unable to fulfill his mission and passed away before its completion. He was then succeeded by Lucius Flavius Silva, who assumed command and directed his forces towards the final bastion of Judean resistance, the city of Masada. In the autumn of 72, Silva led Legio X, accompanied by auxiliary troops and thousands of Jewish prisoners, totaling 10,000 soldiers, in a determined assault on Masada. Despite his orders for surrender being rebuffed, Silva established multiple base camps and encircled the fortress with fortifications. According to the Jewish historian Josephus, when the Roman forces finally breached the walls of Masada in 73, they were met with a grim sight. The defenders, numbering 967 in total, had chosen, instead of surrender, to take their own lives. Only 7 survivors, spared by chance, were found among the ruins of the citadel. The fall of Masada marked the tragic end of the Jewish revolt, symbolizing the unyielding spirit of resistance against Roman domination. The Roman suppression of the Jewish revolt in Judea had profound and far-reaching consequences, particularly in terms of demographic impact and societal upheaval. The conflict, of course, resulted in widespread loss of life, as many Judeans perished in battles, sieges, and massacres, while numerous cities, towns, and villages were razed to the ground. The extent of destruction, of course, varied across different regions, with some areas suffering more extensive devastation than others. In Galilee, for example, cities like Tarichaea and Gabara were completely destroyed, while others like Sepphoris and Tiberias reached accommodation with the Romans and experienced relatively minimal harm, at least compared to the other cities who did not reach such an accommodation. Similarly, Transjordan and central Judea witnessed varying degrees of destruction. However, it was Judea proper, especially the Judean mountains, that bore the brunt of the devastation, culminating in the utter destruction of Jerusalem, where more than 90%, that's right, 90, of the population perished. Josephus records that many Jews were taken captive by the Romans, with some sent to work on infrastructure projects in distant lands like the Isthmus of Corinth in Greece, while others were consigned to forced labor in Egypt, or simply sold into slavery elsewhere. It's estimated that 1/3 of the Jewish population in Judea died during this revolt, with many succumbing to famine, disease, or violence, and another 10th being captured and subject to harsh treatment and enslavement. Well, despite the immense loss of life and destruction of the temple, the life of the Judeans persisted. However, discontent with Roman rule, of course, continued to simmer beneath the surface, eventually erupting into the Bar Kokhba revolt of 132 to 136. This rebellion, though ultimately crushed by the Romans, further destabilized the region and contributed to the eventual depopulation of Judea proper. Now, that is for another video. Conflict is certainly far from over in Judea. So in the next video on this topic, that's exactly what we'll talk about. The Bar Kokhba revolt and the events leading up to it. Hannibal Barca, born 247 BC in present-day northern Tunisia, was one of the sons of Carthaginian leader Hamilcar Barca. Raised in the aftermath of Carthage's defeat in the First Punic War, Hannibal's family sought to improve their fortunes. Hamilcar, supported by Agades, initiated the subjugation of tribes in the Iberian Peninsula. Facing logistical challenges, Hamilcar marched his forces across Numidia to reach the Pillars of Hercules and cross the Strait of Gibraltar. As a child, Hannibal expressed a strong desire to accompany his father in overseas wars. According to Polybius, Hamilcar agreed, but he demanded a solemn oath from Hannibal never to be a friend of Rome. There are different accounts of this oath, with one version mentioning Hannibal being held over a sacrificial fire during the ceremony. Hannibal swore to use fire and steel to arrest the destiny of Rome. As soon as he reached the appropriate age, of course. We can't go having little 8-year-old Hannibal running after Rome with his cute little wooden sword. But I digress. This dramatic event, known as Hannibal's Oath, is said to have taken place in Peñascola, now part of the Valencian community in Spain. Spain, you might be thinking. Well, you see, Carthage had many territories up the northern coast of Africa and around Spain on the Iberian Peninsula. They still had overseas territories out of their main area of control. After his father's death in battle, Hannibal's brother-in-law, Hasdrubal the Fair, assumed command of the Carthaginian army in Hispania. Hannibal, at the age of 18, served as an officer under Hasdrubal. Hasdrubal focused on consolidating Carthage's interests in Iberia before forming diplomatic ties and signing a treaty with Rome that set boundaries along the Ebro River. What would Hannibal's father say about all this? One can only imagine. Following Hasdrubal's assassination in 221 BC, 26-year-old Hannibal was proclaimed commander-in-chief by the army and confirmed in official capacity by Carthage. The Roman scholar Livy portrayed Hannibal as reminiscent of his father Hamilcar, noting the resemblance in appearance and spirit. He exhibited the same qualities of leadership, facing opposition with skill, while adeptly navigating between obedience and command. After consolidating his power and completing the conquest of Hispania, Hannibal married a woman from Castulo, a powerful city allied with Carthage. She was likely named Imilce. Their union was mentioned by Livy, while Silius Italicus suggested a Greek origin for Imilce. And please try not to giggle at the name Silius Italicus. It does not mean silly Italian, but we can pretend it does. Now, another scholar, Gilbert Charles Picard, argued that she was not of Greek origin. Rather, she was of Punic origin. Punic is the term that we use to refer to Carthaginians, as that is how Rome was referring to them. In his initial campaigns, Hannibal attacked strongholds like Elythia and Helmantike, showcasing his tactical prowess. Upon returning home, a coalition of Spanish tribes, led by the Carpetani, attacked, leading to Hannibal's first significant battlefield success at the Battle of the River Tagus. Fearing Hannibal's growing strength in Iberia, Rome formed an alliance with Saguntum, claiming it as a protectorate and breaching the treaty with Carthage. Hannibal, planning an attack on Rome, saw the siege of Saguntum as a just cause for war and used it as his casus belli. That's a war justification. The city fell after 8 months, and Hannibal sent the booty to Carthage, gaining crucial support. You know, you become quite popular when you send back boatloads and boatloads of treasure, it really justifies the living away from home expenses that the people in charge are giving you. Now, of course, Rome was not too pleased with all this. In response, they dispatched a delegation led by Quintus Fabius Maximus Verrucosus to demand Carthage's stance on Hannibal's actions. The Carthaginian Senate, using legal arguments, questioned the validity of the alleged violated treaty. When asked to choose between war and peace, the Carthaginian audience replied that Rome could decide. Do you want to guess what they decided? I'm sure you decided to choose war, which is exactly what Quintus Fabius chose. So, if the Romans wanted war, the Carthaginians were going to bring it, and bring it hard. They did. And this is where Hannibal began to make preparations to cross the Alps. The plan to invade Italy was initially conceived by Hannibal's brother-in-law, Hasdrubal the Fair, who served as a Carthaginian general in the Iberian Peninsula. However, as you already know, he was assassinated in 221 BC, and Hannibal was the new guy in charge. The Romans, having dealt with the threat of a Gallo-Carthaginian invasion, were completely unaware of Hannibal's plans. Hannibal departed Cartagena, Spain, in the late spring of 218. But it wasn't easy. In fact, along the way, he faced challenges in subduing northern tribes and crossing the Pyrenees. Despite releasing 11,000 Iberian troops at the Pyrenees, Hannibal's army still consisted of 40,000 foot soldiers, 12,000 horsemen, and 38 elephants upon reaching the Rhone in September 218 BC. Recognizing the obstacles ahead, including the Alps, and the Gauls who were not very happy to see him, Hannibal strategically navigated the challenges, conciliating Gaulish chiefs and arriving at the Rhone before any Roman interference. His army, although diminished, comprised 38,000 infantry, 8,000 cavalry, and the elephants. Now, the elephants would become very important, but it is difficult to make an elephant walk up the daunting condition of a mountain. Well, that is exactly what Hannibal had to do. He skillfully outmaneuvered both natives and a Roman force to cross the Rhone Valley and advance towards the daunting Alpine crossing. The exact route he took over the Alps remains a subject of scholarly debate, with theories proposing different paths. There's really no way to know for sure, and perhaps one day we will find more solid archaeological evidence, as things are always left behind. Some modern theories suggest a march up the valley of Drôme, crossing the main range south of the Col de Montgevir. Others argue for a route farther north up the valleys of the Isère and Arc, crossing the main range near the present Col de Mont-Cenis or Little St. Bernard Pass. Recent numismatic evidence indicates that Hannibal's army may have passed within the site of the Matterhorn Numismatic? That means the study of coins. They found money. Scholars, including geoarchaeologist Patrick Hunt, propose different routes, suggesting that the Col de Clapier is the most accurate based on ancient depictions of the route. Others argue in favor of the Col de la Traversette, supported by biostratigraphic archaeological data. The analysis of peat bogs near the watercourses on both sides of the pass's summit revealed disturbances by humans and animals. Radiocarbon dating secured dates of around 218 BC, aligning with Hannibal's march. Archaeologists contend that this, combined with other evidence, strongly supports the Col de la Traversette as the Hannibalic route. Polybius also mentioned the highest Alpine pass, the Col de la Traversette, as Hannibal's likely crossing, reinforcing the case. In either way, it is certainly not as difficult as the route your parents took to school when they were your age. In summary, the debate continues, but recent evidence and interpretations lean towards the likelihood that Hannibal crossed the Alps through this path. Hannibal faced significant challenges during his Alpine crossing, overcoming them with ingenious strategies, as Livy describes. For instance, he reportedly used vinegar and fire to navigate a rock fall. Now that shows some resourcefulness. While Polybius provides different figures, suggesting Hannibal arrived in Italy with 20,000 foot soldiers, 4,000 horsemen, and only a few elephants, Livy's account includes details not mentioned by Polybius, leading to historical debates about the accuracy of troop numbers who he actually managed to guide over the Alps. But either way, when he got over there were many soldiers with him. Hannibal's military vision, shaped by Greek tutors and experiences with his father, extended across much of the Hellenistic world. His grand strategy involved conquering Rome by opening a northern front and subduing allied city-states on the Italian peninsula, rather than a direct assault on Rome. The defeat of Carthage in the First Punic War influenced Hannibal's decision to invade Italy by land across the Alps. This ambitious plan required the mobilization of 60,000 to 100,000 troops, and bringing those elephants with you certainly needed some experts. Hannibal's audacious march into Roman territory shifted the battleground and disrupted the Roman strategy. His sudden appearance among the Gauls of the Po Valley allowed him to sway these tribes away from their Roman allegiance before Rome could even respond. Publius Cornelius Scipio, the consul leading the Roman force to intercept Hannibal, was caught off guard, not anticipating an attempt to cross the Alps. Scipio, taken by surprise, attempted to intercept Hannibal, but was outmaneuvered. The Battle of Ticinus ensued, where Hannibal's superior cavalry forced the Romans to retreat. A little embarrassing for the Romans, for sure. Now, While this was a relatively minor victory, it managed to rally support from the Gauls and the Ligurians, boosting Hannibal's army to around 40,000 men. Scipio, severely injured, was rescued by his son, and the Romans retreated to Placentia. The Roman Senate was obviously in uproar about this. Responding swiftly, they ordered Consul Tiberius Longus to bring his army back from Sicily to reinforce Scipio. Hannibal, though, was pretty clever. I think you already know, and perhaps will know a little more about. He skillfully positioned himself to intercept Sempronius' captured Clastidium for supplies. Despite all of this, Sempronius managed to evade Hannibal's maneuvers, joining Scipio near the Trebia River. In December of the same year, Hannibal showcased his military brilliance at the Battle of Trebia. After wearing down the superior Roman infantry, he executed a surprise attack and ambushed from the flanks, cutting the Roman forces to pieces. During the winter of 217 BC, Hannibal quartered his troops with the Gauls. However, their support was beginning to wane, and Hannibal began to get a little bit scared of assassination attempts. Well, he wasn't going to take any of these threats and perceived dangers lying down, so to counter this, he adopted a cunning strategy. You wouldn't believe it, he began to wear wigs. That's right, he began to wear wigs, and he was constantly changing the wigs to thwart his would-be assassins. Now, I don't know about you, but I find that extremely amusing. In the spring of 217 BC, Hannibal sought a more reliable base of operations, prompting him to move farther south. The Roman consuls, Servilius and Flaminius, anticipated Hannibal's advance on Rome and strategically blocked the eastern and western routes. The only viable alternative lay at the mouth of the Arno, a marshy area overflowing more than usual during the season. Despite the challenges, Hannibal's forces marched for 4 days and 3 nights through waterlogged terrain, crossing the Apennines and the seemingly impassable Arno. While successfully traversing these obstacles, a significant portion of his force was lost in the marshy lowlands. Arriving in Etruria in the spring of 217 BC, Hannibal aimed to lure the main Roman army, led by Flamininus, into a pitched battle by devastating the region Flamininus was meant to protect. Despite these efforts, Flaminius remained encamped at Arretium. Hannibal executed a turning movement, marching boldly around Flaminius's left flank, and caught him in a defile on the shore of Lake Trasimennus. There, Hannibal ambushed Flaminius's army, destroying it in the waters or on the slopes, marking one of the most costly ambushes in Roman history. With Flaminius defeated, Hannibal recognized the impossibility of directly attacking Rome without siege engines. Instead, he opted to exploit his victory by entering central and southern Italy, encouraging a general revolt against Roman rule. Now, just quickly, this is quite early in the history of the Roman Republic, and at this time, Rome was quite different to Italy. There were many civil wars in Italy, and earlier Rome had just conquered many parts of it. Many people felt that Romans and Italians, or Etruscans as we can call them, were of a different culture. Of course, later on, people would become somewhat more accustomed to it. But if you ask Italians, even in our modern day, if Romans are the same as people from other cities, I'm sure they could tell you a few differences. So, the Romans were obviously not very impressed by this, and they were having rather a rough time of it. In response to Hannibal's victories, the Romans appointed Quintus Fabius Maximus Vercingetorix as their dictator. Dictator meaning someone who has absolute power to make all the decisions. It wasn't such of a dirty word back in the ancient times. Departing from conventional Roman military tactics, Fabius adopted a defensive strategy that came to be named after him. Instead of engaging Hannibal in open battle, he positioned several Roman armies in Hannibal's vicinity to observe and limit his movements. Many dirty tricks and guerrilla warfare. That was what Fabius was all about. Hannibal, unable to draw Fabius into a proper battle between gentlemen, ravaged Apulia, and then marched through Samnium to Campania, hoping to force Fabius into action through devastation. However, Fabius closely followed Hannibal's destructive path while maintaining a defensive stance. This strategy, deemed cautious by Fabius, was criticized by many Romans who viewed it as a form of cowardice. As winter approached, Hannibal found himself trapped in the devastated lowlands of Campania, as Fabius had blocked all the exit passes. This situation led to the night battle of Ager Falernus. Hannibal devised a cunning plan. By tying burning torches to the horns of cattle and driving them up nearby heights, tricking some Romans into pursuing what they believed to be the Carthaginian army. Seizing the opportunity, Hannibal quietly moved his entire army through an unguarded pass. Although Fabius within striking distance, his caution worked against him, and Hannibal successfully escaped, dealing a blow to Fabius's prestige and marking the end of Fabius's dictatorial power. No one was going to be taking him seriously after that. In the spring of 216 BC, Hannibal strategically seized the supply depot at Cannae, placing himself between the Romans and their crucial supply sources. The Romans, under consuls Gaius Terentius Varro and Lucius Aemilius Paulus, raised an unprecedentedly large army to confront Hannibal. Estimates range from 50 to 80,000, with some even suggesting even 100,000. That's a lot of guys. They really wanted to wipe Hannibal out. The Romans marched southward to Apulia, and found Hannibal encamped on the left bank of the Orphetus River. The two consuls alternated command daily, with Varro leading on the day of battle. Hannibal capitalized on the Romans' eagerness, using an envelopment tactic to draw them into a trap. The Carthaginian general strategically placed his least reliable infantry in the center, luring the Romans in. Meanwhile, his cavalry on the flanks dealt with their Roman counterparts, rendering the Roman numerical advantage completely ineffective. Although the Roman legions initially forced their way through Hannibal's center, the Libyan mercenaries on the wings swung round, menacing the flanks. Hannibal's cavalry, led by the reliable Marbal and Hanno, proved unbeatable, shattering the Roman cavalry and attacking the legions from behind. This resulted in the Roman army being hemmed in with no means of escape. Of course, the Romans were very panicked about this and got completely massacred. The Battle of Cannae became one of the most famous tactical masterpieces in military history, showcasing Hannibal's strategic brilliance and decisiveness. Hannibal's brilliant tactics at the Battle of Cannae resulted in the near destruction of the Roman army, with estimates of 50 to 70,000 Romans killed or captured. Among the casualties were the consul Lucius Aemilius Paulus, 2 consuls from the preceding year, 2 quaestors, 29 of the 48 military tribunes, and an additional 80 senators, constituting a significant loss for the Roman Senate. The devastating defeat led to Roman hesitation in confronting Hannibal in pitched battles, with a preference for attrition to weaken him. The Romans relied on their advantages of interior lines of supply and manpower. Hannibal, despite his triumph, faced challenges such as a lack of commitment from Carthage in terms of men, money, and siege equipment. Consequently, he did not bring the war directly to Rome. Now, I want you to think about that for a moment. If the mood within the Carthaginian Senate had have been a little different, some more support for Hannibal, and they had said to themselves, you know what? Let's wipe out Rome once and for all. They probably could have done it. And our world would have looked very different. Well, maybe the alternate history is for another channel to deal with. Marhabal's famous remark, Hannibal, you know how to gain a victory, but not how to use one, underscores the missed opportunity to capitalize on the triumph at Cannae. Despite gaining support in many parts of Italy and inducing revolts in Sicily and Macedonia, Hannibal could not receive the necessary reinforcements for a direct assault on the capital of Rome. Instead, he focused on subduing fortresses and securing alliances, notably with the newly appointed tyrant Hieronymus of Syracuse, and the defection of certain Italian territories, including Capua, which became Hannibal's new base. However, only a few Italian city-states defected to him. This fell very short of his expectations. The war in Italy entered a strategic stalemate, as the Romans, influenced by Fabius' strategy of attrition, deprived Hannibal of large-scale battles, and instead engaged him in multiple smaller campaigns to weaken him. Fabius, nicknamed the Delayer, avoided open confrontation, and just continued to wear Hannibal down, little by little. Hannibal was not going to take this lying down, and he certainly didn't. He resorted to a scorched earth policy, and struggled with limited support from Carthage and its new ally, Philip V of Macedon. Despite some victories, Hannibal faced challenges, losing ground due to inadequate backing from Italian allies, abandonment by Carthage, and an inability to match Rome's vast resources. Carthaginian political dynamics played a crucial role, with power concentrated in the oligarchy, including the Council of 30 nobles and the 104. Two factions, the war party led by the Barcids, Hannibal's family, and the peace party led by Hanno II the Great, operated in Carthage on equal footing. Hanno, instrumental in denying Hannibal reinforcements after Cannae, represented the peace party. Hannibal started the war without full support from the Carthaginian oligarchy, which controlled its strategic resources. Despite Hannibal's constant requests for reinforcements, the oligarchy prioritized reinforcing and supplying Iberia over supporting Hannibal directly. Hannibal faced challenges as he struggled with less trained mercenaries and the oligarchy's commercial interests. In March of 212, Hannibal captured Tarentum in a surprise attack. But despite this, Rome's tide was turning against him. The battle is turning in our favor. You must comment if you know the reference. The Roman consuls sieged Capua in 212 BC, prompting Hannibal to attack and force their withdrawal. He then moved to Lucania, defeating a Roman army at the Battle of Silaris and another at the First Battle of Herdonia. In 211 BC, Rome successfully sieged Capua. Hannibal attempted to lift the siege, but he failed, marching on Rome to draw off Roman soldiers. Despite some tactical victories in Apulia, Hannibal's hold on South Italy began to weaken with the loss of Tarentum in 209. In 207, he aimed for a combined march on Rome with his brother Hasdrubal, but retired to Calabria upon hearing of Hasdrubal's defeat and his death in the Battle of Metaurus. The events marked the end of Hannibal's success in Italy. With the decline of Carthage's fortunes and the failure of his brother Mago in Liguria, Hannibal's hope of recovering ascendancy in Italy had vanished. In 203, after almost 15 years of fighting in Italy, he was recalled to Carthage to defend against a Roman invasion under Scipio Africanus. In 203 BC, Hannibal was recalled to Carthage from Italy by the war party. After leaving a record of his expedition in the temple of Juno Lacinta in Crotona, he sailed back to Africa. His return boosted the war party's influence and he took command of a combined force of African levies and Italian mercenaries. In 202 BC, Hannibal engaged in a fruitless peace conference with Scipio, despite their mutual admiration. Negotiations failed due to Roman allegations of Punic faith, citing breaches of protocols in the First Punic War. A peace plan was worked out, but was rejected by Carthage. The decisive Battle of Zama followed, resulting in Hannibal's defeat and the removal of his aura of invincibility. At the Battle of Zama, a pivotal engagement in the Second Punic War, the Romans held superiority in cavalry, thanks to the betrayal of Massinissa, a former Carthaginian ally who changed sides. Despite Hannibal's mental exhaustion and deteriorating health, the Carthaginians had an infantry advantage, and not to mention 80 war elephants. We are in Africa after all. The Roman cavalry, though, swiftly routed the Carthaginian cavalry and effectively countered the war elephants by playing trumpets to frighten them. And frightened they were as they stampeded away. The battle remained closely fought, and at one point, Hannibal seemed on the verge of victory. Scipio, though, rallied his men, and a two-pronged attack by the Romans caused the Carthaginian formation to collapse. With their general defeated, the Carthaginians surrendered, losing approximately 20,000 troops and 15,000 wounded. In contrast, the Romans suffered a mere 2,500 casualties. The Battle of Zama therefore marked the end of Hannibal's military career, and Carthage's ability to challenge Rome for Mediterranean supremacy. After the Second Punic War, Hannibal became a statesman and was elected suffect in Carthage. He initiated financial reforms to eliminate corruption and recovered embezzled funds. This diminished the power of the oligarchs. Suspected of conspiring against Rome, Hannibal fled into voluntary exile to avoid Roman demands for his surrender. He journeyed to Tyre, Antioch, and Ephesus, where he advised Antiochus III and attended a lecture by Phormio. Tensions rose between Seleucids and Rome, and Hannibal proposed an anti-Roman coup in Carthage. This coup, however, did not materialize. Sometime later, in 190, after defeats in the Roman-Seleucid War, Antiochus gave Hannibal a military command. He built a fleet, but suffered defeat in the Battle of Side and the Battle of Myonessus, leading to a decisive Roman Pergamene victory in the Battle of Magnesia. The truce signed at Sardes in 189 BC forced Antiochus to surrender Hannibal to Rome. He briefly sought refuge in the Armenian royal court, then fled to Crete and returned to Anatolia, where he served Prusias I of Bithynia in warfare against Rome's ally Eumenes II of Pergamon. The circumstances surrounding Hannibal's death are uncertain. Pausanias mentioned a wound on Hannibal's finger caused by his drawn sword while mounting his horse, leading to a fatal fever 3 days later. Other sources, like Livy and Cornelius Nepos, present a different account, suggesting that Flaminius demanded Hannibal's surrender from King Prusias, prompting Hannibal to take poison upon realizing escape was impossible rather. Appian proposed that Prusias poisoned Hannibal himself. Could be. Whichever way it happened, Hannibal's tomb was said to be at Libissa, on the sea of the Marmara coast, although some believe it was at Gebze, while others place it even further west of this. His date of death is variously dated between 183 and 181. Perhaps we can settle on 182 and be done with the issue. Gaius Julius Caesar, born the 12th of July 100 BC, was a prominent Roman general and statesman, part of the First Triumvirate. Leading Roman armies in the Gallic War, he defeated Pompey in a civil war, becoming dictator from 49 BC until his assassination in 44 BC. Caesar's military victories expanded Roman territory, including invasions of Britain and crossing the Rhine. Despite Senate opposition, he crossed the Rubicon in 49 BC, starting a civil war that he won by 44 BC. Upon assuming power, Caesar implemented reforms such as the Julian calendar, citizenship grants, land reforms, and extensive building projects. Proclaimed dictator for life in 44 BC, his dominance led to his assassination by senators led by Brutus and Cassius on the Ides of March, the aftermath of which saw civil wars culminating in Octavian's rise to sole power, marking the beginning of the Roman Empire. Caesar, also an author and historian, documented his life in writings, while contemporaries like Cicero and Sallust provided additional perspectives. Biographies by Suetonius and Plutarch are later important sources. Recognized as a military genius, Caesar's cognomen became synonymous with emperor, leaving a lasting impact on the Roman Empire and influencing titles like Kaiser and Tsar. His legacy endures in various literary and artistic works, still enjoyed well into our modern era. Early life and career. He was born on the 12th of July 100 BC into the patrician gens Julia, hailed from the esteemed lineage that claimed descent from Venus through the legendary figure Julius. The family's roots in Rome dated back to the 7th century BC, having migrated from Alba Longa after its destruction by Tullus Hostilius. Despite their ancient heritage, the Julii Caesares had limited political influence during the Middle Republic. The first recorded use of the cognomen Caesar was in 208 BC. Caesar's father, also named Gaius Julius Caesar, achieved moderate political success, serving as a praetor in 91 to 90 BC. and later as a proconsular governor of Asia. His alliances, including marriage into the Aurelii cote and ties to Gaius Marius, contributed to the family's political standing. The genealogy highlighting descent from Venus was firmly established in public consciousness by the 1st century BC. During the dominance of Lucius Cornelius Cinna, Caesar's father chose retirement over seeking a consulship. Caesar, named Flammendialis, a priest of Jupiter during this time, married Cinna's daughter, Cornelia. The priesthood's religious restrictions would have limited Caesar's political career. After his father's sudden death in 84 BC, Sulla's victory in the Civil War was annulled Sulla's acta. Sulla ordered Caesar to abdicate and divorce Cornelia, but Caesar refused and questioned Sulla's legitimacy. There are debates about whether Sulla proscribed Caesar, prompting him to go into hiding. Caesar's relatives, including contacts among the Vestal virgins, intervened, leading to a compromise where Caesar resigned his priesthood but retained his wife and belongings. The alleged remark by Sulla about seeing in Caesar many Mariuses is considered apocryphal. Caesar left Italy to serve in the staff of Asia's governor, Marcus Minucius Thermus. During his time, he traveled to Bithynia to collect naval reinforcements, where he was hosted by King Nicomedes IV. Although later accusations suggested a homosexual relationship with the king, Caesar served at the siege of Mytilene, earning the civic crown for saving a citizen's life. The privileges of the crown fueled Caesar's ambition for honors. After the capture of Mytilene, he joined Publius Servilius Vatius' staff in Cilicia, returning to Rome upon hearing of Sulla's death in 78 BC. Caesar faced challenges prosecuting Sullan aristocrats in court. In 77 BC, his attempt against Gnaeus Cornelius Dolabella failed, but he succeeded in prosecuting Gaius Antonius Hybrida in 76. Caesar then left for Rhodes to study under rhetorician Apollonius Molon. On his way, he was captured by pirates, but ransomed himself, later returning with a fleet to capture and execute the same pirates who captured him. His studies were interrupted by the Third Mithridatic War, during which he collected troops at the locals' expense and led them successfully against Mithridates' forces. While absent from Rome in 73 BC, Caesar was appointed to the pontifices, replacing his deceased relative Gaius Aurelius Cotta. This promotion solidified his position in the aristocracy and marked him as a promising political figure. Upon his return, he was elected one of the military tribunes for 71 BC. Although there's no evidence of him serving in a war during this term. He advocated for the removal of Sulla's restrictions on the plebeian tribunate and the pardon of those who supported Lepidus's revolt, both common and uncontroversial causes that had much support. In 70 BC, with Pompey and Crassus as consuls, legislation was passed to restore the plebeian tribunate's rights. Caesar, supporting this cause, backed legislation to pardon the Lepidant exiles. In 69 BC, for his quaestorship, Caesar was assigned to serve under Gaius Antistius Vetus in Hispania Ulteria, securing a lifetime seat in the Senate. Before his departure, he faced personal losses with the death of his aunt Julia, the widow of Marius, and his wife Cornelia, who died after giving birth to his only legitimate child, Julia. Caesar gave public eulogies for both and displayed images of Marius at Julia's funeral, a move objected to by some Sullan nobles. However, this action was likely aimed at political reconciliation rather than renewed factionalism. Caesar quickly remarried, taking Sulla's granddaughter Pompeia as his new wife. During much of this period, Caesar aligned himself with Pompey. In the late 70s, he supported the restoration of the tribunician rights, possibly linked to the law granting lands to Pompey's veterans. Caesar also backed the Lex Gabinia in 67, giving Pompey an extraordinary command against Mediterranean piracy, and supported the Lex Manilia in 66 BC, transferring command of the Third Mithridatic War from Lucullus to Pompey. In 65 BC, 4 years after Julia's funeral, Caesar served as curule aedile and organized extravagant games, gaining further popularity. He restored trophies won by Marius over Jugurtha and the Cimbri, which had been taken down by Sulla. According to Plutarch, the trophies were applauded, and tears of joy were shed by onlookers. While the overnight restoration described by Plutarch is unlikely, Caesar's act of restoring his family's public monuments in line with aristocratic tradition and the virtue of pietas was broadly supported by the Senate, despite some objections from Catullus. In 63 BC, Caesar contested for both the praetorship and the position of Pontifex Maximus, the highest-ranking state religious official. He faced influential senators Quintus Lutatius, Catullus, and Publius Servilius in the pontifical election, and finally emerged victorious. While some historians express astonishment at the seriousness of Caesar's candidacy, it had historical precedent. Allegations of bribery and ingratiating behavior were made, possibly underwritten by Pompey, whom Caesar had supported at the time. There are other assertions that Caesar supported land reform proposals by the plebeian tribune Publius Servilius Rullus, although such claims lack ancient sources for verification. Additionally, Caesar played a collateral role in the trial of Gaius Rabirius for the murder of Saturninus. The most notable event of the year was the Catilinarian conspiracy, with some enemies, including Catulus, suggesting Caesar's involvement. However, the likelihood of his participation is deemed to be extremely small. Praetorship. In 63 BC, Caesar easily won the praetorship election and, as a praetor-elect, spoke against executing citizens involved in the Catilinarian conspiracy. He proposed either life imprisonment or imprisonment pending trial, with most sources agreeing on support for property confiscation. While initially successful in swaying the Senate, an intervention by Cato led to the ultimate decision for execution. During his praetorship, Caesar attempted to deprive his rival Catulus of the temple of Jupiter Optimus Maximus's completion, accusing him of embezzlement. He dropped the proposal due to widespread opposition. After his praetorship, Caesar governed Hispania Ulteria proconsul. In need of funds to pay off some debts he had incurred, he campaigned successfully against the Caliaci and the Lusitani, seizing their capital and accumulating enough plunder to get himself out of debt. Hailed Imperator, he returned home in 60 BC, forced to choose between a triumph and consulship. Caesar opted for the consulship, facing opposition from Cato in the Senate. Despite Senate support for an exception, Caesar made the pivotal decision for the consulship. First Consulship and the Gallic Wars. In the consulship election of 59 BC, Caesar, backed by Crassus, garnered widespread support from various factions, including those previously allied with Marius, Cinna, and the Sullan aristocracy. His stance on reconciliation after the Civil War resonated across society, although his joint ticket with Lucius Lessius was successful. Lessius did not win. Instead, Marcus Calpurnius Bibulus, a long-standing adversary of Caesar, was elected alongside him. After the 59 BC consulship elections, Caesar orchestrated for formation of the First Triumvirate, with Pompey and Crassus, who sought their respective goals, being ratification of Pompey's eastern settlement and support for tax farmers in Asia, many of whom were Crassus's clients. They collaborated to secure extended patronage and land grants, especially for Pompey's veterans. Caesar's initial acts as consul, including publishing Senate and Assembly minutes for public accountability. He introduced a land reform bill to purchase property for Pompey's veterans and the urban poor, encountering opposition from political adversaries. particularly Cato. Caesar faced with political difficulties, but he later passed legislation to combat provincial corruption. His consulship ended in mid-March, and he remained near the city for some time after. Caesar in Gaul. During the Gallic Wars, from 58 to 52 BC, Julius Caesar authored the Commentaries, a Latin literary masterpiece aimed at documenting his campaigns, justifying his actions, and garnering support in Rome. Comprising around 10 volumes, these works covered operations in Gaul and were likely written in the year following the described events. Although they were of course biased in favor of Caesar, the commentaries serve as a crucial source for understanding the events in Gaul during this period. In 58 BC, Gaul experienced instability with internal tribal conflicts and raids into Transalpine Gaul. Caesar intervened to prevent the Helvetii migration through Roman territory, defeating them at the Battle of Bibracte. Responding to Gallic requests for aid against Ariovistus, Caesar defeated the Suebi king at the Battle of Vosges. Wintering near the Belgae, Caesar faced an uprising in 57, and subsequently quelled it at the Battle of Sabis. He spent much of 56 BC suppressing the Belgae, campaigning against various Gallic tribes and subjugating most of Gaul, except its central regions. To bolster his military reputation, Caesar confronted Germans attempting to cross the Rhine, effectively establishing it as a Roman frontier. Demonstrating Roman engineering prowess, he built a bridge across the Rhine. In 55 and 54 BC, Caesar led expeditions into southern Britain, ostensibly to cut off British aid to Gallic enemies, but perhaps also for conquest or to impress Rome with Britain's mysterious allure. Facing winter uprisings in Gaul in 54 BC, Caesar withdrew from Britain, but successfully defeated the Uberones and the Belgae in subsequent battles. In 53 BC, a more significant challenge arose, with the uprising led by Vercingetorix of the Arverni tribe. After initial setbacks, Caesar managed to besiege Vercingetorix at Alesia, and ultimately won a decisive victory. Caesar spent the following years suppressing any remaining resistance in Gaul until 51 BC. Civil War. In 51 BC, the Roman consul Marcellus proposed a motion to recall Julius Caesar from his command in Gaul, arguing that Caesar's task was complete after his victory against Vercingetorix. The proposal, however, faced opposition and was ultimately shot down. During this time, there were growing concerns among conservative senators led by figures such as Cato, who sought to enlist Pompey's support to compel Caesar to return to Rome without the customary honors and without the possibility of securing a second consulship. As the year 50 BC unfolded, both Caesar and his political opponents, particularly in the Senate, began amassing troops in southern Gaul and northern Italy. The atmosphere became increasingly tense, and there were fears of an impending civil war. In response to this situation, Cicero and others proposed a plan for disarmament by both Caesar and Pompey. The proposal gained overwhelming support. It was voted 370 to 22, indicating a desire for a peaceful resolution. However, before it could be formally passed, one of the consuls dissolved the meeting, preventing any decisive action. Rumors began to spread in Rome that Caesar was marching towards Italy, prompting both consuls to instruct Pompey to defend the country. This move was seen as a last resort to prevent potential hostilities. At the beginning of 49 BC, Caesar renewed his offer for both him and Pompey to disarm, emphasizing a desire to avoid bloodshed. This proposal was read to the Senate, but it faced rejection, particularly from the hard-line opponents of Caesar. In response to this escalating tension, Caesar privately offered a compromise to Pompey. However, this too was rejected by those who were adamant about a confrontational approach. Matters reached their critical point on January the 7th, when tribunes supportive of Caesar were driven from Rome, and the Senate, under the influence of Pompey and his allies, declared Caesar an enemy of the state. This declaration, known as the Senatus Consultum Ultimum, marked a formal break and set the stage for the outbreak of open hostilities between Caesar and Pompey, and thus the Roman Civil War began. The motivations behind Julius Caesar's decision to march on Rome and ignite the Roman Civil War are a subject of scholarly debate. One widely accepted theory suggests that Caesar faced a critical choice when denied the immunity traditionally granted to a proconsul. He was left with the options of submitting to prosecution, potential conviction and exile, or alternatively, resorting to civil war to defend his position. The likelihood of a successful prosecution and conviction is a matter of disagreement to this day among scholars. Caesar's primary objectives were twofold: to secure a second consulship, a proposition first considered in 52 BC, and to attain a triumph. He harbored concerns that his political opponents, who held both consulships for 50 BC, might reject his candidacy or refuse to validate an election victory. This fear formed the crux of his justification for war. Caesar contended that Pompey and his allies were plotting, even by force if necessary, to curtail the Roman people's liberty to elect him and recognize his achievements. In this context, Caesar framed his actions as a defense of the people's right to choose him as their leader. In January 49 BC, Responding to the Senate's final decree, Julius Caesar crossed the Rubicon with a single legion, sparking a civil war. After quoting the Athenian playwright Menander with "Let the die be cast," Caesar advanced south. Pompey and many senators simply fled, and despite attempts at negotiation, mutual distrust led to the breakdown of talks. Caesar then moved south, capturing key communication routes to Rome. Pompey withdrew to Brundisium and finally escaped to Greece, abandoning Italy to Caesar's superior forces. Caesar stayed near Rome briefly, leaving Lepidus in charge while he attacked Pompey's Spanish provinces. He defeated Pompey's legates at the Battle of Ilerda and continued his campaigns in Sicily and Africa. Returning to Rome in the autumn, Caesar secured the consulship for 48 BC with Publius Servilius Isauricus. After resigning the dictatorship, Caesar went to Greece to halt Pompey's preparations. He then besieged Pompey at Dyrrhachium. However, Pompey broke out, leading to a decisive defeat of Caesar's forces at Pharsalus on the 9th of August 48 BC. Pompey then fled to Egypt, while others, including Cicero and Brutus, sought Caesar's pardon. Pompey met his demise upon arriving in Alexandria, where Caesar arrived 3 days later on October the 2nd, 48. Unable to leave due to weather, Caesar mediated a civil war between Ptolemy VIII and Cleopatra. In the late October of 48, he was appointed dictator in absentia for a year after news of his victory at Pharsalus reached Rome. During this time in Alexandria, Caesar engaged in an affair with Cleopatra and withstood a siege by Ptolemy until March 47. Reinforced by allies, he defeated Ptolemy at the Battle of the Nile, and then established Cleopatra as ruler. Caesar and Cleopatra celebrated their victory with a triumphal procession on the Nile. He then stayed in Egypt until around June. In late June, Cleopatra gave birth to Caesar's son, Caesarion. Upon landing at Antioch, Caesar learned of Pharnace's attempt to seize Pontus, his father's kingdom. Caesar swiftly engaged Pharnaces at Zela, achieving a rapid victory and famously stating, "Veni, vidi, vici," I came, I saw, I conquered. He then hastened back to Italy. In Caesar's absence from Italy, Mark Antony assumed control as Magister Equitum. His rule, however, faced opposition, with Tribune Publius Cornelius Dolabella advocating for debt relief, leading to Senate intervention for Antony to restore order. After suppressing riots with force, Antony's popularity began to decline. Meanwhile, Cato marched to Africa, where Metellus Scipio led remaining republicans, forming an alliance with Juba of Numidia. Pompey's fleet raided central Mediterranean islands, and Caesar's governor in Spain switched to the Republican side. Upon his return, Caesar demoted Antony, pacified mutineers without violence, and organized elections for 47 BC and 46. Caesar, alongside Lepidus, served as consul in 46. He borrowed money, confiscated enemies' property at fair prices, and left for Africa on December 25th, 47 BC. Caesar faced challenges upon landing, but eventually defeated Republican forces at Thapsus. Cato, meanwhile, committed suicide in Utica, and other anti-Caesar forces soon followed suit. Labienus and 2 of Ptolemy's sons revolted in the Spanish provinces, but they didn't get very far. Caesar then annexed parts of Numidia and returned to Italy in June of 46. Celebrating triumphs in September, Caesar heard of trouble in Spain. He left for the peninsula, winning a bloody battle at Munda on March 17th, 45. Caesar treated his defeated enemies as rebels and had them all massacred. He then remained in Spain until June, setting out for Rome and arriving in October. Caesar celebrated an unconventional triumph over fellow Romans. Preparations for war against the Parthians were currently underway, with a planned start on March 18th, 44 BC. Assassination. Before Caesar's assumption of the title of Dictator Perpetuo in February 44 BC, he had been appointed dictator multiple times since his first dictatorship in 49. The initial appointment aimed at holding elections lasting for only 11 days. Subsequent dictatorships, lasting up to a year, were renewed annually by April 46 BC, and they carried the task of re-establishing the state. While these appointments did not inherently grant legal power, they symbolized Caesar's dominant position in the state, earned through victories over other Romans. Following the Battle of Pharsalus, the Senate bestowed numerous honors upon Caesar, including the title Praefectus Moribus and authority over war and peace. Caesar continued to receive extraordinarily symbolic honors, such as his image on Roman coinage, the first for a living Roman, and the right to wear royal attire, sit on a golden throne in the Senate, and have his statues in public temples. The month Quintilis was renamed Julius in his honor. However, these symbols of divine monarchy began to stir resentment. Caesar's concentration of state functions, including justice, legislation, administration, and public works, into his person without regard for traditional institutions, alienated the political class and contributed to the conspiracy against him. Despite implementing reforms, Caesar did not intend to fundamentally restructure Roman society. The extraordinary honors bestowed upon him merely integrated him into the traditional structure without altering its essence. One significant reform was the calendar, as Caesar replaced the traditional lunisolar calendar with the solar Julian calendar. He expanded the number of magistrates and senators to 900, aiming to better administer the empire and reward his supporters. Colonies were established outside of Italy, including on the sites of Carthage and Corinth, to alleviate population pressure and reduce unrest. Caesar abolished civic associations, known as collegia, reinstated by Claudius in 58 BC. He allowed subordinates in illegal triumphal processions, resigned the consulship on the last day of the year to enable allies' election, and overlooked corruption among his supporters to ensure their loyalty. Provincial entities were extorted for favors to cover his vast expenses. In January 44 BC, tribunes attempted to crown Caesar as king, but their efforts were thwarted, leading to their removal from office. Just before February 15th, Caesar had assumed the dictatorship for life, signaling a permanent consolidation of power. Rumors circled about Caesar's monarchical ambitions, fueled by his rejection of a diadem at the Lupercalia celebrations. While interpretations vary, the public perception of his potential kingship persisted. The conspiracy to assassinate Caesar had its roots in the summer of 45 BC, and by February 44 BC, approximately 60 conspirators were involved. The once unified coalition from the Civil War had now fractured, with former Pompeians and disenchanted Caesarians joining forces. Brutus, a prominent figure claiming descent from champions of Roman liberty, emerged as the main leader. Public sentiment turned against Caesar in the late autumn of 45 BC due to his controversial policies. His debt measures were seen as too favorable to lenders, and the use of lethal force to quell protests for debt relief caused resentment. Additionally, reductions in the grain dole, abolitions of civic associations, and changes to the judicial system alienated many citizens. The same citizens expressed their discontent by reportedly voting for deposed tribunes over Caesar's candidates in the consular elections. The conspirators strategically chose the Ides of March 15th, for the assassination, opting for a Senate meeting as the venue to frame the killing as a political act. Despite some leaks about the plot, Caesar dismissed precautions and declined a bodyguard. The attack unfolded during the Senate meeting, with conspirators wielding daggers. Caesar, sustaining between 23 and 25 wounds, met his demise, fell to the ground and died, marking the end of his life. Publius Aelius Hadrianus, known as Hadrian, was born on January 24th, AD 76, in Italica, modern-day Santiponce, near Seville, a Roman town founded during the Second Punic War. His family's origin was linked to Hadria, modern Atri, a town in Italia. His father, Publius Aelius Hadrianus Afer, was a senator of Praetorian rank from Italica, and his mother, Domitia Paulina, came from a distinguished Hispano-Roman senatorial family in Gades. Hadrian had an elder sister named Aelia Domitia Paulina. Hadrian's early life included a close relationship with his wet nurse, the slave Germana, who he freed, and she outlived him. His father's cousin, Trajan, a notable senator born in Italica, played a significant role in Hadrian's life. Hadrian's parents passed away in 86 when he was only 10 years old, and he and his sister became wards of Trajan and Publius Acilius Attianus, who later became Trajan's Praetorian prefect. Growing up physically active and enjoying hunting, Hadrian was called to Rome by Trajan at the age of 14 for further education befitting of a young Roman aristocrat. Hadrian's strong interest in Greek literature and culture earned him the nickname Graeculus, Greekling. His early political career began with his service in various roles, such as a member of the Decemviri, Stabilius Judicantus, a military tribune with Legio II Adiotrix and Legio V Macedonica, and later with Legio XII Primigenia. His 3 tribunates provided him with a career advantage compared to many scions of older senatorial families. In 101, Hadrian returned to Rome and was elected quaestor, later serving as Quaestor Imperatoris Traiani, acting as a liaison officer between Emperor Trajan and the Senate. He played a crucial role in composing and delivering the emperor's communiques and speeches. He succeeded Licinius Sura, Trajan's influential friend and advisor, in this capacity. Subsequently, he became ad actus senatus, which means the person responsible for keeping the Senate's records. During the First Dacian War, Hadrian joined Trajan's personal entourage, but returned to Rome to assume the office of tribune of the plebs in 105. After the war, he likely served as praetor. During the Second Dacian War, Hadrian served Trajan once again. He was released to become the legate of Legio I Minervia and the later governor of Lower Pannonia in 107, where his responsibilities included dealing with the Sarmatians. Between 107 and 108, Hadrian successfully defended Roman-controlled Banat and Oltenia against an invasion by the Lazyges, negotiating a peace treaty whose exact terms are unclear. The treaty may have involved concessions, including a one-time tribute payment and the transfer of Banat to the Lazyges. In his mid-30s, Hadrian embarked on a journey to Greece, where he gained Athenian citizenship and served as the eponymous Archon of Athens in 112. The Athenians honored him with a statue and inscription in the Theatre of Dionysus, providing a detailed account of his cursus honorum. After his time in Greece, Hadrian's activities became less documented until Trajan's Parthian campaign. It is suggested that he may have remained in Greece until he was recalled to join Trajan's expedition against Parthia as a legate. When the governor of Syria was dispatched to address issues in Dacia, Hadrian was appointed as his replacement and given independent command. Through all of these years, Hadrian continued to secure promotion after promotion and expand his sphere of influence. It's not what you know, it's who you know. And Hadrian, by this point, knew a lot of people. As Trajan fell seriously ill and returned to Rome, Hadrian remained in Syria, effectively commanding the Eastern Roman army. The Emperor Trajan passed away on August 8, 117, in Selinus, Cilicia, leaving behind a legacy of one of Rome's most admired and popular emperors. Around 100 or perhaps 101, during his quaestorship, Hadrian got married. Congratulations. To a lovely lady named Vibia Sabina, who was actually Trajan's grandniece. The marriage, possibly arranged by Trajan's Empress Plotina, had complex dynamics, marked by a strained relationship between Hadrian and Trajan. Trajan was not enthusiastic about the marriages, and it faced challenges due to the couple's poor connection. So you see that this was more of a political marriage, as most marriages were during the day, but generally people got along for the sake of it. These two, however, were having some difficulties. The marriage may have, however, served more political purposes, securing the support of Plotina, Salonia, Matilda, who was Hadrian's mother-in-law, and their extended family. Plotina and Matidia held significant influence, and Hadrian's succession could maintain their social and political standing. Despite these connections, the relationship between Hadrian and Trajan remained intricate, with evidence of conflicts, possibly related to Hadrian's attempts to influence Trajan through his boy favorites. Interesting. In 112, Trajan elevated Matidia to Augusta after the death of Ulpia Marciana. Hadrian's failure to attain a senior consulship late in Trajan's reign indicated a lack of clear favoritism. Despite Trajan's active support of Hadrian's advancement, he still wanted to exercise some caution, as seen in the measured promotion and the withholding of certain privileges. So it wasn't like in some other cases where the one in power, if they did favor you strongly, would not just allow you to climb the ladder, but help you up in a very swift fashion. In Hadrian's case, however, although he had many powerful connections, Trajan himself wanted him to do it by the book. The issue of succession was critical for the stability of the Roman Empire. Nominating an heir too early might be perceived as an abdication. That being said, delaying it could lead to chaotic power struggles, and may land you in the same situation as many did with the Praetorian Guard, who certainly seem very fond of assassinating the emperors they swore to protect. So, as Trajan lay on his deathbed, slowly dying, the customary process involved a deathbed adoption wish, witnessed by others. However, this did not occur. Instead, an adoption document, signed by Trajan's wife Plotina and dated the day after Trajan's death, was prevented. Hadrian, still in Syria at the time, violated Roman adoption laws, which required both parties' presence. Therefore, the circumstances surrounding Hadrian's adoption raised rumors and speculation. Naturally, Phaedimus, Trajan's young manservant, died soon after Trajan, leading to suspicions of foul play to avoid awkward questions. No loose ends. Historical sources differ on the legitimacy of Hadrian's adoption, with Dio Cassius considering it dubious, and the Historia Augusta writer asserting its genuineness. An aureus minted early in Hadrian's reign presented him as Trajan's Caesar, reinforcing the official position of his legitimate succession. Upon Hadrian's accession, he informed the Senate through a letter that he was the new emperor, citing the urgency of the troops' acclamation due to the belief that the state could not be without an emperor. The legion's loyalty was rewarded with customary bonuses, and the Senate endorsed Hadrian's acclamation. Public ceremonies celebrated Hadrian's divine election, including the deification of Trajan at Hadrian's request. Remaining in the east, Hadrian suppressed the Jewish revolt that began under Trajan and addressed disturbances along the Danube frontier. In Rome, Hadrian's Praetorian prefect, Attianus, claimed to uncover a conspiracy involving leading senators. Hadrian found and executed the alleged conspirators, claiming Attianus acted independently. The reasons for these executions are unclear, but may relate to potential rivals and opposition to Hadrian's intended policy changes. One of the executed senators, Gaius Avidius Nigrinus, was possibly Hadrian's chief rival for the throne, and the Historia Augusta suggests Hadrian considered him as his heir apparent before deciding to eliminate him. In 125, Hadrian appointed Quintus Marcius Turbo as his praetorian prefect. Turbo, a close friend of Hadrian, was a prominent figure in the equestrian order, serving as a senior court judge and procurator. Hadrian's appointment of Turbo might have been an attempt to mend relations with the Senate, especially after the controversial actions of his former praetorian prefect Attianus. Hadrian restricted equestrians from trying cases against senators, reaffirming the Senate's legal authority over its members. Despite these measures, Hadrian's relationship with the Senate remained strained for the rest of his reign. Some sources indicate that Hadrian occasionally used a network of informers known as the Frumentari to discreetly investigate individuals of high social standing, including senators and his close associates. This further contributed to the discord between Hadrian and the Senate during his rule. His reign marked a departure from traditional Roman imperial practices, as he spent more than half of his rule outside of Italy. Unlike previous emperors who relied on reports from imperial representatives, Hadrian wished to personally witness the state of the empire. While previous emperors often left Rome for extended periods due to military campaigns, Hadrian's incessant travels reflected a calculated shift in attitude. Rather than viewing the empire as a purely Roman hegemony, Hadrian aimed to integrate provincials into a commonwealth of civilized peoples with a shared Hellenic culture, albeit under Roman supervision. Because we couldn't have people developing their own cultures now, couldn't we? Hadrian had also supported the creation of municipia, which means municipal towns, allowing semi-autonomous urban communities with some of their own customs and some of their own laws, instead of immediately imposing new Roman colonies with Roman constitutions. This cosmopolitan and ecumenical approach is evident in coin issues from Hadrian's later reign, depicting the emperor raising up personifications of various provinces. Aelius Aristides noted that Hadrian extended a protecting hand over his subjects, helping them stand to their feet. However, Hadrian's departure from traditional Roman practices did not sit well with Roman traditionalists. Nero, a previous emperor, had faced criticism for neglecting his responsibilities while enjoying a prolonged and peaceful tour of Greece. Hadrian's extensive travels, his embrace of diverse cultures, and the creation of semi-autonomous municipalities drew criticism from those who thought that he was a little bit too Greek and perhaps much too cosmopolitan for a Roman emperor. Before Hadrian's arrival in Britannia, the province faced a major rebellion from 119 to 121, leading to the dispatch of troops and military losses. In 122, Hadrian initiated the construction of a wall. I'm sure you can guess what it's called. That's right, we all know Hadrian's Wall, with the stated purpose of separating Romans from the barbarians. And a quick reminder that the word barbarian to the Romans meant anybody who was not a Roman. So it's not just the image we have of Celtic people running around looking like Vercingetorix and that sort of thing. It was just anybody who was not Roman in their culture. The actual threat or its resurgence is speculative, but the decision may have been influenced by a general desire to halt the empire's expansion and reduce defense costs, because after all, the bigger the empire, the more expensive it is to patrol. The wall, serving as a deterrent and controlling cross-border trade and immigration, was complete by the time Hadrian concluded his visit to Britannia in the year 122. Although he never actually saw the finished wall himself, its construction continued to be associated with his name. After his time in Britannia, Hadrian likely continued through southern Gaul. At Nemausus, he may have overseen the construction of a basilica dedicated to Plotina, his patroness who had recently been deified at his personal request. Around the same time, Hadrian dismissed his secretary ad epistolis, the biographer Suetonius, for excess familiarity toward the empress. I think we all know what that means. The dismissal of Gaius Septicius Clarus, a colleague of Praetorian prefect Marcius Turbo, under similar allegations, may have served as a pretext to remove him from office. Hadrian spent the winter of that year of 122 to 23 at Tarraco in Spain, where, in his spare time and grand wisdom, he restored the temple of Augustus. In 123, Hadrian sailed across the Mediterranean to Mauritania, where he personally led a minor campaign against local rebels. However, his visit was shortened due to reports of war preparations by Parthia, prompting him to swiftly change course and head eastwards. Now, during those travels, he stopped at Cyrene, where he personally financed the training of young men from well-bred families for the Roman military. This investment in local communities, exemplified by his earlier restoration efforts in Cyrene after the Trajanic Jewish revolt in 119, was described as characteristic of Hadrian's approach. Upon reaching the Euphrates, Hadrian personally negotiated a settlement with the Parthian king Osroes I, inspected Roman defences, and then headed westward along the Black Sea coast. It is likely that he spent this winter in Nicomedia, the principal city of Bithynia, which had recently suffered a rather terrible earthquake. Hadrian provided funds for its reconstruction and was hailed a hero out of restoring the province. During this same period, Hadrian may have visited Claudiopolis and encountered Antonos, a young man of humble birth, who later became Hadrian's lover. Details about their meeting are unclear, and depictions of Antonis suggest that they met when Antonis was around 20, shortly before his death in 130. If they had met in 123, Antonis would have been a youth of about 13 or 14, which is a big yikes. The historical specifics of their relationship remain largely unknown, and probably will remain largely unknown for a great long time to come. Continuing his journey through Anatolia, Hadrian is traditionally associated with certain locations, including the alleged foundation of a city, Hadrianathrae, after a successful boar hunt. During this time, plans to complete the Temple of Zeus in Cyzicus, initiated by the kings of Pergamon, were implemented, and a colossal statue of Hadrian was also placed in the temple. Several cities, including Pergamon, Ephesus, Sardes, and more, were promoted as regional centers for the imperial cult. In the autumn of 124, Hadrian arrived in Greece and took part in the Eleusinian Mysteries. He had a special commitment to Athens, where he had been granted citizenship and an archonate. At the request of the Athenians, he revised their constitution, adding a new tribe named after himself. He also actively intervened in Athenian affairs. For example, he created 2 foundations to fund public games, festivals, and competitions when no citizen was willing to sponsor them themselves. He also granted an imperial subsidy for the Athenian grain supply, a move which no doubt made him wildly popular among the lower classes. During the following winter, Hadrian toured the Peloponnese, visiting Epidaurus, where he erected temples and a statue in his honor. It is believed that Hadrian and Antinos may have already been lovers at this time. Hadrian showed particular generosity to Mantinea, restoring its temple of Poseidon Hippios and rebuilding ancient shrines in the region. In an effort to integrate Greek nobles into Roman political life, Hadrian persuaded Hercules Herculanus, the leader of the Herculid family that had ruled Sparta, to enter the Roman Senate. This marked a significant step in overcoming the reluctance of Greek elites to participate in Roman politics. In March 125, Hadrian presided over the Athenian festival of Dionysia. Added to this, he was wearing Athenian dress, which is quite a special thing for a Roman emperor, not something you see every day, that's for sure. He also committed extensive research to complete the construction of the Temple of Olympian Zeus in Athens, which had been under construction for more than 5 centuries. Upon his return to Italy, Hadrian visited Sicily, and coins commemorated him as the restorer of the island. In Rome, he observed the completed Pantheon and his villa at Tibur in the Sabine Hills. In March 127, Hadrian began a tour of Italy, restoring the shrine of Cupra in Cupra Maritima, and improving the drainage of the Fucine Lake. However, his decision in 127 to divide Italy into 4 regions, each under an imperial legate with consular rank, was not very popular with the Roman Senate. These legates had jurisdiction over all of Italy, except for Rome itself, shifting Italian cases from the Roman courts. This change was not well received, and it did not last long beyond Hadrian's reign. Around this time, Hadrian began to fall ill, but it did not prevent him from embarking on a journey to Africa in the spring of 128. His arrival coincided with rain ending a drought, and he took the opportunity to inspect the troops, delivering a speech to them. Hadrian returned to Italy in the summer of 128, but his stay was brief as he embarked on another tour that would last for 3 years. In September 128, Hadrian attended the Eleusinian Mysteries once again. During this visit to Greece, he focused on Athens and Sparta, the 2 ancient rivals for dominance in Greece. Hadrian had initially considered concentrating his Greek revival efforts around the Amphictyonic League based in Delphi, but he eventually opted for a grander project. His new Panhellenion was intended to be a council that would unite Greek cities, kind of like a EU sort of thing. Hadrian initiated the preparations for this council, which involved determining the legitimacies of each city's claim to be considered Greek. After setting things in motion, Hadrian traveled to Ephesus. From Greece, Hadrian continued his journey through Asia to Egypt, likely transported across the Aegean with his entourage by an Ephesian merchant named Lucius Erastus. Hadrian later sent the Council of Ephesus, that is, endorsing Erastus as a suitable candidate for town councillor, and offering to cover the requisite fee. Hadrian arrived in Egypt before the Egyptian New Year on August 29th, year 130. His stay in Egypt began with the restoration of Pompey the Great's tomb in Pelusium, where he offered sacrifices to Pompey as a hero and composed an epigraph for the tomb. This restoration was likely connected to a need to reaffirm Roman Eastern hegemony following social unrest during Trajan's late reign, as Pompey was widely acknowledged for establishing Rome's power in the East. During their time in Egypt, Hadrian and Antonius also held a lion hunt in the Libyan desert, marking one of the earliest pieces of evidence that they traveled together. During a journey on the Nile, Antinos, Hadrian's favorite, drowned. The exact circumstances of his death remain unknown, and of course, that opens it up to various speculations, including accident, murder, religious sacrifice, or perhaps Antinos had just had a little bit too much of life. The Historia Augusta provides an account of this event, and I will read it now. I quote from the Historia Augusta. During a journey on the Nile, he lost Antinous, his favorite, and for this youth he wept like a woman. Concerning this incident there are various rumors, for some claim that he had devoted himself to death for Hadrian, and others, what both his beauty and Hadrian's sensuality suggest. But, however this may be, the Greeks deified him at Hadrian's request, and declared that oracles were given through his agency, but these, it is commonly asserted, were composed by Hadrian himself. In honor of Antinos, Hadrian founded a city for him on October 30th, 130, and it was of course called Antinopolis, the city of Antinos, if you didn't work that out already. Following this, he rather sadly continued his journey down the Nile to Thebes, where he visited the Colossi of Memnon on November 20 and the 21st, was commemorated by 4 epigrams inscribed by Julia Balbilo. Hadrian then headed north, reaching the Fayum at the beginning of December. After journeying down the Nile, Hadrian traveled east during 130 to 31 to organize and inaugurate his Panhellenion, centered on the Athenian temple to Olympian Zeus. This grand league aimed to bring together all Greek cities, with membership applications requiring mythologized or fabricated claims to Greek origins and affirmations of loyalty to imperial Rome. Hadrian saw himself as the protector of Greek culture and urban self-government, presenting himself as the heir to Pericles. The Panhellenion, based on games, commemorations, and non-political Hellenism, had varying appeal to Hellenized cities in Asia Minor. Hadrian bestowed honorific titles on many regional centers, including Palmyra. After spending the winter of 131 to 32 in Athens, where he dedicated the temple of Olympian Zeus, Hadrian headed east to Judea around 132. During his visit to Roman Judea, Hadrian considered plans to rebuild Jerusalem as a Roman colony with various privileges. The intent was to assimilate the Jewish temple into the traditional Roman civic religious imperial cult, a practice that was very common in other provinces. However, strict Jewish monotheism resisted these efforts. leading to a massive anti-Hellenistic and anti-Roman uprising led by Simon Bar Kokhba. Bar Kokhba punished Jews who refused to join the rebellion, and a Roman army was requested to suppress the resistance. The revolt is traditionally linked to Hadrian's abolition of circumcision, but some scholars dispute this claim, citing issues with the reliability of the Historia Augusta and suggesting other contributing factors like Roman administration, tensions between locals and Roman colonists, and messianic expectations. The Jewish uprising, believed to have started around the summer or perhaps the fall of year 132, overwhelmed the Romans with its organized ferocity. There was just too many Jews. Hadrian summoned General Sextus Julius Severus from Britain and brought in troops from various regions, including the Danube. Roman losses were substantial, with an entire legion, which is around 4,000 troops, reportedly just lost, wiped out by the rebels. Hadrian's reports to the Roman Senate omitted the customary salutation, reflecting the severity of the conflict. The rebellion was, however, quashed by 135, resulting in significant casualties among the Jewish population, with estimates of 580,000 Jews dead, numerous towns destroyed, and many enslaved. In the aftermath, Hadrian made some pretty significant changes to the region. He erased the name of the province and renamed it Syria Palestina. Jerusalem was renamed Aelia Capitolina after Hadrian and Jupiter Capitolinus, and it was rebuilt in the Greek architectural style. The main forum was placed at the junction of the main Cardo and Decumanus Maximus. After suppressing the revolt, Hadrian built a temple dedicated to Zeus, Hypsistos, for the Samaritans on Mount Gerizim. The harsh repression marked the end of Jewish political independence from the Roman imperial order. In 133, Hadrian took to the field with his armies against the rebels, and then finally returned to Rome, likely in the same year. In the final years of his life in Rome, Hadrian faced the aftermath of the Third Jewish War, which he considered a disappointment to his aspirations for a cosmopolitan empire. In 134, he issued an imperial salutation for the conclusions of the war, although it wasn't officially concluded until the next year. Commemorations and achievement awards were subsequently kept quite minimal. Empress Sabina died around 136, after an unhappy marriage that Hadrian had maintained as a political necessity. Hadrian himself acknowledged that Sabina's ill temper and irritability would have been sufficient grounds for divorce if he were a private citizen. Unfortunately, when you're an emperor, you have to keep up appearances. Following her death, there was speculation, of course, as there always is, supported by the Historia Augusta, that Hadrian may have had her poisoned. Well, I suppose we'll never know. Sabina, who had been made an Augusta around 128, was deified shortly after her death, in accordance with the established imperial tradition. His marriage to Sabina was childless, and given his declining health, he turned his attention to the issue of succession. In 136, he adopted Lucius Saeonius Commodus, an ordinary consul of that year, who then took the name Lucius Aelius Caesar. Aelius was the son-in-law of Gaius Avidius Nigrinus, one of the 4 consulars executed in 118. Despite a delicate health and a reputation more akin to a voluptuous, well-educated great lord than a leader, Aelius served honorably as joint governor of Pannonia Superior and Pannonia Inferior. Unfortunately, he didn't last very long, and died on January 1st, 138. After Aelius's death, Hadrian adopted Titus Aurelius Fulvus Boenius Arrius Antoninus, who later became the Emperor Antoninus Pius, which is a much easier name to say. To ensure dynastic stability, Hadrian required that Antoninus adopt both Lucius Saeonius Commodus, that son of Aelius Caesar, and Marcus Annius Verus, the grandson of an influential senator of the same name and a close friend of Hadrian. Annius was already betrothed to Aelius Caesar's daughter, Saeona Fabia. The eventual co-emperors Marcus Aurelius and Lucius Verus were descendants of this arrangement. While Lucius Verus was not that relevant, Marcus Aurelius certainly was, and if you look through my videos on the old philosophers, you'll find a rather detailed video about his life and his philosophies. Hadrian's final years were marked by conflict and discontent. The adoption of Aelius Caesar was very unpopular, and it led to conflict with Hadrian's brother-in-law and Servianus's grandson. In 137, a possible coup attempt involving Fuscus resulted in both his and Servianus's execution. During his last years, Hadrian faced illness and multiple attempts at taking his own life. Now, I personally think that these attempts of taking his own life may have been out of loneliness. I think that in his later life he pictured himself with Antoninus, not lonely and all by himself. Perhaps Hadrian left his heart in the Nile River. So sad. Hadrian did pass away on the 10th of July 138 at the age of 62 in his villa at Belliae after a reign of 21 years. Historical accounts by Dio Cassius and the Historia Augusta provide details of his declining health, with some modern interpretations suggesting signs of coronary artery disease in the later portrayals. He was initially buried at Puteoli near Baiae on an estate once owned by the orator Cicero. Subsequently, his remains were transferred to Rome and interred in the gardens of Domitia, near the nearly completed mausoleum. After the completion of the mausoleum of Hadrian in Rome 139, by his successor, Antoninus Pius, Hadrian's body was finally cremated, and his ashes were placed there alongside those of his wife, Bibia Sabina, and his first adopted son, Lucius Aelius Caesar, who had also died a rather early death in 138. The Senate, initially reluctant to grant divine honors to Hadrian, was eventually persuaded by Antoninus, who threatened to refuse the position of emperor if they did not do so. Hadrian was given a temple on the Campus Martius, adorned with reliefs representing the provinces. To recognize Antoninus's filial piety in advocating for Hadrian's deification, the Senate awarded Antoninus the title Pius. Despite some ill will towards Hadrian in the Senate, commemorative coinage honoring his deification was kept to a minimum. It would seem that you have to do everything right to be remembered in a good way by the Senate. They seem to be very, very judgmental people. Don't hang around judgmental people, everyone. Find people who appreciate you for who you are, not what they want you to be. And, on that note, we've reached the end of the life of Hadrian. I'm glad you've joined me today, and I hope you've learned something. The founding of Rome is a historical event steeped in both archaeological evidence and mythological tradition. Archaeological findings suggest that Rome developed from the gradual union of several hilltop villages during the First Bronze Age, or perhaps the early Iron Age, with prehistoric habitation of the Italian peninsula dating back as far as 48,000 years. Settlement in the area of Rome can be traced to around 1600 BC, with evidence on the Capitoline Hill possibly dating as early as 1700, and the nearby valley housing the Roman Forum showing signs of a developed necropolis by at least 1000 BC. The process of amalgamating these hilltop settlements into a single polity likely occurred by the later 8th century BC, and may have been influenced by the trend for city-state formation emerging from ancient Greece. According to Roman mythology, the city of Rome was founded by Romulus, the son of the war god Mars and the Vestal Virgin Rhea Silvia. Romulus, along with his twin brother Remus, were said to have been raised by a she-wolf at the Lupercal before being discovered and raised by a shepherd named Faustulus. The brothers, upon learning of their royal lineage, sought to establish their own city and choose different hills as potential sites. Their disagreement over the choice of hill ultimately led to Remus's death, and Romulus proceeded to found the city of Rome on the Palatine Hill. However, modern historians cast doubt on the existence of a single founder or founding event for Rome, and no material evidence has been found linking early Rome to Alba or Troy as suggested by the myth. Despite this skepticism, the legendary account of Rome's founding remained prominent in Roman culture, with festivals such as the Parilia commemorating the city's anniversary. The traditional date for the founding of Rome is 753 BC, according to the Veronian chronology. This date, along with the adjacent year of 752, has been officially sanctioned by various ancient historians and was celebrated in festivals and ceremonies throughout Rome's long history. Despite potential inaccuracies in Varro's calculations, the year 753 continues to be widely accepted. The conventional division of pre-Roman cultures in Italy revolves around the distinction between those cultures that spoke Indo-European languages and those that spoke non-Indo-European languages. The Italic languages, including Latin, are classified as Indo-European and were primarily spoken in the lower Tiber Valley. While it was once believed that Faliscan, spoken north of Veii on the right bank of the Tiber, was a separate language, inscriptions discovered in the 1980s indicate that Latin was more widely spoken in the area. Etruscan speakers were concentrated in modern Tuscany, with a similar language called Rhaetic, spoken in the Upper Adige region, near the eastern Italian Alps. A reconstruction of the historical connection between peoples and their languages suggests that Indo-European groups arrived in Italy in waves of migrations during the 1st and 2nd millennia BC. The first wave included a Western Italic group, which encompassed Latin, followed by a Central Italic group consisting of Osco-Umbrian dialects. Greek and Celtic migrations to the Italian peninsula occurred much later, from across the Adriatic Sea and the Alps respectively. These migrations are believed to have displaced speakers of Etruscan and other pre-Indo-European languages, although it's possible that Etruscan arrived through migration as well, likely sometime before 2000 BC. The onset of the Iron Age marked a period of gradual increase in social complexity and population, leading to the emergence of proto-urban settlements in central and northern Italy. These proto-urban agglomerations typically comprised clusters of smaller settlements that were geographically close enough to be considered part of the same community. Over time, these settlements would undergo a process of unification and urbanization. Archaeological evidence indicates that human occupation of the area around modern-day Rome dates back at least 5,000 years. However, the presence of a dense layer of much younger debris has obscured any Paleolithic and Neolithic sites in the region. Traces of occupation have been discovered in the broader vicinity of Rome, including areas such as Lavinium and the coastal region near Ardea dating back to the 15th century BC. Before the emergence of the more regional Latial culture, the area was inhabited by the Apennine and Proto-Villanovan cultures. These early cultures left behind significant archaeological remnants that provide insights into the prehistoric occupation and development of the region that would eventually become what we know as modern-day Rome. Archaeological evidence suggests that Rome underwent a gradual development over an extended period of time, with definite occupation by the middle of the Bronze Age. Core samples taken from the area reveal significant differences in the terrain compared to the present-day landscape. During the Bronze Age, the region around the Forum Boarium, situated north of the Aventine Hill, served as a seasonally dry plain. Now this area formed multiple advantages, including serving as a safe inland port for seafaring ships of the era, a spacious location for watering horses and cattle, and a secure ford of the Tiber River. This proximity to the Tiber made it a crucial point for trade and transportation, serving as a major ford between Etruria and Campania. The surrounding hills, including the Capitoline, offered defensible positions for the settlement and control over important resources, such as salt production over the river. Excavations in the Forum Boarium have uncovered thick deposits of manure and ancient pottery shards dating back to the middle of the Bronze Age. Evidence suggests the presence of 3 separate bronze-using settlements on the Capitoline Hill during the period from 1700 to 1350, followed by occupation in the neighboring valley that later became the Roman Forum from 1350 to 1120. Structures from the 13th century BC indicate that the Capitoline Hill was already being terraced for management of its slope. By the final Bronze Age, around 1200 to 975, there was clear evidence of occupation on the Capitoline, Forum, and the adjacent Palatine Hills. Scholars speculate that settlements may have also existed on other hills, such as Janiculum, Quirinal, and Aventine. By 1000 BC, a necropolis existed in the Forum for cremation graves, and by the early Iron Age, around 900 BC, graves began to be placed into the ground. Additionally, cemeteries appeared on the Esquiline Quirinal and Viminal hills by the 9th century BC. They contained pottery, imported Greek wares, and many bronze objects, which was the style at the time. Remains of huts on the Palatine, dating back to the 9th or 8th centuries BC, suggest accelerating development during this period. By this time, 4 major settlements had emerged in Rome, with nuclei located on the Palatine, the Capitoline, the Quirinal, and Velia hills, among others. However, there is no evidence linking any settlement on the Quirinal hill with the Sabines, as some ancient accounts allege. The area of the Forum underwent significant transformation into a public space during this period. Burials ceased, and portions of the area were paved over. Votive offerings began to appear in the Comitium in the 8th century, indicating the development of a more central religious cult. Other public buildings, including the Domus Publica, the official residence of the Pontifex Maximus, are believed to have been constructed between 750 and 700 BC. Religious activity also commenced on the Capitoline Hill during this period, possibly connected to the ancient Greek cult of Jupiter Feretrius. Additionally, discoveries of imported Greek pottery from Euboea and Corinth indicate Rome's connections beyond Latium. The first evidence of a proper wall appears in the middle or late 8th century on the Palatine, dated between 730 and 720. This circuit of the wall likely marked what later Romans believed to be the original pomerium, or sacred boundary of the city. Gates and streets connected to the wall, along with remains of various huts, suggest that Rome had acquired a defined boundary and a more sophisticated level of social and political organization by this time. The use of the Forum as a public space indicates the development of a shared civil and ritual space for all inhabitants. This demonstrates an increased level of centralization. Similar to other Villanovan proto-urban centers, archaic Rome was likely organized around the clans that guarded their own areas, but had confederated by the later 8th century. The development of city-states may have been a Greek innovation that spread through the Mediterranean from 850 to 750. The earliest votive deposits, found in the early 7th century on the Capitoline and Quirinal hills, suggest that by that time a city had formed with monumental architecture and public religious sanctuaries. By 600 BC, a process of synoikismos, or unification, had been completed. resulting in a unified Rome characterized by a central forum area, public monumental architecture, and by this point, civic structures. Now, that's all good and well, but what about the ancient founding myths? Let's have a little bit about them. By the late Roman Republic, the commonly accepted origin myth stated that their city was founded by a Latin named Romulus on the day of the Parilia festival, which is around 21st of April, from memory, around 750 BC. So once more, the key elements of the myth included Romulus's murder of his twin Remus, their lineage tracking back to the god Mars, the god of war, and the royal family of Alba Longa. The supposed descent of this dynasty from Aeneas, himself purportedly descended from the goddess Aphrodite and the royal family of Troy. Livy's History of Rome and Virgil's Aeneid were particularly influential in shaping this narrative. Some accounts even suggested the existence of a Mycenaean Greek settlement on the Palatine earlier than Romulus and Remus's arrival, dating all the way back to the 12th century BC. However, modern scholars, apt at ruining everybody's fun, largely regard these traditional accounts as myths, lacking persuasive archaeological evidence for the Romulan foundation or the early Greek settlement. The name Romulus itself is believed to have been retrojected from the city's name, rather than reflecting a historical figure. Kind of like saying the chicken came before the egg. While some scholars, such as Andrea Carandini, suggest that these foundational myths may reflect underlying historical events, this viewpoint remains somewhat controversial and a minority perspective in current scholarships. Well, despite their mythical nature, the Romans' origin myths reveal how they perceive themselves as a blend of different ethnic groups and foreign influences, reflecting the multicultural reality of Latium. These myths also served as a means of societal control, with the patricians using their supposed descent from Alba Longa nobility and legendary figures to justify their dominance of Roman institutions. The Romans attached great importance to the foundation of their cities, undertaking numerous rituals and attributing them to remote antiquity. They even maintained the hut of Romulus, a primitive dwelling on the Palatine associated with their founder, although there was no solid evidence linking it to Romulus himself. The ancient historians had conflicting views on the date of Rome's foundations, with some placing it around 1100 BC, remarkably close to the fall of Troy, while others connected it to the establishment of the Roman Republic and counted back from there. These estimates were based on various calculations, including the number of consuls and the length of the regal period. However, modern scholars generally reject these synthetic calculations. From Claudius's secular games in AD 47 to Hadrian's Romea in AD 121, the official date of Rome's founding was commonly accepted as 753 BC, following the chronology established by Varro in the late 1st century. Augustus Fausti and the secular games celebrated Rome's 900th and 1000th anniversaries under late emperors, also used dates computed from a foundation a year later in 752. Despite some errors in Varro's work, this date is still the most widely used. So let's not waste time arguing about it. By the late Republic, the founding of Rome had become closely associated with the Parilian festival, celebrated annually on April 21st. Originally a festival for the purification of shepherds and their flocks, it became intertwined with Rome's foundation myth, especially with the legend of Romulus and Remus, who were raised by shepherds. This association led to the restructuring of the festival as the urban Romea in 121. Now, the most famous version of the legend, Romulus and Remus are the grandsons of Numitor, the king of Alba Longa. After Numitor is overthrown by his brother Amulius, and his daughter Rhea Silva is forced to become a Vestal Virgin, she becomes pregnant, allegedly by the god Mars, and gives birth to twins. Well, Amulius isn't very happy with this. He orders the infants to be left to die on the slopes of the Palpatine, or simply thrown into the Tiber River. But they are saved when they are suckled by a she-wolf at the Lapergal, and then discovered by the shepherd Faustulus, who takes them in along with his wife, Acca Larentia. Now, some interpretations suggest that Larentia may have been a lady of the night, hence the association with she-wolf. Apparently, the old Latin words for wolf and lady of the night were the same, kind of like a slang term. Faustulus eventually reveals the twins' true identities, and they dispose or kill Amulius, restoring Numitor to his throne. They then establish a new city at the site where they were rescued. However, conflict arises between the brothers during the foundation of the city, and it culminates in the death of Remus. The cause of the conflict varies in different accounts, ranging from disputes over the city's name, the interpretation of omens, or the exact location of the city's boundaries. Some versions of the tale even suggest that Romulus dealt with Remus by his own hand, while others describe a general melee that resulted in the somewhat accidental death of Remus. Either way, the city is not called Rheims. Now Romulus, after ritually ploughing the future boundary of the city, erects his first walls and declares it an asylum for exiles, criminals, and runaway slaves. Sounds like how my country was founded. The population of the city grows, but it remains predominantly male. That is, of course, a problem. When Romulus fails to secure wives for the men through diplomacy, he orchestrates the abduction of women on the neighboring Sabine tribes during the religious celebration of Consualia. Well, this act, no doubt, did not impress the Sabines, but ultimately peace is established through the intervention of the abducted women, who urge their husbands to reconcile with Romulus. Titus Tatius, a Sabine king, is then reinstalled as a co-ruler alongside Romulus. Now, what do modern scholars think of all of this? It tiptoes between history and mythology, as so often the ancient world does. Well, this story of Romulus and Remus has been interpreted by modern scholars in various ways. Some suggest that it reflects anti-Roman propaganda from the late 4th century BC, while others argue that it likely originated from indigenous Roman traditions. Regardless of its origins, by the 3rd century BC, the legend was widely accepted by Romans, and was even depicted on some of Rome's earliest silver coins. This mythological tale has been seen as embodying universal human themes, such as virgin birth, intercession by animals, humble origins, the triumph over evil, all of which are found in myths across different cultures worldwide. The indigenous tradition of Romulus was intertwined with the legend of Aeneas, who was believed to have journeyed from Troy to Italy. This connection originates from a prophecy in the Iliad, suggesting that Aeneas's descendants would eventually reclaim and rule Troy. By the 6th century BC, Greeks began speculating about Aeneas's legacy outside of the Greek world, leading to the first attempts to link him with Rome by historians such as Hellanicus of Lesbos and Damastes of Sigeum. However, a more concrete connection between Aeneas and Rome emerged in the late 4th century BC, when Rome began formal interactions with the Greek world. According to Livy's account, in his first book, Aeneas, a demigod of the son of the Trojan prince Anchises and the goddess Venus, flees Troy after its fall during the Trojan War. He sails to the western Mediterranean with his son Ascanius and his companions, where he allies with a local leader named Latinus and marries his daughter Lavinia, thus founding the city of Lavinium. Subsequent conflicts led to the establishment of the Alba Longa by Ascanius, Aeneas's son. The royal lineage of Alba Longa eventually produces Romulus and Remus, linking the events of their mythical story to Aeneas. Dionysius of Halicarnassus also presents a similar narrative, suggesting that migrations from Greece into Italy occurred in the 18th century BC, with settlers founding cities, Rome being among them. This trend of rationalizing Greek myths into pseudo-historical traditions was part of a broader Hellenization process across Italy, driven by Greek historians' efforts to portray Italians as descendants of Greeks and their heroes. Archaeological evidence supports the existence of cults dedicated to Aeneas and Hercules in Lavinium and Rome respectively. They were there by the 6th century BC and seemed quite prominent. These stories became entrenched in Roman historical beliefs by the time, despite being speculative and of little historical value. The syncretism of these myths reflects Roman aspirations to establish a prestigious ancestry, which served both to claim a common heritage with the Greeks and to assert ancestral enmity, thus enhancing Rome's political status. During the Pyrrhic War, the Greek world was awash with approximately 60 different myths surrounding the foundation of Rome. Interestingly, many of these myths attributed the city's founding to an eponymous figure named Romos, or Rome, rather than the more familiar Romulus. One intriguing tale suggested that Rome was established by Romos, the son of Odysseus and Circe, from Greek mythology. This narrative might have become uncomfortable for the Romans as their power grew and tensions with the Greeks escalated. As identifying as descendants of the Greeks became less desirable, the Romans embraced the Trojan foundation myth instead. However, the name Romos was not entirely forgotten, and it's speculated that some Romans changed it to the native Romulus, while others just retained the original name, resulting in both of the names being used to represent the city's founders. Another variation of the myth, attributed to Hellanicus of Lesbos, claimed that Rome was founded by a woman named Rome, one of the followers of Aeneas. According to this account, after landing in Italy, Rome and her companions burned their ships, symbolizing their commitment to establishing a new home. These myths also differed in their depiction of Roma, the eponymous matriarch, with some versions suggesting she was born in Troy, and others suggesting she was born in Italy, either before or after the great journey of Aeneas. By the early 3rd century BC, myths surrounding Rome's foundation varied widely in their genealogies of Romulus or the city's founder. Some tales suggested that Romulus, the son of Zeus, was the city's founder, while others proposed intricate family trees connecting Romulus to Aeneas and other legendary figures. Additionally, authors from different regions wrote their own territories in the story, with Polybius from Arcadia proposing an Arcadian origin for Rome, rather than a Trojan one. These diverse narratives reflect that rich tapestry of cultural influences and regional pride that shaped the ancient Roman identity. So what do you think? Do you think that it was just a gradual immigration? People coming from different parts of Italy and perhaps Greece, perhaps other parts down from Gaul, all meeting around those hills, eventually forming what is known as Rome? Or was it Romulus? Perhaps, as we just mentioned, it was the woman who founded Rome. Is there any way to know for sure? I don't know. But what I do know is that if you enjoyed this video, you should like and subscribe. And more important than that, have a good night.